What is going on, y'all? Welcome to day 3 of this trial. We're getting there. We're getting there. I can't imagine it's going to go too much longer, but we're going to follow this one through because it's interesting. I think it's pretty awesome, and the implications, I think, have long-lasting effects. So, without further ado, let me bring on the wonderful McKinley. She's here. She's here early, y'all. She's here.
I'm back. Yeah, I'm on time, huh?
Yes, ma'am. And if you don't know who McKinley is by now, which you should, but if you don't, go check her out. She's over at Legally Live.
Yeah.
We like her. We're going to keep her. And I'm glad she's here for one.
And go subscribe to my page and just watch my videos. If they're boring, just put them on in the background, speed them up. Don't even listen to them. Just watch them.
Have you added all your videos onto a playlist yet?
Yeah, all the Armstrong ones. Yes.
Okay. So go put her playlist on when you get a chance, y'all. Run it in the background, run it on your phone while you're sleeping, whatever it is. Get her some watch hours, help her out.
Yes, please.
She's a good time. Speaking of which, I do need to go back and add everybody's links to my description videos for this trial. I'll do that today, hopefully. Hi, everybody in chat. Let's say hi to everybody. Lord Bynum, hello. You were first. Congratulations. David, my boy, you posted the Lego stream. I posted the Lego stream. Oh, cool.
Like the one with y'all's.
I think he scheduled our next Lego stream. Is what he.
Oh, what are you gonna build?
I'm not entirely sure yet, to be honest.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of the Star Wars heads, up in the corner up there. My camera got all jacked last night. My angles are off. What is going on?
I really liked y'all's last one.
The last one was really cool.
It was so pretty.
There we go.
Where did you put it? Is it on the wall?
No, it's in the living room still.
Okay.
It's we got a China hutch thing out there with stuff on it. It's got a bunch of Lego sets on it. Actually, I'm running out of room, you guys. I'm running out of room. MG Law, what's going on, buddy? How are you? You have a link. I did start about a half hour earlier than I told everybody I was going to start, but I throw some links out there, and we'll see who pops in and when they can. No pressure, obviously, but you're all always welcome. Always. Thanks, KLI. She needed it, apparently. It got her here on time today. I like it. Not that she was ever late, but you know what I'm saying. Tia Nina. Well, it just, you're not obligated, so you're not really late. It's not like you're supposed to be here. It's awesome that you are. I appreciate that you are, but you're not obligated. Tia Nina, hello, doll. How are you? John H., what's up, buddy? I feel like I haven't seen you in a couple days. Glad you're here. Dawn Kratzer, hi. Welcome. Hopefully, you have, are those gis? Are you wearing a gi? Jiu-jitsu or judo? Taekwondo? What are you doing? Fill me in. I want to know. Where is Flux in your chill stream? So we've done one of those. I think we called it the Meltdown or something, and we did it to her channel. I haven't talked to her in a little while, but that's just because, not like anything.
Wasn't she just in here the other day?
Yeah, she stopped in here.
Yeah.
Day 1 or day 2 or something. Flux is awesome. Flux is my girl. I love that girl to death. Yeah. So I think what we're going to do is the next one we're going to do on my channel, and then I don't know. We have no schedule, you guys. If you haven't figured it out, I don't run on a schedule. I can't do it. My brain doesn't work that way. If I get on a schedule, I will mess it up almost certainly. So we just kind of do things as it comes. We take it easy. We have fun. That's what we do. Hi, Christine. How are you? Glad you're here. Glad you're here. All right. Without further ado, let's jump into this, and we'll do it like always. We're a little bit ahead, which is awesome. Turn the quality up. Turn the playback speed to 1.25. And this is the beginning of day 3. We left off with the doctor on the stand still. I believe I don't know if he's gotten through to cross or not yet. What happened here? Oh, no. I had it set up all ready to go. There we go. There it is. Y'all, my computer was wigging out. We were sitting here backstage. My camera started going absolutely bonkers. Oh, gross. Get that off the screen. Ugh. Lawn cuck. Dirty. Is this playing? It doesn't appear to be moving. Oop, there we go. Volume's maxed.
Any type of patient assessment with Mr. McClain?
Just a little bit. Probably should have left it. It was probably fine. There we go.
Whether or not the paramedics in the case did any type of patient assessment with Mr. McClain?
I did not see any sort of assessment on the body-worn camera video.
It actually sounds loud.
And were you looking for one?
Yes.
Let me know how it's
Did you
going.
observe them introduce themselves to Mr. McClain?
I did not observe that.
Did you observe the paramedics ask the police any questions about Mr. McClain's condition when they came up to the scene?
I did not.
Did you observe whether or not the paramedics knelt down to Mr. McClain and asked him any questions?
I did not observe them asking him any questions directly.
Did you observe whether or not they brought any tools to the scene?
I recall bringing might have been a bag that they brought. I didn't see it immediately next to them during parts of the video.
And when you say you did not see it immediately next to them in the video, do you remember now where it was or how far it was from Mr. McClain?
I do not remember how far it was.
Outstanding, Dawn. That's awesome.
No.
I practiced BJJ as well.
Used any of the tools
Not
that may have been in that bag,
like regularly
as part of
anymore,
any
but I've been doing it
assessment
for
with Mr. McClain?
like
I did
almost 15 years, probably something like that. Maybe longer. I love it.
Now, in
It's
this
a
case,
great sport.
did you form an opinion whether or not you give ketamine, a sedative, when a person has been vomiting?
DeOrk, welcome, buddy. Day 3 feels like day 1000.
Judge,
But yeah,
I respectfully disagree. I think as
Glad
a
you're here,
critical
brother.
care physician and a doctor who does patient procedures with sedation, he can talk about whether or not you would give a sedation to a person, any person who's been vomiting.
I'll allow that question to be asked.
Did you understand my question, Doctor?
Sorry.
ladies and gentlemen, don't apologize. Why would you apologize?
Did you hear that noise?
I did hear this noise.
Go ahead. Make my day.
I know what it means now.
What's up, expert? How we doing, buddy?
I'm all right, man. How you doing?
Did you get
Oh,
a
I'm so
haircut?
good.
No.
No, he just
No,
put
I didn't.
product in it. He
You know
just
what?
did
You know who you look like? I'm not
Best
going to
looking
tell
thing
you.
you've ever seen.
it.
That guy from the Jersey Shore guy.
That's not good.
What is his name?
That's not good.
What's his name, though?
I don't know. It's
what the
not
hell was his
good. I
name?
know that.
Oh,
It was something
No,
horrible.
it's
What
the
was
cute
his
one.
name?
The
The situation.
Ronnie.
Oh.
No, not the situation. He doesn't look like the situation.
Not a good name.
Not a good name at all. Oh, expert. Oh,
Thanks
I'm
expert.
for
back.
that.
Sorry.
That's funny. That's so funny.
That's not cool.
Vinny? Oops. Where'd it go?
No.
There we go. Legally.
I like my
Oh my
cousin
God.
Vinny.
That's a good movie. It's a great law movie.
Yeah. Did you say great law movie?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I knew I got a friend. They who was it? It was criminal procedure or whatever they had. And the teacher made them watch that.
It's a good law movie.
Yeah, I thought it was weird. I was like, really? Like you got to watch that in law school?
Yeah, that is weird.
But yeah, it's not like he got to watch that. It's like they had to watch that. But yeah, it's very accurate. Very accurate.
Oh, stayed up a little too late for my own good last night. But
Yeah.
you know, what's new?
I did too.
Yeah, you were there most of it, actually, weren't you?
I think so. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
You were there for
Oh,
most of
wait
it.
a second. Yeah, you went to Lincoln's.
I was over on Lincoln. I went to Shizzy's for a minute. I went to MG Laws for a little while, and then went over to Lincoln Canes for a little bit last night. It's a good
Yeah.
time. It was a good
Yeah,
time.
Lincoln's he's a good guy.
I like him a lot.
What's
he's
he
great.
on now? His 6th channel? He just
I have no idea. I know that
collecting?
I generally find him in his new channel and don't realize he has a new channel, and then I get in chat and realize I'm not subscribed, so I got to subscribe again. And he's good. I don't know what's going on exactly, but he's got it figured out. I like him a lot.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, Eris, I hope you're doing well. Sorry.
Thank you, Eris. I appreciate you, babe.
So, I may have to jump off just kind of quietly at some point because I've got I don't know what I have going on, but there's a
situation.
Shut up.
I love it. Let me get.
Here we come, Eris.
Hello, MVrder. How are you?
Oh, stop it!
This is my cartoon avatar. I'm just dropping for the love for you. You know what else I drop for the love?
What?
A grumpy.
What happened? I didn't sleep enough.
That's the problem right there. That right there is the problem. All right, let's just get into this before we get too derailed in the first 10 minutes.
Right.
I hope you're doing well, McKinley.
I am.
Let me
Thank
step
you.
back. Did you see in the body worn camera
Ronnie.
there were times when Mr. McClain
Ronnie.
vomited?
Yes.
And from your observation of the camera, was it obvious that he was vomiting?
Yes.
And were there discussions around the vomiting?
Yes.
Would you give, as a physician, ketamine or any sedative when a person has been vomiting?
No.
Why not?
Because the vomiting causes stomach contents to come up into the throat. And any medicine that alters your level of consciousness and awareness can make it more difficult to ensure that you're coughing and expelling that rather than breathing it in. So it presents a risk of aspiration of that vomit into the lungs.
There we go. I think I'm doing all right. I think I got everything set up the way it's supposed to.
So I'm going to use more words we talked a little bit about yesterday. Aspiration, the second word here.
Yes.
In your review of the body worn camera, did you see whether or not?
Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm just
Do you want me
taking a look at what you got up there.
chest turns?
Thank you.
And I apologize to people in the gallery. I don't know where to put this.
Thank you, Eris.
Now, would you, when you're deciding whether or not to give any type of sedative like ketamine, when you don't know a patient's oxygen levels, does that affect your decision whether or not to give a sedative?
Well, hello,
so?
James. Welcome.
It would make
And
one
any
much
friend
more
of
cautious.
Lincoln Keynes is more than
This
welcome here.
assessment, without it, it's kind of like driving.
You got to get in
with
line,
a
though.
blindfold on,
You got to get in line to claim that
just
price.
proceeding with a procedure or giving a drug is kind of like hitting the gas when you can't see out your windshield. What you want to do is hit the brakes and slow down. And so without at least some basic assessment, you would not want to proceed.
And you talked a little bit yesterday about the tools that you use. Could you remind the jury, what is the tools you use in order to determine someone's oxygen?
There's a device called a pulse oximeter that we typically would put on the finger to measure oxygen.
In this case, did you see on the body worn camera whether or not any of the paramedics ever asked Elijah McClain for his weight?
I did not see that or hear that.
Did you see whether or not any of the paramedics ever explained to him their use of ketamine?
I did not hear that, no.
Did you see any evidence on the body worn camera whether or not the paramedics ever asked Mr. McClain for any kind of scent for any kind of medical procedure?
No, I did not.
Now, is the fact that Elijah McClain was restrained by officers, would that have affected, in your opinion?
No basis to be opining as to what is relevant or not relevant in an assessment in pre-hospital care. And implied consent in the previous care setting, there's no basis for this opinion.
Go on, Your Honor.
Response.
I will move on, Your Honor.
All right, please do.
Based on your
Please do.
observation of the body worn camera, did you determine whether or not paramedics had an opportunity to do an assessment?
I believe they did.
And why?
Well, I think we have to talk about a complete assessment in an idealized sort of in the hospital setting is probably not practical, but components of the assessment, like talking to the patient, assessing at least oxygen levels, awareness, some basic vital signs would be particularly helpful, as well as getting some history, which at least on the body worn camera video, we don't hear any of that happening.
Now I'm going to turn to dosing and ketamine specifically. Do you need an appropriate assessment in order to give a sedative like ketamine?
Yes, you do.
And does that assessment affect the amount of dose that you might give in order to effectively sedate a patient?
It does.
And with ketamine, how is the dose determined?
We would typically use a weight-based dosing. So it's a certain number of milligrams per kilogram of weight.
And can you determine a patient's dosing requirement by giving a visual examination or visual look at the patient?
You typically can estimate weight.
Oh, snap.
So
I
if the
forgot
dose
to
is 5
mention.
milligrams per kilogram.
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to
Hold on.
determine whether they're
Hold
69
on.
or 68.
All right. I something has totally flown over my head. I forgot to mention. Y'all have emojis now. Members, I put in the 4 emojis that I'm capable of putting in. I think I'm only like 17 subs away from a 5th, but y'all have emojis. Go to town. I'm happy about it.
What do you mean? I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Well, I only have 4.
Maybe this isn't the emojis you speak of.
They're
You're
in
on the
chat
wrong
now.
channel.
Am
Does
I?
everybody want me to do a one-on-one YouTubing for you guys?
Yes, I need one for sure.
We might have
Here,
to at this point.
Are you being serious?
Uh-oh.
Because
Yes, I'm 100% serious.
it's funny because I was talking to Miss K Griff last night, and I was like, she started streaming. I was like, oh well, like here's like the basics that I know. Are you on Discord, McKinley?
No.
Oh.
Who has a Discord?
Everybody. Yeah. I don't.
I mean, like, I'm on Discord. I am on
just message
somebody's
me.
Discord. What are you, the expert?
12 at heart, KLI. 12 at heart.
Send me your info.
Xcomer, it's a idea that I am going to do and working on, but I'm not a productive human being, y'all. It takes me a long time to get anything done. It's a curse, but it's coming. It's going to be there. It's going to be a thing.
But you're cute. That's the key.
Well, it does help a little bit.
It's you far.
Okay, back to the or did you guys finish your Discord and YouTube tutorial conversation?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm not
I was
talking anymore.
Okay.
8.5 kilograms. You typically give a reasonable estimation and then dose based upon that. But usually we would, in a patient who couldn't tell us, we would ask them their weight, and we would usually trust that if it matched our visual view. In a hospital setting, we would actually weigh the patient typically.
Because most of us don't look at our weight or view our weight in kilograms, what is 140 pounds?
Because we
How many
use
kilograms
freedom units.
Is that for a male patient?
You divide by 2.2 to get from pounds to kilograms, so it would be about 64, 65 kilograms.
With ketamine, does the amount of the dose depend, or is it dependent or independent as far as will the more ketamine you give affect the patient or not?
Again, I'm going to check since he is not a toxicologist. This is ketamine impacts the body, and this is a toxicology area, not this expert.
And Foundation, Your Honor, join.
Response.
Your Honor, once again, based on his prior experience as a critical care physician and as a pulmonologist who does procedures, I think he said he did 700 endoscopy procedures. I believe he can answer what the effects of ketamine is and how sedation, if it's independent or dependent.
Sustain.
I'll thank you, Your Honor.
Do you know whether or not a dose of any sedative is different, whether it's put into the muscle or done through an IV?
Yes, the dosing is usually different between injecting into a muscle versus an IV.
Now, you said earlier you did not see any conversations between the paramedics and Elijah McClain inquiring about weight. Did you see any conversations between the officers and the paramedics where they had a discussion about the officers' thoughts about weight?
I do not recall any conversation about weight.
In this case, how much ketamine did the paramedics give to Elijah McClain?
500 milligrams into the muscle.
And based on the fact that they gave him 500 milligrams, how much would that translate into Elijah McClain weighing?
About 220 pounds.
And you just previously testified that he weighed 140 pounds.
Yes.
So in your estimation, how much of an overdose was that?
Objection, Your Honor. Terms like overdose, terms as to how much he deserves to have or not have, this is all policy. This is not his expert's area.
Join, Your Honor.
Response.
Your Honor, once again, as a critical care physician and as a person in the clinic who is doing these type of procedures with sedation, he can opine about the appropriate amount of ketamine that should have been given to the weight, because this is something he does every day in his career.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard of any foundation for anesthesiology.
I can,
So sustain.
so let's ask those questions.
And it's something the jury can figure out based upon the testimony so far.
I don't know, Judge. I think sometimes math is difficult, but I can ask some questions.
Well, I
So,
sustain the objection.
yes, sir. So based on your experience, can you tell us whether or not you believe you have the foundation in order to make these determinations?
Judge, I'm going to object and ask that we.
First of all, I have a much better
Sustain.
chin, much better bone structure. I'm German.
In this case, how does
Germanic.
that
Tonic.
relate to your definitions yesterday?
I don't
of a
have
weight,
earrings.
conscious sedation, deep sedation, and full anesthesia?
Objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
Once again, Judge.
And my
he
Tony
has the
Stark
experience
$11
and strength
Amazon
and what he does
glasses
for a
look a lot
living in order
cooler.
to talk about these terms.
Oh,
and this
that's
dose
so
of
good.
ketamine Based on how the
And
fact
I'm
that he uses
taller.
sedation and everyday procedures that he does.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, he is so quick to shut off that camera, y'all.
What? That was fast.
Right?
I wasn't even paying attention. What happened?
They wanted to approach all of his sidebars.
He
shuts
shuts
the
it.
camera off
Oh, really?
real quick. He doesn't let anything happen. Oh, look at all the emojis in chat. I love it. I love it. So I figured those were pretty appropriate, right? Pretty good for the channel. I think it worked. We'll add some more goat ones in there as time progresses.
I am real ditzy. Did you see my emojis that I sent?
No.
No.
What?
Yeah, I sent like the regular.
Oh, the
emojis.
YouTube emojis. You sent the YouTube emojis. Not the ones that I was talking about. Not the ones.
No. No. Then I figured it out.
Oh, that's good. What is going on? Not that long of a sidebar. And of course, now it's doing this.
We're struggle streaming.
So hard, you guys. So hard. Oh, I gotta put that back up. My camera's being like extra glitchy today.
Mm-hmm.
We were backstage before we started, and my maybe I should get a fluffy. Maybe I should.
What is that?
The orc had a goat named Fluffy. It was a mountain goat, big
Oh.
horned mountain goat that he kept in
Nice.
his, not a real one. It was in his basement, and it would escape, and
Oh,
he would have to fight it to get it back in the basement. It was really funny. It was really good. Dork, I'm really sad that you're not streaming anymore, man. I'm really sad. Come on. We'll get there. We'll get there.
well, I'll go get a beverage.
Go for it. Why? Technology hates me, you guys.
No, it's on their end. Oh, by the way, oh hey, I got one. Let's see what if I do this.
Oop, there it is. What do you got?
I do this, and I say hello. So I'm going to say hello to you. Just
Based
say
on your
hello in the chat.
examination
see
and
what
observation on
happens.
the body-worn camera, did you make an observation of how ketamine and the use of ketamine affected Elijah McClain?
Yeah, I did.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about?
Did that
before ketamine was
star-
administered, what was the
Do my
condition of
comments
Mr. McClain?
star?
Mr. McClain was ill. He
Like
was,
is it near starred stuff?
progressively less responsive, and so he had a change in
No,
his behavior.
I don't have
and
anything.
Mental status.
I don't have a start tab yet.
Right before the ketamine, he was actually not responding to some of the verbal and other stimuli that were given to him. he was on the ground, and even when there was only kind of light restraint holding him down, he wasn't moving very much. And so there was a stark change in terms of just his behavior that we see in his mental status on the video.
Before the administration of ketamine, do you recall how many minutes had passed since Mr. McClain had actually spoken?
Lego stream on the 16th.
It was a progressive decline in kind of the frequency by which he would speak, but also the volume and the amount of what he would say. So it started off as complete sentences, and then he started to maybe say some things that were a little more strange, and then it was more one word, kind of grunts or responses, and that's about where he was before the ketamine.
Before the ketamine, can you describe to the jury what his respiratory rate was?
It's actually very difficult to assess his respiratory rate on the video. We certainly don't see him taking very, very deep breaths, but it is difficult to assess with his clothing and being restrained on the ground.
So we'll watch videos in just a few moments, but before ketamine, can you describe to the jury what Mr. McClain's position is?
He was down on the ground, and sometimes he was with his left side down, lying on his side, and sometimes he was more turned over closer to that prone position where his face was down.
I don't think so,
for
McKinley.
fair
I don't
and
think so.
accurate
I keep
toppled
saying
with the
sorry.
left.
Topple?
Join.
I'm asking a yes or no question, Judge. It's not leading.
Oh, question.
So do you know the term toppled?
I'm not sure how you want to use it here.
Sure, that's fine. So when you're talking that he was closer to the prone position, what position was his right shoulder in?
His right shoulder was more or less up or free.
She said, I'm asking a yes or
And
no
where was
question.
his
It's not
head?
leading. That's
It was down
definitely
on the ground.
leading.
Isn't that kind of the
Now, right before the
signature of a leading question?
ketamine, did you
I mean, I
see
thought so.
any type of assessment by the paramedics?
I did not.
At that point in time, based on how Mr. McClain was presenting, would you have expected some
Wait,
questions
that's a
to be
lot
asked?
deeper though
Yes.
than most people
Why so?
realize. What you just said, McKinley.
Yeah.
Her saying that I'm asking a yes or no is the leading part,
I'm going to allow
but not
that.
the
Well-
not the answer yes or no.
As far as asking questions.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
It would be quite
but
standard to
what
at
she had
least
to get them to,
investigation.
I mean,
Yeah.
To explain what you're doing.
yeah,
and-
before that
and
would have been
something
leading.
basic, just to see whether they were
Yes.
responsive, and if so, how much.
And then she followed it up
Because
by
part
a
of what
leading
we're doing with sedation is
response to
we're
the judge
trying
to get
to
the person to
alter
answer the way they
your,
wanted.
awareness, your
She's
Really
either
just
your interaction.
she's either
with
playing
the
4D
situation,
chess or
talking to the patient and finding out how
checkers,
that
one of the
changes after
two.
you get the drug is part of your monitoring. So I did not see, at least in the video, that was done.
Yeah.
Did you see in the video that a paramedic gave the sedative ketamine to Mr. McClain?
I saw in the video that he was injected into the muscle with something, and verbally they were discussing that it was 500 milligrams.
Mrs. K. Griff, hello.
And once that
Welcome.
happened, what happened to Mr. McClain?
So once that
Chick is
happened, within
wild, man.
something like
You
90
can't
to
keep-
120
she's just
seconds on my
like-
count.
She's
she
fun.
became less
Partier.
responsive.
She's fun.
Although again, this is
Oh yeah.
sometimes difficult to assess from these videos. But then at around that 2-minute mark, he was being transferred or was transferred onto a gurney. And there we see him not breathing well at all and completely unresponsive.
At that point, after the administration of ketamine, but before he was put on the stretcher or the pram, did you see the paramedics doing any type of assessment?
No, throughout this, I'm sure they have eyes on him, and there is a visual assessment that can be done. But in terms of checking oxygen levels or vital signs, I don't see evidence of that.
I'm trying.
At the time that
Elaine from the Johnny
what
Depp
is
and
the
Amber Heard
importance
case.
of
Yeah,
monitoring
totally.
After a patient gets a sedative.
What
The
if any?
monitoring
Your
is
Honor?
really important because
Yeah.
actually.
And then she said, I'm
while
trying.
dose is important with these medications, there's a lot of
Ugh.
individual variability
Trying,
in patients and how they respond. There are factors that even with a good assessment, we might not anticipate, and changes between different types of patients.
All right, we'll let you off this time, Elizabeth.
Response.
Welcome.
I just
Thanks
have
for being here.
opinions. I think that the doctor did respond to my question. I'm sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
I asked him about monitoring and what affects it, and he answered the question.
And he's talking about dosing.
Did he stumble? I didn't see.
Well, I think in the manner that.
I wasn't
doctor is
looking,
answering
to-
the
if I'm
question,
being honest.
I'll overrule the objection.
Chat.
Based on your own experience, is a visual inspection of breathing sufficient to safely monitor a patient in a sedation procedure?
No, and it's not just my experience. It's clinical evidence, literature, and guidelines and regulations about how we do sedation that require that we monitor.
He's not an anesthesiologist, he's not a toxicologist, and he's not a pre-hospital care provider. He can't speak the protocols, procedures, and requirements of pre-hospital care providers.
Join Your Honor.
Question asked about in his experience in a sedation procedure is visual inspection alone. So I clearly asked about his experience, Judge.
All right. The
Interesting.
doctors testified about his experience in non-pre-hospital care. To that extent, the court will allow witness to answer.
So I don't know. I'm not sure how, when you were answering, how much the objection started. So can we just go back? So my question was, in your experience, is a visual inspection of breathing alone sufficient to monitor a sedation procedure?
No, in a clinical setting, we are required to do more than just a visual inspection because we know that by the time visually somebody's not breathing well, it is often far too late, that we can identify problems with breathing much earlier through the use of monitors like a pulse oximeter or that carbon dioxide monitor called capnography. So that is now required for us in the hospital setting because visual inspection is insufficient.
And in that situation, when there's not monitoring, can there be a risk of serious bodily injury?
Yes,
Can there be a risk of death?
yes.
If a patient is experiencing respiratory failure, what injuries can occur?
Well, if that's recognized quickly enough and prompt intervention to support breathing is done and is successful, sometimes no injury can occur, but a lot of good things have to happen. Sometimes in an emergency, we're able to rescue someone and save their life and recover their breathing, but in doing so, we can injure them in ways like we can damage their mouth or nose or teeth.
What happened to the expert?
But the real
He
big
had to
concern
dip
is
out
that,
for a minute. He'll be back.
Oh, okay.
sometimes if it's gone too far and oxygen has dropped too low, it may be that the support comes
That's not a bad
effectively
idea.
or too late, and other things can happen.
Yeah.
For example, if
Not sure how much pull I have over there exactly, but
Right.
low for too
not a
long,
bad idea.
you could have a heart stop, or you could suffer brain damage or other long-term serious consequences.
And could those consequences, those conditions be
Yeah, I'd agree with
serious
that.
bodily injury to a patient?
Yes,
Could those consequences lead to death?
yes.
Yeah.
What time frame are we talking about when you have a loss of oxygen that those injuries or death can occur?
It's pretty
Traveling
variable depending
Fools,
upon
what's up, buddy?
how low the oxygen is,
Glad you're here.
what other factors the patient has. But this is something that happens in seconds to a few minutes. So maybe somewhere between 20 or 30 seconds and certainly no more than 5 minutes. We can see, the heart stop or cardiac arrest occur sometimes within, 90 to 120 seconds of not having any oxygen.
So a pretty short time.
It's quite quick. And that's why if we wait until there's an emergency, we better act really fast or hope that we get really lucky. Or oftentimes it can be too late.
If the respiratory failure continues for more than 5 minutes, what happens then?
Well, one of the more common things that we run into is problems with the heart. So sometimes the heart gets kind of irritable because the heart, like the
Irritable
brain,
heart?
needs lots of
That sounds
oxygen.
horrible.
And one thing it can do is go into a heart rhythm problem. And sometimes those heart rhythm problems are not immediately life-threatening, and sometimes they are not compatible with life. Some heart rhythm problems mean the pump's no longer pumping, and that's what we would call cardiac arrest. So it can vary, but once your heart is not operating properly, on top of not breathing, then you have a much bigger problem because now you're not delivering oxygen to the body. So it's the heart that we worry about. And in some patients, depending on how low that oxygen is, even if all of that recovers, then we can see either temporary or permanent damage to other organs like kidneys or brain.
After the paramedic gave Elijah McClain the ketamine, do you see evidence that Elijah McClain was in respiratory depression?
On the structure, he was not breathing effectively to sustain life, which I would call respiratory depression, heading towards respiratory arrest.
And what signs did you see from Mr. McClain that showed you that?
The way in which he's breathing on that stretcher for some periods of time when we have really good visualization of him and his chest and how it moves. And my experience was something that I commonly see when people are about to stop breathing and are not breathing effectively. He was not using the proper mechanics, and efforts were not effective at expanding his chest the way it needed to be, particularly given the situation where, if anything, he should be breathing more in response to all that he had been through in the prior 10 minutes, not less. And he was breathing maybe less than I am sitting here today, and that was very concerning.
In your opinion, was there still a time between when the ketamine was given and Elijah McClain was on the ground prone and then put on the stretcher?
Okay.
Was
Much
there
better.
still time to intervene?
Difficult to say, but probably. This is a continuum, so it just continues to happen, and it happens quite quickly. So I think there's a reason to believe beyond a degree of reasonable medical certainty that before the ketamine, he was not breathing normally and he was sick, but was breathing adequately to maintain life, and that we could see him, he could verbalize. He wasn't breathing kind of erratically, but then 2 minutes later, we know that he's unresponsive.
Careful, that
not
traffic
breathing
out there is
adequately.
horrible in
And
Atlanta.
so somewhere in that time was a time that he was heading to respiratory depression and respiratory failure. And
YouTube's
that
been
was an
doing all
opportunity
kinds
to
of
intervene.
wonky stuff lately.
If we intervene, then we can prevent him from stopping breathing and then prevent his heart from stopping.
What about Mr. McClain's position? You have testified that he was more towards the prone position at the time that he was given ketamine. And then they sort of lift him up, they put him on the stretcher, and now he's on his back. What about that change of position or that final position affects respiratory depression?
So the change in position is actually helpful for breathing in that no longer is there anything pushing him on the ground, or his own body weight actually keeps that left lung from expanding. So to put him on his back allows free chest movement. And he was even set up to a significant degree to help with that. And so
No, it was to get the
uh,
cuffs off his back. It
that's
wasn't
good.
to help with
helps
that
breathing.
goal.
There's also a lot of stimulation.
But he's playing
And
by
a patient who
the
is
by the rules, I
not
guess.
very well awake or very sleepy, a lot of intense stimulation can help you breathe. And that was kind of my concern, is that even people who are very deeply sedated with that kind of stimulation would wake up a little bit and breathe more. And yet we see him breathing quite shallowly still.
We see in the video, and we'll watch it in a few moments, some stuff, for lack of a better word, come out of Elijah McClain. Can you explain to the jury at that point what is going on medically with him?
Yes, there's a lot of material that we'll see that comes out of the mouth and even the nose. It's a pinkish fluid. And
Okay.
the concern here is that on the ground, potentially he could have been vomiting. We don't know for sure, but the volume of that strongly suggests to me that he had at least had been vomiting in the past. And sometimes when you reposition somebody, if their throat is full of fluid and because of sedation they were not able to swallow it, it almost kind of overflows, just like if you have a glass that you tip. We also have to be cognizant that ketamine can stimulate saliva. It can make you make more saliva, which sometimes is good, but in this case can be bad because it can add to the amount of fluid that's up there.
He was clearly vomiting
And
on the
so we
ground.
see this.
Yeah, they all knew it too.
leaning
They were telling each other
I
to
know.
not
We
step in
then
it.
know that
Yeah,
his whole
and
throat
give him
is
a
full
wipe.
of this fluid.
Yeah, I love how the state just like changes course as soon as they need to. I want to watch
And yet he's
the
not awake enough to cough. or
officer's
keep
trial now.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I might go
Right.
back and take a look at that. What is happening in my studio right now?
I love the water noise from the turtles.
Is it loud?
It just
I can make
sounds like
it
a water
better.
feature. I like it.
Okay.
It's
Just gonna say
calming.
if it's bad, I can turn it down. What is going on? 1 gig fiber, y'all. 1 gig fiber internet connection.
draining into his lungs because those tubes are right next to each other. He's not awake enough to cough or protect his airway.
In your opinion, based on your training and experience, how significant is this event on the stretcher?
It was the most significant of all of my review of the video because I had maybe for once a really good look from a medical perspective, but also that was a time that he was clearly in trouble. And if any of us had all of that fluid in our throat and pouring out, we would be coughing like crazy. And he was doing very little of that. So I was.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say it probably is making people have to pee, but
I can make it quiet. Hold on.
Repositioning and that sort of thing. And
I think I
and
actually
that He was
making
not
me have
making any
to pee.
intentional effort to breathe or cough or move.
At that point, did you see any paramedics approach him and do something to assist him?
I did not see anyone doing anything necessarily to assist him. It was beneficial to have him sitting.
That's at least a little better, I think.
I recall him pushing him forward.
Yeah, I
think,
can't
to help
hear it
with
any
his soft restraints
more.
to safely restrain him. So that
Are
made
the
him
turtles
push him
gonna be
forward, but
okay?
That was also kind of
Yeah,
helpful
they're
for him,
fine.
but I did not see,
They're fine.
anyone.
What it is the filter
assessing or measuring
blasts
oxygen or
water,
feeling for a
and I
pulse
try
or
to do it on the
trying
surface to
assist
break
breathing or
surface
anything
tension.
like that.
And
Figure out
as the
timeline
water evaporates, the
between
water level gets
when the
lower and
paramedics
it
gave
splashes
Elijah
more
McClain
on the
ketamine
surface.
and
So all
when
I got to do is
he
put
had
the
to
nozzle
manage
down a little bit.
respiration and pulse.
Okay.
What would that timeline look like?
Okay, I'll be
I
right
want to be
back.
careful that I don't know when he had no pulse.
She's got to take a
The first
bio
time
break,
we
y'all.
reported that is when he's in the ambulance, which at least to my crude measurement was about 6 minutes or so afterwards. The completely ineffective breathing, I observed the impending respiratory failure, I would call it, on the stretcher occurred about 2 minutes after.
Yeah, their new
So
update
you have
has
just
got all
said that
kinds of
really after
bugs.
5 minutes of not having
It's driving me
oxygen,
nuts.
person can have serious bodily injury or death.
They'll
It could
fix
be
it.
2 or 3 minutes.
It's
quite
just a
honestly.
matter of
And now
how
you're talking
long
about
it takes
that
them.
there's a period of time of up to 6 minutes where no one is monitoring Elijah McClain's pulse or breath. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Dr. Buther, how long with no oxygen would result in the heart to stop?
It could just be a matter of 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The heart could stop. Now, Elijah was young and otherwise healthy and was active, and that helps, but it doesn't protect you indefinitely. So in patients that are very frail and have heart disease, sometimes we'll see trouble.
That's going to be a
little bit
big
earlier and then
problem.
healthy people a
What's
little bit
that?
later, but we're talking a
They
single
just
digit number of
said-
minutes, 2, 3, 4 minutes.
Pause
at
it real
most.
quick. They just said
In
that
your opinion,
for 6 minutes, I guess while he while he
Just-
was in the custody of the EMTs, I think once he was separated from the officers, is what I understood, that they were not monitoring his breathing and he was not breathing for 6 minutes. That's like a giant problem.
Oh yeah, that's huge. Huge. They didn't check
So,
his breathing or heartbeat until they were in the ambulance. So the entire time that he was on the ground, they never checked his pulse or breathing.
Which I can understand the EMTs not checking his pulse or his breathing because he was like being surrounded by dudes with guns. Like, what are they going to do at that point,
Well, I disagree there a little bit. I don't know if what their policy states exactly, but I'm pretty sure once the EMTs arrive on scene and the suspect is contained, it's their obligation to take charge of the situation and assess the patient. That's why when the cops send somebody to the hospital, for example, they send them in the ambulance. The cops don't go with them, right?
Right.
The EMTs have control of that situation at that point. They should have been in charge and told the cops to get out of their way so they can do their job.
Yeah.
Humbly. Check, they should have administered something. Exactly. They assessed enough to inject him with ketamine, but didn't check his pulse or breathing. So I see this as very reckless and negligent. And I thus far, I think these guys are guilty thus far. But we shall see.
and you say ketamine is the primary cause of death. His respiratory
and there we
arrest and
go.
death was significantly contributed to or aggravated by inadequate patient monitoring.
Response?
I'm just trying to set up the next question, Judge.
All right, you'll have to do it in a different fashion.
Why did you conclude that Elijah's respiratory arrest and death was significantly contributed or aggravated by inadequate patient monitoring?
The point that I was trying to make is that regardless of setting, we can give people a completely normal, safe amount of medication, and they can have a bad response. Or we can give people too much medication sometimes. But if we can recognize that there's a problem with the breathing, and if we can both recognize and intervene effectively and in a timely manner, we can prevent a mild problem from becoming a severe problem. And then what you have is a patient who will do just fine, but suffered a minor complication of of a sedation administration. So it's almost less about the medication and more about the safe administration of a medication, no matter what it was and no matter what the dose was. That sometimes people react differently, and you have to be ready to support that.
I now want to pivot and go to what was happening in the ambulance. When they loaded Elijah McClain into an ambulance, was an assessment completed?
There was a lot more evidence of a thorough assessment in the ambulance and documented in the EMS record at that point.
Can you talk to the jury about that?
Yeah, so in the ambulance was when he was formally identified to not be breathing and to not have a pulse. And so he's in both respiratory and cardiac arrest. In other words, his lungs aren't working and his heart's not working. They, at that time, had no pulse, so they had no blood pressure, but they did that assessment and they assessed his breathing, and they were measuring oxygen. And they were doing other things as well, including essentially an EKG or electrical measurement of his heart to understand what might have been going on with his heart as well. So they were starting to be a very sudden and comprehensive assessment.
They realized they
Now,
messed
to make sure
up.
that I understand, is this assessment that's finally done 6 minutes after that 6 minute period of time where we believe that Elijah McClain is
I wish they would use a mic too.
I
That'd
will
be cool.
rephrase.
Wouldn't it?
Where does that 6 minutes?
I'd love to
timeframe
hear
suggest
the
from jury?
objections.
Where does that fit into what finally happens in the ambulance?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I'll allow it.
So by my accounting, he was given the ketamine, and roughly about 2 minutes later, he had been transferred onto the stretcher and was in impending respiratory arrest and not responsive. And then it was an additional about 4 minutes before he's in the ambulance where they are doing that assessment. So that's 6 minutes from the ketamine to when they're doing this assessment in the back of the ambulance.
Now, at some point, do you find out from observation of the video in the ambulance that the paramedics realize that Mr. McClain is not breathing?
They recognize it, I think, even before that video, in terms of their documentation in the record. And the video in the ambulance is that they're trying to put a breathing tube into Mr. McClain to help with his breathing. They would not have done that unless they first had assessed he's not breathing. So they quickly recognized that was the major problem to address. And when someone's heart stops, we focus on the heart really first and just kind of support the breathing. But the recognition was this was a respiratory arrest, and that's why they had to hurry up to get that tube down to help support him.
And at some point, through your examination of what was happening in the ambulance or in the ER bay, did they realize that Mr. McClain did not have a heartbeat?
Yes, they realized that in the ambulance that he did not have a heartbeat.
And did they do anything to attempt to get his heartbeat back?
Oh, yes, absolutely. They performed CPR, right away cardiopulmonary resuscitation, with the pressing on the chest to essentially the heart was not beating. And by doing this, they can force the blood to circulate through the body, because it's not just enough to get the lungs working and the oxygen to the body. You got to get the pump moving that oxygen around the body. So they were doing these things all together at once in the ambulance.
And did they actually do a remarkable job in their CPR and getting the heart back?
A remarkably good job.
And so even though they got the heartbeat back, what happens next to Mr. McClain medically?
Yeah, and I think the heartbeat took a long time to come back, and then there might have even been another arrest and return. But they were successful almost immediately with the breathing tube into him, which was very impressive, actually, given that situation, which is very difficult. I'm sorry, I may have missed your question.
Right. So I'm just going to move on.
Okay.
So now I'm going to direct your attention to Elijah McClain's care at the hospital. Based on your review of the records and your training and experience, could anything have been done in the hospital that could have changed the outcome?
Do they have the ability
I really don't think
to
so.
call time of death in the ambulance?
We're always very self-critical and critical of our colleagues, trying to find
Do they what?
we've done better in.
Do they have the ability in an ambulance
I
to
feel like
call time of
when he
death?
went to the hospital, and while he's in the hospital, that there wasn't.
I don't know. I always
really
see it as
anything that
like
could have been done better to try to
DOA, I think.
make the best outcome possible for this unfortunate.
I say I see it that way.
yeah.
I don't.
So when you look at
I
the
just
whole
hear
time
of
getting
it.
ketamine up to the hospital, when was the point in time, based on your training and experience, that something could have been done?
It was really in that time between the decision to give the ketamine was probably the most important. So right before that, we could have not given the ketamine, or we could have given the ketamine and recognized in that first minute or two that there was excessive sedation. We'd
Or a
substitute
medical
sedation, of
examiner,
course.
I think.
And that
as
first
well.
couple of minutes,
No.
No?
just
Uh,
before,
well,
right after the ketamine is when
in the
medical
Armstrong case,
successful.
the
It would not have
The,
been.
Paramedics called the medical
Now, I
examiner
want to
and
go, as a physician,
called the time of death.
when you're this medical investigator, do you often rule out what happened to a patient in order to determine what you believe is going on with the patient?
Yes, it's often frustrating for patients. We do a better job telling them what they don't have than what they do have, but that helps us narrow our focus to a smaller group of things so that we can help determine what truly caused an incident or is causing an illness.
So when you first began to determine why Mr. McClain died, did you rule out certain medical reasons?
Yes,
So I want to go first to the toxicology report. Did you review that as part of your examination of this case?
I did.
And what did the report tell you?
It looked at a wide range of drugs and medications and found two things. It found the ketamine, which we know.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to do that objection. Foundation is not a toxicologist.
Response.
I believe as a critical care physician and someone who works in a clinic doing procedures, he can describe what he found in a toxicology report and how it affected his opinion.
He knows what was in the report.
All right.
Ask him
the court will
what
find
he
that
found in the report.
differential diagnosis
Just ask the
for
question
testimony,
differently.
I'll allow it.
And I'll just ask a further question. As part of your normal duties, do you look at toxicology reports or do you consider drug interactions with your patients?
All the time. In fact, that's sometimes why people are admitted to the ICU is for a toxicology syndrome, and we're responsible for assessing and diagnosing and reviewing toxicology reports.
So from your review from the report, what did you find?
That there was ketamine in his system and there was also marijuana in his system.
Did you consider whether or not marijuana was a contributor to Mr. McClain's death?
Of course, yes.
And what was your final opinion on that?
Well, the most important thing is that we now have a wide experience with marijuana and have seen a lot of people that have been users or toxic, and there's literature to support no real effect on respiratory health. It can change judgment or behavior, but does not affect respiratory drive.
And have you done any research or have any experience determining whether or not marijuana has any indication or interaction with sedatives?
I'm not aware of any interaction, no.
And I'm going to object, that was not responsive to the question. Was there research done or was there any evidence and publications relied upon?
All right, I'll allow the answer. You'll have a chance to cross-examine on it.
So that answer is no, you don't know of any.
No.
And in this case, do you believe that there was any interaction between the marijuana that was found in Mr. McClain's blood and the ketamine used?
No.
Did you consider whether or not Elijah McClain had some sort of unique allergic reaction to ketamine?
Yes.
And what did you base that on? What did you look at to make that determination?
So there was first of all, we would see kind of different factors clinically. Allergic reactions that are life-threatening often involve the throat closing off and rashes, hives, other sorts of clinical findings, which we didn't see. But then maybe the most important thing is that the autopsy would typically show signs of severe allergic reaction in the lungs or elsewhere in the body. And we saw no evidence of that in autopsy.
Now, initially, when you began this examination, did you have a question to yourself whether or not Elijah McClain died because his lungs stopped and he stopped breathing or because his heart stopped? And what happened first?
Yes, that was really important to try to determine that.
So what did you do or what records did you look at in order to make that determination?
That was one of the reasons I started with the hospital records, because there was an assessment of his heart. There was an ultrasound of the heart to see how the heart was pumping. The ambulance records showed this EKG tracing and assessment of his heart. And then there was an autopsy report looking at the heart. So that's really helpful at excluding or making far less likely certain heart conditions. Of course, we also have things like his age and his known kind of health status before this, but all of those things were very helpful at assessing whether or not there could be a heart.
Turn him off.
Possible heart
I
problem.
think you mean turn him on. You want to turn on gifted
In your
to allow
opinion,
gifted
was it
memberships.
that his lungs stopped first or his
think.
heart stopped first?
Wordplay.
That's fine. You put nine and tell us how you happened, but suggesting you tune these answers, it's leading.
Judge, I respectfully disagree. I'm asking him a question that he's going to answer, and I'm giving the parameters of the question, but I'm not giving him the answer.
All right, it's awfully close, but I'll allow this question.
So can you tell the jury, in your opinion, whether or not this was a lung issue or a heart issue?
This started off as a lung issue, the respiratory arrest, followed by the heart stopping or a cardiac arrest because of the lung issue and the low oxygen.
And why did you find that?
Well, it's this process of ruling out. When you have a big heart attack, that's from a blockage in one of the three main blood vessels that supplies the heart. you would often see very specific abnormalities in that area being abnormal on heart testing like EKG or the ultrasound of the heart. We did not see
Right,
that.
where
We
it's
saw kind of a
completely
global
legal for
to the
recreational
heart, which is what we
purposes.
typically see in a
Shocking.
respiratory
That's
arrest.
right.
And also 23-year-olds typically don't have heart attacks. We also saw no evidence of blockage on his autopsy in the arteries. There was a discussion of a potentially or question of a narrowed artery that might have been present since birth. But we also had reports that he was an active runner and there was no disease of that vessel. And there was also no evidence on autopsy that
He was an
that
active
valve had been
runner?
blocked. So
Yeah,
I would
they
not
said
have
he-
guessed
that
that.
was not.
They said he was a
significant
long
bleeding
distance
issue.
runner.
Wow.
We worry about heart rhythm problems because sometimes heart rhythm problems do not show anything on autopsy. But how we look at that also is that his rhythm in the ambulance, his heart status in the ambulance was something very much more likely to be related to respiratory arrest. So, I've seen hundreds of people who have arrested and due to lung and heart problems, and the presenting a heart status of something called pulseless electrical activity or PEA is very typical of a respiratory arrest and then a heart or cardiac arrest. And while it's not absolutely impossible to
The
say
more
that
memberships,
there's a
the
heart
better,
problem,
man.
then
The
I
more
go
the
back to what's
better.
happened to him. He's vomited.
What? Did he
He's
just
aspirated.
change?
His respiratory status has declined. He's given a drug that, if anything, stimulates the heart in breathing, but yet his respiratory status declined further.
Speaking of members,
beyond
Eris just
our-
joined the
any
Goat
reasonable
Herders.
experimental certainty,
Love
my
it.
expert
Thank
opinion
you,
would be
Eris.
That this is clearly a respiratory arrest followed by a cardiac arrest.
Yes.
And
There's reports that he
and
used
in
to
medicine,
run
there's no 100%, but all other
like on his lunch break
possibilities
and
that we could have
stuff.
considered were either 100% unlikely or 99.9% unlikely. And so that's where I arrived at that opinion. It was not his heart.
What is the stole?
Asystole
Thank you.
is the absence
Systole.
of the heart's main squeeze. So systole is
Oh, the heart's
blood,
crush.
It fills
Its
and
main
then it
squeeze.
squeezes, and so asystole means the lack of the pump is not running. The heart stopped.
And is that something that was happening to Mr. McClain in the ambulance?
Yes,
How do we know that?
because the paramedics report that he has no pulse. But they're and so that's how they're able to confirm that there is no pump, because if there was a pump, you would feel the pulse that you feel in your blood vessels comes from your heart.
And how does that finding affect your opinion whether this is a lung issue or a heart issue?
Well, it's not the only factor, but it makes it much more likely. If we knew just that factor and nothing else, we would make an estimated guess that it's more likely to be a lung issue. But then we have these other factors that make it extremely likely that it's primarily a lung issue.
So did you form an opinion that Mr. McClain did not have a heart attack?
I did.
Now, we've talked a lot about heart attacks and cardiac arrest. They seem like it should be the same thing.
He didn't
Can
have
you
a heart
explain
attack.
what the difference
His
is?
lungs just shut down, and then his
Sure,
heart
a
shut down
heart attack even is not. It's more of a common
because his brain shut
phrase
down.
that in most usage I think means myocardial infarction. And what that means is that there has been some obstruction to blood flow in one or more of the three blood vessels that supply the heart muscle with blood. And that can happen for a number of reasons. It can happen because of a progressive narrowing. It could happen because you have plaque built up in the artery, and that plaque can rupture. There can be a blood clot that forms in the artery, and there can even be a blood clot that comes from somewhere else.
Stop being so
into the heart
boring, man.
artery. And then there can sometimes be spasm. of the blood
Yeah,
vessel,
we knew it was
although
coming,
that's
though.
usually, not permanent. And those sorts of mechanisms.
I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes,
blood
y'all.
supply to part of the heart.
Hi,
Okay.
Wendy
Behind
H.
the
Welcome.
Heart's full of blood, but the muscle gets its blood supply from the artery.
Love you.
That's inside. And if you block that briefly or intermittently, you might get chest pain or symptoms like shortness of breath, what we might call angina. If you block it permanently, then the heart muscle can die, and that's what's called a myocardial infarction, or what we would commonly call heart attack. And what that means is that there's a portion of the heart muscle that died. So heart attack is a portion of the heart muscle died.
And further to the myocardium. General overview fine, but beyond that, this is for next.
Join, Your Honor.
Does the court want me to respond?
Why don't we come to the bench?
The dude keeps standing up every time to join. I don't have controls, so I can't fast forward through this. But if you notice, every time that the female defense attorney stands up and objects, it's kind of lazy of the male defense attorney, but he just stands up and joins in the objection every time. So she's doing all the heavy lifting.
Please continue.
Based on your review of the record, did Mr. McClain have any of the mechanisms or the reasons for a heart attack that you saw?
No.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Dr. Buther, I'm going to turn to the video evidence in this case. And when we do that, I'm going to be asking you to talk to the jury a little bit about these conditions that are written on the board.
Oh Lord.
Medical conditions are acidosis, aspiration, hypoxia, respiratory depression, and then just ketamine.
Okay.
So, and I'm going to ask you as we watch the different video clips to point out to the jury whether or not you think any of these conditions are affecting Mr. McClain at the time that we
Thanks,
watched the video.
KLI.
Okay.
So I would like to start with the Shell gas station, which is Exhibit 127, and it's in evidence. Judge, if we could please turn on the screen.
Oh, another sidebar. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Rabbit. Look at all these wrenches. Vala's so lucky. Uh-oh. Why is he saying that? I guess because he's missing saying hi to y'all. Or maybe because there's like a big long pause. Dead air. I don't have anything to say, except we're in for some more boring testimony, it appears. Oh, you know what? I have something. Okay, because of the sidebar, I have something to say. Y'all, I did a 9-minute live today because I did a live on my own and I freaked out a little bit. But I wanted to, I don't know if any of y'all followed the Caitlin Armstrong trial, but if you did and you want an update on her other cases, go check out my 9-minute live.
Are we ready?
On my channel, Legally
For the
Live.
record, this is Exhibit 127, and we're playing 223609 to 223715.
Whoa, she has a little,
Judge, is there a question?
an iPad on that screen in front of her,
Judge, the videos are in evidence. So
or a screen.
All right.
Dude, she is amazing at the
If the
objection.
videos assist the witness in explaining his opinions, the court will allow some leeway, but
Okay, we can pause the video. Thank you. Would the videos assist you in explaining your opinion?
Yes.
Now, at this point, what did watching the video explain to you about Mr. McClain's medical condition?
Well, we clearly aren't
Is that
fully assessing
mine,
a medical
Wendy?
condition.
You are so
but
nice.
We can see that he's not having any trouble breathing or gasping for air, is standing calmly, is interacting normally in terms of this purchase. So it seems that there's some evidence to support that he's breathing normally
Thank you.
and behaving normally.
Did you read in the literature, the review of the materials, that Mr. McClain may have suffered from asthma as a child?
Yes.
And did you come to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not asthma played a role in this case?
I did.
And did this video inform you whether or not Mr. McClain was suffering from an asthma attack that night?
So this video suggests he's not having some severe asthma attack right now, but this video does not tell me whether he has chronic asthma or suffers from a more lower level chronic symptoms. But for that, it was more based upon history and his medical records, that it wasn't an active problem, that he didn't require medication, et cetera.
Now, you had testified yesterday that asthma is one of your specialties.
It is.
Could you just tell the jury briefly what asthma is?
It's a common chronic inflammatory disorder of the airways that causes them to be narrowed episodically and sometimes with exercise, triggered by dry air, cold air, often treated with daily inhaled medication to control the condition. It's a chronic condition. And then for sudden symptoms, short-acting medication. And it can affect any one of us. And so, many of us might have asthma right now and you wouldn't know it from looking. But if you had an asthma attack, you would be struggling to breathe.
And clearly in this video, Mr. McClain is not having an asthma attack.
Correct.
So you mentioned that your review of the medical records informed your decision or your opinion that Mr. McClain was not currently at the time of this video or at the time of this event suffering from asthma. What about those records told you that?
Well, it was the lack of repeated kind of unscheduled doctor visits, emergency department visits, doctor visits for asthma. There had been some asthma history. Also, he was not taking any daily medication for asthma, and it was reported to have been someone who ran regularly. So he may have had some very mild symptoms, but they didn't require daily medication, and we would say with confidence he did not have persistent
Thanks,
asthma
Wendy.
use
You're
for
the
that.
best.
Did you look at any of the findings from the autopsy that confirmed that Mr. McClain did not die from any asthma related reasons?
Yes.
What did you find?
So when asthma is severe and fatal, when asthma kills you, and every 3.5 hours somebody in America dies from asthma, it is
Thanks
obvious.
for that.
There are changes in the
Tidbit.
airways. They're angry, they're inflamed, the airways completely closed off and full of mucus, and none of those findings were present at autopsy.
Yesterday, you talked about agitated patients that present in ICU or in your clinic. From your review of the video, how does Mr. McClain's appearance relate to your experience working with agitated patients?
He's not agitated, he appears calm.
Now, at this point, do you see any of the acidosis?
He said every 3.5 hours somebody in America dies of asthma. I had no
Did you
idea.
say 3.5
Signs
hours
of
or did you
those
say
factors.
3.5 minutes?
So that jury
3.5 hours
understands
sounds
the
more
term,
like
can you
it.
just
I heard hours.
high level
Okay.
what acidosis is?
Acidosis is too much acid in the blood. Aspiration is what we talked about yesterday, where liquid or solid material gets into the lungs inappropriately. Hypoxia means low oxygen level in the body. And respiratory depression means you're not breathing adequately. You haven't stopped breathing,
Oh
but you're
yeah.
not breathing.
Like everybody
effectively.
like this video.
Yeah, do all the YouTubey things.
And at this point,
Yeah.
are
Like,
there any
subscribe,
conditions
click the
that are
bell,
affecting Mr. McClain?
whatever.
It doesn't appear so based
It
on
all
this.
helps. It all helps. And is greatly appreciated for that matter.
Yeah, I noticed yesterday the likes were not up.
Slacking. Or
Seriously, it's
or
our
my
fault.
content isn't that good. One of those two.
No,
Doesn't
it
tell the
was
video normal.
because we never told anybody.
That could be two.
I always require a
Please bring in
reminder.
evidence, Exhibit 102. That's Officer Rodima's body worn camera from 22:43:45 to
Like I haven't even done it
22:44:15.
myself. There we go.
Dang, McKinley.
I know, man.
Dang.
Bad.
Chill out. No, I am an introvert.
Oh no, not this
Just a little bit
again.
if we can. Thank you very much.
Please respect the boundaries that I am speaking. I'm going home.
He's so respectful.
Leave me alone.
Sir, can you please cooperate? No, we're gonna talk to you.
Started to address me, and I was stopping my music to listen. Now let go of me.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Beether, I know we're a little bit in the dark, but at this point in time, do you see anything that's affecting Mr. McClain regarding these conditions of acidosis, aspiration, hypoxia, or respiratory depression?
No, I do not.
So would you still think he's normal?
Yes.
And what about agitation? Would you describe Mr. McClain at this
Appreciate
point
it, buddy.
as agitated?
Appreciate
Well, he's
it.
no longer
Thanks.
calm. You know, there's this interaction, and he's talking, and so we hear some escalation, I guess. I don't think I'd characterize this as agitation, although I don't know what we would call a definition of that. But maybe there's some heightened emotion here.
I would like to play 104. That's Mr. Officer Rosenblatt's camera from 22:45:08 to 22:48:33.
Stop, dude. Stop, dude.
Ooh, look how scary the courtroom is.
Spooky.
Spooky.
Let go your arm, dude.
I got him. I got him. Arm hammer. Nice and slow. Slow it down. Slow it down.
When your fire start. Bring your arm out, dude.
I don't know what that is.
Let go of your arm.
Colloidal silver.
Yeah, what is that?
It's an old home remedy. They use electrolysis to basically infuse water with silver molecules, and it's got tremendous antibacterial and antimicrobial properties.
Stop fight.
It also turned a guy blue one time. But that's
Do
a
you
different
see
story.
this?
Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You're gonna get
Watch.
Got his arm. Okay, hold on.
You see my more chiseled face?
Yeah.
Stop, dude.
I'm just saying. I think I'm inflamed here, or
Oh, that
maybe
could
I
be.
just need
Relax. Just relax. Relax.
some cosmetic surgery.
Bring that arm back.
I don't know if cosmetic surgery is the go-to, or should be the go-to rather. Maybe check
And
out
that's pretty amazing.
maybe check out a ibuprofen or something first. Reduce inflammation.
I've been on it, man. It's not working. Oh.
My name's Elijah McClain. We gotta use Corona.
Wendy H gifted 10 memberships because she's amazing. Congratulations to all the new goat herders. I have questions about everything. Yamaha Biker, Great Dane Mom 2015, Cool Gamer, Anthony, They Call Me Rose, Seriously Anne Marie, Robert Taylor, Arkansas, and Mr. Z. Congratulations, you guys. And thank you so much, Wendy. You are...
She's like really amazing.
She really is. She is absolutely amazing. I love Wendy.
Who was she on stream with the other day? Dave?
Me and Dave.
Okay.
Our Lego streams.
Yes.
She
was in
MCs for us.
Florida, like
Yes.
at her daughter's or something. Okay.
She MCs it for us and does an outstanding job.
She does, for sure.
I don't do that stuff.
This is so sad.
I don't do.
It really is.
Why would you? I don't do drugs. I don't even kill flies. I don't eat meat. I'm not vegetarian. I don't kill people. No, I mean I'm trying to be out and serve on the way. I'm trying to. It's a secret. When we showed him up, and all like showed up, he was wearing skates. Walking some. Forgive me. Yeah. All I was trying to do. I tried. Was become better. We started that because he reached for a gun. And we had him on the wall. But I'll do it. I'll do it. All right. What are you gonna do?
Thank you, Your Honor. So as part of your review of the body worn camera, did you observe that there was a physical struggle between Elijah McClain and the officers?
Yes.
And is it difficult on the body worn camera to actually see the physical struggle?
Yes, it seems like most of it was not, captured, or at least not captured adequately in this video.
At
Then
that
how do you
point,
know it happened, fool?
medically with Mr. McClain?
Yeah, that was kind of my focus is him. If I saw this in the emergency department, what would I think? And it's difficult to tell who's making what noise on this, but I feel like we pretty consistently hear some grunting.
I won't.
And
Not yet.
heavy breathing.
Agreed.
Could be coming from law enforcement officers or from Mr. McClain. But then he tells us he's having some trouble breathing.
I don't know if that's
another thing
them
that I
or
noticed
me.
is that
I'm
No,
not
that's
sure.
not you. That's not you
that fire
because
video
wait,
and
go
during this
back.
time
Let's see.
We're gonna just let it
it
ride.
became more clear.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
But I
Don't
think
mess
it'd
it
be
up.
reasonable to guess
But
that
I'm pretty
that
sure it
was-
doesn't mess
was
us
on-
up.
was off at some point.
It didn't.
And
Somebody's gonna
from
have
a,
to tell us.
Assessment standpoint, I hear evidence of either dry heaves or vomiting, that kind of sound.
Yeah, thanks,
I
genius.
think it's probably reasonable
don't
to
like
guess
this
since
guy.
we know that he vomited in the mask.
This
that
is
that
the
was
same
Elijah,
guy that we do
even though
like.
Sounds not
No,
a law enforcement officer, and then to assess kind of mental
this
conditions.
doctor?
Yeah, this is the nice Jewish
We don't
boy
get a lot
from
of that
last
early
night.
on when there's
No,
kind of a
you
physical
maybe
interaction
liked him last
in
night.
words,
I
but when
decided
he
I
starts
don't
to
like
speak
him
words,
today.
Well, that's
what he's
okay.
saying seems
You're more than allowed to do that.
Crazy or
I'm not a fan. He
I
was on the
don't
stand
know
last
what the
night
word
too.
would be. He's saying things to try to explain.
This is the guy.
situation, so it seems
He was on the stand all
that
day
his
yesterday
verbalizations are
for the most
appropriate.
part.
And then from
No
a
way.
evaluation of the respiratory status,
He
not
works
only
at
tell us he's
Jewish
having trouble breathing,
National Hospital, I
but,
think.
his words are kind of in short spurts. at
Oh, this
point.
is the guy that was on when
so
I
he's
got
using
off
3
the
or 4
stream.
words
No
and then
way.
has to take a breath in 3 or 4 words. So that's telling us that
Same
he's
guy.
not
I like
hard at
him.
that time.
I like him less
So-
today.
You said that acidosis is too much acid in the blood. Would a physical struggle, what Mr. McClain is having with the officers, cause that?
We know that intense physical struggles cause a degree of acidosis. So probably all the parties involved have some degree of acidosis.
The hell is he still on the
immediately after
stand,
this,
dude?
event.
He's still on direct.
Can you say to
This is nutty.
whether or not Mr. McClain has aspirated at this point?
I can, not directly from that video, but we have audio.
This is-
Exactly.
Of him having been vomiting. And
Look
we
at
have in
KLI's
the mask,
comment. This
emergency
is so
vomit into
true.
the mask, which would only occur if you vomited when you had the mask on at the beginning of this. So I think it's to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that vomiting with a mask on occurred at some point during this time. And when you have
Hi,
the mask on,
Jenny.
even though it's not
Welcome.
super tight, and some of that
Glad
can
you're here,
leak out,
babe.
if you're breathing heavy and you vomit into something around your face, you're going to breathe some of that material into your lungs. So I'm quite certain that he aspirated at least
I like Jenny's
to some
hair.
degree at that point.
She's a redhead.
I know. Super
We like
cute.
redheads.
No, again, we're not measuring, but things like
Yes.
changes in mentation or responsiveness would be a sign of low oxygen. We don't see that yet.
Hey, Dave.
No, if anything, he's breathing more.
Dave,
Appropriate.
$5. Kiss for McKinley.
This was at,
I like
I
that.
skipped a video, so this was
Me
at
too. Where is
12:45.
he?
Probably. I think he's working.
I think
He's got a link. If he can pop in, he will. He knows.
you know,
He
anxious,
knows he's
alert,
welcome.
Inappropriate.
I feel like he's not working.
I was talking to him the other day. He's got a busy couple weeks.
That's so lame.
Yeah, he's got a busy couple weeks, so he's going to be a little harder to pin down for a little while.
Then narrate the video and then we do timing. See what all together.
I didn't know it was we, but
I'm 90% positive it's the same guy.
22:45, not 12:45.
If I'm wrong, I got to change my banner.
Yeah, you said 12:45.
Thank you very much for correcting me.
Yeah,
I will
you
just
do.
say, I think the jury has to have an opportunity to watch
Let me
the
see.
video.
I'm going to go
I
back
don't
and
want
watch.
to interrupt them watching the video with asking questions because they haven't seen this.
Okay, we're moving back into the La Brea, but you can, I'll give you some leeway, but we need to move along.
I understand that, Judge.
Throw the book at him, Judge.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Buther, did you say that at this point?
She's calling him Dr. Buther. It's the same guy. I was right.
Yes.
Oh, I do.
And would you say at this point that he has?
Oh, you're saying this is the same doctor?
Yeah. She called him Dr.
That's
Buther.
likely.
This is a nice guy that we liked yesterday.
Yeah.
What?
And all of his testimony is still saying that
Now,
the
did you hear the officers
EMTs
talk about a
were
carotid hole
wrong.
applied?
Oh,
I don't know if I heard that.
yeah, I
in
wasn't
this
on stream when he
video.
came on.
Instead, I heard them issuing some.
Oh, really?
complaints, but
Yeah.
Okay.
So you learned later
Okay.
on that a carotid hold was applied?
Yes.
And can you
So
tell
this
the
is the
jury
second doctor.
at a
They
high
had
level what a
one
carotid hold is?
that was a dick, and
My
now this
understanding
guy
is that carotid holds
was
an
good.
attempt
Okay.
to just temporarily.
Yeah, they
cut
had
off
no. This is the
blood
third
supply
doctor.
to
It
the
seems
brain. So there's a brief loss of consciousness, and used to help
we had Dr.
severe
Moss
control someone
after
Yeah.
Dr. So and
risk of harming
So.
themselves or others.
Dr. So and so is Dr. Moss. I found his name later.
Well,
Oh,
usually for a period of
Lord.
just
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah.
loss of consciousness,
I'm a
that's
professional,
linked to
McKinley.
a
It all makes
successful
perfect
carotid
sense as long as you don't look at it.
No
hold.
sense.
Wake up after 10 seconds or so. So it's a brief way to interrupt your behavior or resistance or something like that.
Is there an opportunity for Mr. McClain to experience low oxygen because a carotid hold has been applied to him?
Carotid hold wouldn't change oxygen level in the body, but by design, carotid hold would starve the brain of oxygen. This is very brief, so it doesn't damage the brain, but it does cause this loss of consciousness.
Maybe please play Exhibit 106. This is Sergeant Leonard's video cam from 22:46:38 to 22:47:03.
Still playing this on the ground. We had to use carotid. I'm different.
He come out? He's out? Was he out?
Yeah. No. He wasn't completely. He didn't lose consciousness. Yeah. Trying to get my gun.
At this point, Dr. Buther, do you have an opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty what Mr. McClain's condition is after the carotid hold and the struggle?
Well, now he's awake and interacting and talking, so his mental status seems normal, or maybe he's gotten more anxious or more talkative after this event. He's still having some trouble breathing. You hear him speaking in, again, short bursts of words and breathing heavily.
So at 22:46, based on this video, what would you say his medical condition is?
So mental status is normal. The aspiration had occurred, and he's
Is that
still having
right?
trouble breathing, which can be a
Should be.
sign of aspiration
Okay.
or a sign of acidosis.
We'll be
Hi,
here,
Kayla.
Kayla.
Personally
We'll be
vomiting
here, bud.
situation?
There are a lot of different reasons. certainly stress can cause vomiting, stress alone. So some of my medical student colleagues would vomit before a test. Any pressure on the belly, if you had eaten or drinking recently, particularly if the stomach wasn't empty and you had pressure on the belly, that could cause vomiting. Extreme or severe physical exertion can do this. And
Oops.
what happens when
you
you
do it
go
wrong?
swimming or run right after eating is that
I did
my
my response to I'm not Biden.
and you need a
I
lot of
messed
blood
it up.
flow to digest. So your gut needs the blood, but it's starved of blood because it's being used for muscles. And that
I was
can
more
cause
worried about your
the
Cash App
stomach
being
not to
wrong.
work correctly. So
I
vomiting
know.
can actually be a direct result of exercise too soon after eating. And certainly there are drugs and medical conditions that can cause vomiting. In this case, I didn't have any evidence of that.
If somebody
so I haven't
could
presented
put McKinley's
something
link
about the physical
and
exertion
Cash App in a
stress,
post for me, I'll put it in a
of
pinned
the-
comment on the
of the
top of chat.
interaction. There's a thought in medicine that vomiting is a body's way to treat too much acid in the blood. Like if
We
you
got to
vomit
have a
the acid
lesson
in your
after
stomach,
this.
that helps
I
balance
got you,
out
girl. I got you.
acidosis or
Okay,
helps you
thanks.
regulate this. It's not well established. It's true that if you get rid of stomach acid, you can make your acidosis better, but we have no evidence that vomiting is your body's reaction to acidosis. So I think it was probably stress and the physical exertion that caused it.
In the clips that we've seen, did you hear Mr. McClain say
Thank you,
something like, I
Rabbit.
can't breathe?
Yes.
How did you take that statement into your opinion regarding respiratory depression?
I don't know whether I would say him saying he can't breathe would be a sign of respiratory depression. I think that's a sign that his body has asked him to breathe more than baseline. And so he's expressing shortness of breath, which can be caused by a lot of different things. But it could simply
We
be
needed a space there.
that he exerted himself and he's breathing heavily. But it also could be that there's some material in his lungs that are making him feel abnormal.
Uh-oh.
So it's difficult to say, but
No, it's
he's telling
'cause
us
that's
that he's having
spelled
to
wrong.
exert more effort to breathe than normal, and he's concerned.
What's spelled wrong?
Maybe please
My
play
last
the
name.
GIF 104.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Officer Rosenblatt's camera, 2248-33, 2249-15.
Can you flip that camera? I'll do it. I'll do it. Look at this.
We got the wrong Cash App in there, I think, Rabbit. We added a C.
Oh, oh.
And Dr. Breather, was there something about the way that Mr. McClain is talking and the pace in which he's speaking that says something to you about his medical condition?
He's still speaking in fragments, which suggests he's still very short of breath. He's still making sense, but maybe not.
It looks like
not
they
as
have
much
the
as he was
monitor
before,
like
so he's
blurred
starting to get
out
a
so we
little
can't
more
see it.
Tangential, we say, which might mean that he's
It could be.
maybe he's more.
Although
desperate
I don't know why they
so
would do
maybe
it.
he's starting to get a little change in mental status as a result of his.
Or how
condition.
they would
I
do
know.
that.
And when he
Weird.
has a change in mental status as a result of his condition, what does that do?
Well, it can significantly kind of impair his ability to interact with those around him, is maybe the first thing. But it's more of a sign that his medical condition is getting worse. So it's not so much that, he's maybe acting a little less normal, but that could mean that his medical condition is deteriorating. That's the concern, potentially.
And what medical condition would be the reason why he's deteriorating?
Typically, low oxygen would do that.
And is that hypoxia?
Yes, hypoxia.
So this is 2248. What would you want to say as far as his medical condition based on the clip that you just heard?
I would say short of breath. And, I think at this point, it's still a bit of speculation about whether he has hypoxia. So I might put hypoxia ? I think it's something that we need to be concerned about. But at this point, I can't prove that. But I'm getting concerned about it.
Wait,
Will we please play same video, 104,
maybe I should just.
Officer Rosenblatt, and let's take it from
send it.
2250 to 2206 to 2251-34.
Stop. Oh, yeah, sorry. I wasn't trying to do that.
Her Cash App is.
Hold on, I'm going to send it to you in a second. I didn't realize I can do that.
Move your camera.
No, he went for his gun.
Oh my God.
That is, I don't believe that though.
It wasn't on the video. That's 100%.
This is true.
Does anybody have sandy wipes? All right, thanks.
Weird.
You can bend his knees a little bit so he can balance himself.
He's kicking around a little bit. So, yeah.
I'm not missing mine. Are you missing yours? Yours is in the car, right? Your cell phone?
What's up?
Your cell phone is in the car?
I think so. Is it an iPhone?
The red case?
No.
What kind of drugs did you take tonight? What kind of drugs did you take tonight?
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
We need to know, okay?
Good, brother.
Can you find sandy wipes for me somewhere, please?
Uh-oh.
From anybody? Yeah, anything, please.
Now, from this clip, did you form an opinion about what Mr. McClain's medical condition was at this point?
Well, here I think we see more vomiting, or at least dry heaves. This effort to vomit. He was fairly talkative and appropriate at the beginning of that clip, but then was asked questions about drugs and other things, and he didn't seem to be responding as much. So I think there's still this question of whether or not his mental status has taken a step in the wrong direction. He's still short of breath, but there's more episodes of vomiting ongoing.
Is the fact that he's not being responsive, does that tell you anything about his oxygen level?
Well, it could be.
I
that
did it.
that's,
Look at me. Is that right?
Psychiatric or psychological response to stress.
going up
But
weird.
If he were to have suffered low oxygen, that would cause.
I don't think it's right.
So that's certainly possible.
What
How can
about
it
the
not
continuing
be?
acidosis? Would he still be experiencing this, or would the body have sort of been able to recover
It's
from that?
not.
When you get kind of lactic acid build up from
Y'all, I
exercise,
don't know.
It takes many minutes.
Like, it's
to
my
clear,
name.
Particularly longer if you're not moving. So
My name.
This is too early for him to have cleared that acid out of his blood.
At this point, do you think that he is experiencing hypoxia or low oxygen?
I think it's
No
possible. I don't
idea.
know that I'm certain about it yet.
And at this point, do you see him as an agitated patient?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't hear anything from the officers other than sometimes he's moving his legs or something. And I don't see him providing any sort of
I know.
extraordinary or irrational physical movement.
So what would you put at this time? 2250?
I would say he's, in terms of his demeanor, he's calm, still short of breath. Vomiting.
Yeah, I found it. I guessed and found it.
I
How do you not
changed
know
it.
it?
Wait, I just changed it. How do I not know it?
You just had to take away the cash symbol.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's the website, not the
Did
shorthand.
you take into consideration when Mr.
I
McClain
got it,
just
y'all.
changed it though,
answered
but I just
correctly
changed
that
it.
that is something to do with his
Like
medical
when?
condition?
Like
I don't
while
know,
we
I don't
were
overinterpret that. That could
after
just mean
in
that
the last
he's still
30
saying he's short of
seconds.
breath. In my experience with taking care of patients, when I hear
I
can't
changed
breathe
it to
correctly, that's
legally live.
oftentimes.
Oh yeah,
there's
your
something trying
shorthand.
to
Yeah,
say,
you did. Okay.
Yeah.
That something feels different.
Oh, you still
inside
found
them.
it?
Yeah, that link that I posted in
So
private
purely
chat works.
speculation, But if
We don't do that.
we don't want to do that. But it definitely is not as common as just to say I can't breathe. To say I can't
Dude,
breathe
you see
correctly.
that one that
It's
I put
interesting.
in
I don't
private
know what
chat?
it means.
Uh-huh.
I sent
You'll have
that
to go
from
to
the
Exhibit
I just
107.
sent it
I'd like to go on
from
break.
here.
Absolutely, sir.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, folks, we're going to take our mid-morning
Weird.
break at this time. Please
That
recall
is
what I
weird.
mentioned to you every
Dude,
time we
this
break.
guy
That's
needs to
when we're
stop.
expressing the opinion to discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. Like to have you back in the
Prima?
15 minutes.
Hello, darling. I'm so glad that you're watching this. That makes me so happy.
Okay.
Your bestie is the
Hi.
shit. Wendy is amazing.
Where is Prima? Is Prima in the chat?
Prima is at Wendy's house and they're watching us on
Oh,
their TV.
nice. Hi, Prima. On their TV, you think?
That's what she said.
No way. So we're jogging.
Well, in the
right now.
living room, I guess. I guess she didn't say TV. I made that part
I
up.
hope not. I hope it wasn't on the TV. Wait, which one? Elizabeth?
Paste. All right, there's the Cash App.
The bottom one is a sheep and the top one is a goat, right?
Correct. Correct.
It does have, the sheep does have nice ears though. They stick right, like perfectly out.
They do.
Like
the
a
one on
bat.
tops. The one on top's ears are way cooler. They're long and dangly, and they're cute.
You know what they remind me of?
Hmm.
Like those shells that you get on the beach sometimes that look like a shoehorn. Like they're like
a razor
oyster
clam?
shells or something. Maybe it's a razor clam. I don't know.
I'm gonna go with razor clam.
I'm from the Gulf Coast, so we have real nasty shells. On your smart fridge? What? Stop. Hey, I'm not Obama again.
You have a smart fridge?
He has a smart fridge, but he was just complaining about his iPhone 6.
Hey, as long as he's got his priorities, that's
I'm
all that
just so
matters.
confused.
That's funny.
I don't even know what a smart fridge is.
I don't either, to be honest.
No, my mom gave me a puka shell necklace like when I was in high school. She didn't give it to me. I stole it from her. And then I quickly lost it. But it was real puka shells and I loved it. So yes, you're correct, Dave.
I wore puka shell necklaces in like high school.
Yeah, so did I. And
hey, Wolf Kinder, welcome. Glad you're here.
Isn't there another kind of wolf in here?
There's Wolfram and Wolf Kinder.
Okay. I wonder if they're related.
They're Wolfkin. Is that the furry term? Wolfkin, dragonkin, something like that. It was a joke. It was a joke. Wasn't a very good one, but it was a joke.
That one was funny. Like the wolf pack.
There you go. There we go, Rabbit. Thank you so much, babe. She got it.
Oh, thank you. Hey, that makes more sense though, right?
It does. It does. Gutters Pub, hi. Welcome. Glad you're here. Appreciate it.
Gutters Pub. Hey, that's a cool, whatever you call it. Emoji or Avatar.
There you go. That's it.
21 CR 2806. Believe we have the parties and counsel present. As Joyce indicates that there's a matter that we need to discuss prior to the jury. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Two things, Judge. I'm going to object to Ms. Began's continuing talking objections. I think if she wants to say leading or foundation or relevance, but really speaking in objections is not appropriate in front of the jury. And because she's doing speaking objections, I'm doing speaking response, and that's not appropriate either. So I would like to stop both of us doing that. And if the court wants more information, we can approach the bench, but I don't think it's appropriate.
I know that's what I thought you were talking about at first too.
Okay.
Like,
that is what I was talking about at first.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Cooper's expertise and Rule 702. And I've given the court and counsel one case.
I was trying to be
Expert has a
funny.
specialty, such as a toxicologist or an anesthesiologist, to answer a certain question. It doesn't mean that they're not the only expert that can talk about that. And yesterday, Dr. Buther talked about that he was actually on the committee for several years that talked about safety procedures on sedation at the hospital.
Thank you, Rabbit. I appreciate it,
the
babe.
quality of sedation levels and what he needs to do to protect his patients during medical procedures. And certainly, there may be other experts that can testify to sedation and how drugs affect the body. But as a critical care physician and as a person who works in a clinic and as a person who has training in internal medicine, he also has that training. So
why are they doing? Is this in front of the jury?
Give the opinions of the questions that I'm asking, and the case that I just gave the court.
It must not be.
HUNTOON Houghton versus TCI Cablevision of Colorado at 969 P. 2nd 681, a 1998 case, says just that. There are no specific requirements as long as there's training and expertise. And so I agree with the court that there could be other experts that could testify to this.
Wendy lives in California.
It is the people's position
Yeah.
that Dr.
So lucky.
has the required training, and education, and experience.
Debatable.
All right.
I want to go visit you, Wendy.
And I've made my record, Judge, so I appreciate it.
I'm sure she'd have you,
I ha-
actually.
I
Wendy's
have
amazing.
a 4-year-old daughter though, and she's kind of a pain in the ass.
I think we need to try to avoid it.
Aren't they all?
We should either
I
cite the
mean,
rule or a specific objection.
Mine
and
is
then we'll move on from there.
feisty.
All right, we'll bring them back.
Jury's coming back in.
I'm just looking up at these things. What? I don't know.
All right, our jurors have returned. Please be seated. For recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. Parties and counsel are present. Dr. Buther's on the witness stand.
It's almost the same.
Continue.
Almost.
I'd like to continue.
No,
Exhibit
exactly.
107, Sergeant Leonard's body worn camera from 2250.
Dogs are kind of better though.
They're way easier.
Way easier.
Are you on any drugs right now?
You're allowed to put them in a cage.
What kind of drugs did you take tonight?
I mean, you can technically put a kid in a cage. You just might go to
No,
prison.
you're not
for
allowed
it.
to. Yeah.
You might go to prison. Consequences to your actions and all that. But you know,
Problem.
you technically can.
Are you listening to me? Man?
They're little. They can't stop you.
Well, mine is abusive. My child is abusive.
Conversation we heard in the past. It's more in the forefront of this clip. Is the fact that Mr. McClain is not responding a concern to you for his medical condition?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, it's just an abrupt change. And so that means something's going on different and getting worse, not better. Low oxygen is certainly my concern at this point because of his aspiration and his difficulty with breathing.
No, you're not supposed to. You're
I
not.
think it's more like, especially if they're not yours.
If they're not yours, for sure don't put them in a cage.
I would say less responsive.
It was mine. Sorry. I don't know why, but I'm popular today, apparently.
It's just the credit people that call me.
That's exactly it. I should just forward them to Brandon's phone.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a short one. Not going to touch it. What the hell?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's play Exhibit 104. This is Officer Rosenblatt's camera, 2251.
Next one, dope.
5245.
Go.
I wish my kid did that, John.
It was recording. I just shut it off because it's split in half. So something fell out right here on the grass, but I don't know what it was. Probably looks like
You got to throw up, dude?
Yeah.
Throw up right there, okay? Don't throw up on me, though.
We got fire coming, right?
Yeah. I called him when he first went out.
And I don't think he went out, dude.
He like halfway, I think, but hey, dude, relax.
I think he's trying to puke.
Oh, okay. Get it out, dude. Thanks, bro. Get it out.
Did you just swap it up and take care of that?
Nah, I'm good.
Anything? No, we got called to a suspect. He was out here walking around with a ski mask on.
Oh, so y'all need to still pump this up?
Probably just bring it
They
over
make
by
that
me.
sound so
And then,
terrible.
We contacted him. Green.
Now, in this clip, we see, what do you see in this clip that is significant for Mr. McClain?
Don't touch buttons.
He's entirely
Rule number 1, don't touch buttons.
Dude, I've done that when I'm on a live stream before and like restarted
Any
the
opinion regarding his ability to breathe?
I've ended the
opening
stream.
statement.
I've ended
Oh,
a
yeah.
stream with 5 people
At
on
that
the
point,
panel before
we see
on
in the
accident.
beginning of that clip, kind of his whole
I went
chest
to
abdomen
leave studio on my
breathing,
phone,
much deeper
and
and more
it's
quickly than
different,
normal.
and I accidentally hit the
Regarding
end
his
stream
mental status,
button.
Do you see any change in that?
Oops.
He seems much less responsive to law enforcement officers.
Oh, Wendy, you're super nice.
We love Wendy. She's amazing.
I'll make sure
that-
you don't ever meet
like the
her
last
before then.
Video, like, and back.
He's a little monster.
Do you see any evidence of respiratory depression?
No.
Let's go and play Exhibit 106. This is Officer Green's body worn camera, 225509 to 225701.
It's not my birthday, Mr. James. It's
I was
still
like,
not my
what?
birthday.
When is your birthday?
Not till July.
There you go.
Oh, that's a while.
Yeah, yeah.
There, if you keep messing around, I'm gonna bring my dog out. He's gonna dog bite you. You understand me?
He did it the other day too.
Did,
Yeah, that is
that
grotesque.
part really disturbs me.
That was a threat of putting a dog on a handcuffed individual.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, based on the body worn camera, what is the time you see at the top of the screen?
22, 55, 27.
They're so annoying. Oh, happy unbirthday, like the Alice in
Dr. I
Wonderland.
asked you earlier whether or not you
The
observed
Mad Hatter and
anything
the
to the
Yes.
scene.
whatever.
And this still,
The hair and the Mad Hatter. Mad Hatter and the
Yeah.
hair.
something as far as equipment.
My daughter just
there's
met
that,
her in real
orange or red
life.
Piece. I don't
Ooh.
know what that is.
Wendy just recently went to Disney.
Oh, well, we've never been to Disney. This was just like
Did a
at
fire
some
personnel
other
bring something to the scene?
thing.
Oh, that's
I don't know
cool.
who that
Yeah.
personnel is. I just
She
see
also
that
met
there's some
Santa for
brought
the
me.
first time.
Bet
Like
that
a
was
week
exciting.
ago.
Yes,
Could you show the
I wasn't there, but I heard it was.
it's right here.
Thank you. Maybe continue.
Don't do it, dude.
Thank you so much, Wendy. You're amazing. I will
Hi,
talk to you
Wendy.
soon, I'm
When
sure.
we try to stop him.
Yeah, yes, Disney.
No, it's not Jude. Mr. James is being silly.
He speaks English. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
but
see, there you
he's
go.
definitely on something. He's not having okay. At least he wants to stop.
Okay. Stop messing around,
Still out.
So
You've already been told
sad.
several times to stop.
I can't sense myself. Ow. Just leave him there until the ambulance gets in and we put him down.
Rabbit.
Rabbit. Rabbit just gifted 5 memberships.
Okay, I know you're busy, but I need to
Welcome
stop.
to the Goat Herders Gutters Pub. A very merry unbirthday to you. Thank you very much. Mr. James Firefly, Princess Cammy, Center of the Universe 76, and Jasmina D. Welcome to Goat Herders, y'all. Thank you so much, Rabbit. You're amazing.
Stop fighting
You
us.
have the best chat. Seriously.
They're pretty awesome.
They are.
They really are.
I just want to let you know, yeah, we did that.
You all got new emojis.
What do you see happening
play with
medically
them now.
Mr. McClain?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot.
I don't know what exactly is happening medically. He's making grunting noises. I don't know whether that's a response to pain or whether he's also maybe having some more dry heaving or vomiting. He did speak a clear sentence there about I can't fix myself, so he's still able to get out a reasonable sentence. Curious what that means, but so he's speaking. He might be a little
Curious
bit,
what that
more
means.
awake and interactive than in the last video. And
It
still
means I
struggling with something
can't do
and
what
maybe
you're
grunting
asking.
noises.
Did you hear him say something along the lines of, I'm trying, please help me?
Yeah, I
Yes.
did.
And does that inform your medical opinion at all?
I think that and the I can't fix myself is just him trying to communicate his situation, I guess. You know, if he's a patient, he's trying to tell me what's going on, I guess.
And based on your review of all the BWC, the body worn camera, do you know whether or not the statement, I'm trying, please help me, was his last statement?
I don't know that for sure. I think this is one of the last kind of full statements that we heard from him.
Body worn camera at 2250. What would you put down as?
This seems a little excessive, honestly, but
That he's still
it's probably effective.
struggling with breathing.
Man, I
What?
can't
You mean all this direct?
Yeah, well, this much of it at least, yeah. The doctor
Nah,
going
dude, this
over
is
what he's saying in his videos. It doesn't really have any medical bearing, in my opinion, but I get what they're doing.
yeah, but they should have jumped to this like yesterday. Why are
Yeah.
we still on the same dude? This
At
is
time when he
ridiculous.
says the statement,
Yeah.
I'm trying, please help me. Did you see anyone address that?
See, I would have objected the last one for speculation.
No, I did not.
Oh, but you're allowed to
Exhibit 105, Officer Green.
do that when
runs
you're
on
an
2257-45.
To speculate.
Yeah.
I don't think
You're
he's
allowed
been.
to give
And the other one,
opinion testimony. He
Oh,
is
you
an
got him?
expert.
Was he qualified as an expert?
I believe so.
his? Yeah, that's all.
Right? He's an expert.
Okay, it was very minor.
When the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and give
All the
I
cops
don't
are
know. I
okay.
could be wrong. I didn't even know who the dude was.
be.
How many times are we going to listen to the same
Kid, did you hear on that whether or not one of the paramedics talked about ketamine?
I think I missed that.
Let me go back.
Oh, play it again.
Yeah.
It was used, okay, it was very minor.
when the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go.
Consequences. Oh, right.
Okay, I did hear when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give it some ketamine.
Can you just tell the jury what time we're looking at?
22:57:25.
Perfect. I appreciate it, thank
I don't know what that would be.
whenever he's on,
All right. Bye.
he has incredible strength.
Yeah.
Was that
I had
rabbit?
him in a bar hammer behind his back. And his arm was above his head. And he was
Don't say her name.
Anybody that can relieve me for a
I'm
second?
not.
Okay, if it is.
But thank
uh,
you for reminding me of that
Peter,
because I
what would
am
you say?
super
Regarding Mr. McClain being agitated
ditzy.
patient. Do you see that?
Action here on leading.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Do you see Mr. McClain's
Sweet.
physical movements in this clip? Just yes or no?
No,
Do you see Mr. McClain's or hear Mr. McClain's emotional or intellectual status in this clip?
we don't hear very much.
In your opinion, is he an agitated patient in this clip?
Well, just ask the opinion, so overall.
That means you can answer.
No,
He's not an agitated patient.
correct.
Okay, so what would you put out? 2257?
Yes, at 2257, I guess we can say not agitated.
Valkyrie had an interview today, and it
That's
went
what I was
well.
wondering.
It went
That's
well.
okay.
So the
Or what are you taking notes?
the wife wanted to meet
It
her
was around the same time.
before it was officially a offer, right? And they were planning on meeting like days from now, and apparently it's happening right now. So they're clearly excited about it. I'm excited about
Is
it.
that fair?
Congratulations,
Yeah.
Valkyrie. And
I would like to continue.
Wait, what happened? She got it?
well, I'm guessing that it's going that way. It's not official yet, but it sure appears that that's the direction that's
Is
happening.
it? Thank you. I must go
Something
down.
happened
The
on
next
my
play is
chat.
Until 22:00:08.
What'd you do?
Hold on. I don't know. I'm gonna fix it.
Noise down for a second.
All right, kick his legs up. Yeah, well, or yeah, if he keeps on, we'll do that.
It froze.
That could be a
Please, Judge.
StreamYard thing.
I'm sorry. Tell her what-
Yeah. But no, I was. It was on YouTube.
Oh.
You do your chat on. You only chat on your StreamYard.
I have StreamYard up,
Yeah.
which is where I usually chat, and then I have YouTube Studio up as well.
Okay. It's like
Mine is
way
working,
slower
so
on
pretty good for me.
StreamYard, though. You know.
All right, looks like it's
A little
loading
bit.
again.
It's like a half second behind for me.
So just for the record, we're still on Exhibit 105, Officer Green, body worn camera. Could we continue to play?
Okay. Noise down for a second.
All right, kick his legs up. Yeah, well, or yeah, if he keeps on, we'll do that.
All right.
Yay!
We're trying to keep him on his side here, but he keeps fighting us. So. Stop, dude. Don't do it. We haven't even got that far yet, man.
He's like saying stuff and holding his arm in. And like, I don't know what that is.
My knee's on his elbow, dude. He ain't going anywhere. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything. We haven't got to that far yet.
I don't remember feeling Okay, yeah, 500.
Don't do it.
You do.
Dr. Breather, we just heard a sound from Mr. McClain. Based on your medical training and experience, what did that sound mean to you?
I think it's likely that that may be another episode of vomiting or attempts to vomit.
Nothing on his legs, right? No. I'm gonna come back this way.
Let me leave you again for a minute, if you're okay with that. All
Oh yeah, I'm okay with that.
right, let me go. Do the husband thing for a second.
Oh, is she still there? Okay.
Yeah, she's about to leave
Okay.
shortly.
All right. Tell her good luck.
Will do. I think she's listening. I think you just did.
He can breathe. He can breathe. I just have his arm pinned behind his back. That's it.
I forget how this works in real life.
At this point, Dr. Breather, what's going on medically with Mr. McClain?
So he kind of remains on this.
I
on the
did
ground,
pop out the chat.
restrained.
It's like
Uh,
in its own
Sometimes
window.
he's kind of
It's whole
starting
other
to
screen.
fall more face down, and sometimes he's really more on his side. It's actually really hard to keep somebody on their
Yeah,
side.
no, they were mad at him for vomiting, and they're like, "Oh,
but I think medically,
give me a white."
as they're moving him back and forth, he's really sedated at this point. He's not. There's not very much movement where he had opportunity to move. He's not verbalizing, although during this time they're not asking him a lot of questions. So he seems pretty calm and less talkative. This would be the goal of sedation where he is right now.
But at this point, has ketamine been given?
No.
So why, when you use the term sedation, what are you referring to?
Well, with a patient anyway, like in a hospital.
referring to the
context,
fact that
you're
they
trying
choked
to
him
relieve
out.
anxiety and calm movement.
Am I not supposed to say
and
that
make
on
people
stream?
somewhat less aware of what's going on. And so while medicine hasn't been given, this is kind of, this type of person could be cut and pasted into the procedure room and they would be at the goal of sedation, in that he's not as he's not moving around as much as he was before. He's not talking as much as before and seems much more calm.
What about your opinion regarding, is Elijah McClain an agitated patient at this point?
He's not agitated.
So, like this,
Hi, Jacob.
2300, what would you say?
Not agitated. Maybe instead of using the word sedated with the ED, since we haven't given a medication, I might say sedate, SEDATE. Describes more a way of being.
Okay.
Correct.
Who knew? Look at my crazy hair.
And I'm going to come back to 2259 in just a minute. Let's continue to play this until 23:03:51. And once again, we're on exhibit 05. Officer Green, body worn camera.
You're not supposed to tell us that, Obama.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that. So if you take his foot and angle it outwards, and put pressure on his ankle. He almost did a push-up with all three of us on his back.
He almost did a push-up with all three of us on his back. That is such a lie.
In the right shoulder.
You want shoulder or ass? Ass is right here, man.
We'll give that a couple of minutes. We'll see if that works. And then if it does,
Yeah.
Right. Right, Lord Bynum.
You guys back away.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kicking you, man.
No, we're good.
I don't want him to kick you again. Mind you, he was kicking when he was dry heaving. And like sedate. Oh, I just messed up my camera. Oh my gosh, Obama. You might need sleep.
Drive your knuckles right there. You don't have to put pressure until he moves. All right.
We got 500 Ketamine? Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Just rub it right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
If he fights?
Dr. Buther, can you tell us the time in which ketamine was administered?
What about behind his ears?
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works. And once it is, we'll go ahead. If you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him. We'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're going to uncuff him, put him on the bed.
So I wanted to ask you regarding Mr. McClain's position at the time that administration of ketamine. Are there any concerns from a medical point of view, what position he's in when he is given ketamine?
I don't know. He's a little more face down, but his nose and mouth are free, so it's not like there's any obstruction there. But it is a little bit of an odd angle where he would have a little bit more difficulty breathing because he can't really move that left side of his chest that's down. And this video is a little different in that you see several people kind of holding him down at the time, and so that limits his ability to cough or move.
Which
And
were
it's
not
stricken from a medical
EMTs.
point of view that he's no longer moving and no longer talking.
Well, here I think at the beginning we actually saw him move a little bit more than the video before. So it might be difficult to say sedate when he's moving around there on this section of the video, but definitely less interactive and less movement than we saw at the beginning of the whole sequence.
And based on your training and experience, at this point, does Mr. McClain need ketamine?
No, not based on my training and experience.
What would you like to put at this junction?
I would say, restrained. and marked that around this time he was given ketamine.
I've written restrained and ketamine administered. Is that fair?
Yes, I think in this video we also see that he is still breathing. He's breathing perhaps adequately, we could presume. So we see reasonable efforts to breathe ongoing.
Would it be fair to say still breathing?
Yes.
Can we continue to play this exhibit 105, Officer Green, until 23:03:51?
We're having some problems with the projector 1 second.
Yo, this jury's just going to be like, whatever you say, I'm sick of listening to you. This has been like 2 full days.
And then we're going to restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
No, you're okay. I got it.
Ridiculous.
You guys have any extra gloves on you?
My back pouch right here, dude.
Okay.
They're extra large, just so everybody can fit them. But
Just to fill you in, who was contacted by walking down the street wearing like a wrestling mask or something like that. But all these guys to get him down and he's an in, he was pushing. And no pain compliance, they were like completely left out. Slim is still fighting. He's still fighting when we got here. He's super diaphragmatic, attack part. So I was excited to know that's why I was getting the 5 of ketamine. We had no idea it's part of that's all. So we're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's snoring.
It's ready. We'll go ahead and uncuff and take him up to you. Is he in custody or?
yeah,
I'm sure you will be.
I'm sure he will be, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Just like the hospital staff now.
If he's not already.
All right. How's he? Seem a little.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him on his side and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay.
If we can.
Okay. So you guys want to do that?
You had talked a little bit earlier this morning about his condition after the ketamine and your concerns. Is that what you were talking about this period of time?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did you see anyone, paramedic or otherwise, trying to do?
No,
an assessment during this
exactly.
period of time
I'm
after
sure
ketamine?
he will be.
A couple of things here.
I'm sure he will be.
The first was the
For what?
snoring. The other is that someone asked how he's doing, and I heard this kind of slap.
Real sketch answer.
And the lack of response, either visually or it is not mentioned. So they did this assessment to see, was there a change after the medication, I presume. And so at this point, he's snoring and not responding to light
Snoring.
stimuli, which on that continuum of sedation is deep sedation. So this defines that he's in deep sedation at this point.
And when you talk about deep sedation, what concerns do you have from a medical condition as far as Mr. McClain's ability to be able to protect his airway?
So that's a situation where there's a significant reduction in the ability to cough, get material out of the lungs, or breathe adequately.
And what about
He was
his way
snoring.
that he's being given his
Yeah, that's
position,
what happens when you're
administration of
trying to
ketamine?
breathe
Is
and
there
you're
anything about that that you would like to add that you haven't already said?
Well,
accidentally
it's not the
inhaling
worst position.
vomit.
It's not the best position. Deep sedation.
At least it's a Hollywood jump.
What is that?
He's in the military, obviously.
Yeah.
A
Exhibit
Hollywood
116,
jump
this is
is
Sergeant
just
Nunez.
the jump without
Body worn
gear.
camera,
So you don't have all the
225909
weight,
to
the rucksack and
230114.
weapon. You just jump
It's
with
somewhat
your
of a different
uniform,
angle.
basically, in the parachute.
Is this just for like practice or?
So when you're in an airborne unit, you have to maintain so many jumps a year.
Yeah.
So if you need to jump in, you got to get in
That's
one.
scary.
I went through school. I went through airborne school.
You know where your camera is?
So I've got 5 military jumps.
Really?
Yeah, they call me.
Did
Yeah. In a minute, once this
jump out of like an airplane or a helicopter or something?
An airplane.
Then we're going to
Yeah.
restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
They call us 5 jump chumps because all we do is our 5s for the school, and we didn't go to an airborne
And
unit.
you're like
We've already
done.
talked about what's happening
Yeah.
at this time period, but from this angle, is there anything that you would like to add regarding Mr. McClain's medical condition?
No.
I want to go back.
See,
response.
That's
What?
why I asked if there was anything
Oh.
additional that you wanted to add, and he said no.
All right, where are we going now?
I'm going to talk a little bit about.
Are you
the statement
ever
Mr.
gonna
McClain made
stop,
and ask about
woman?
whether or not this fits
Really?
the definition of agitated patient.
She just keeps going.
He wants to talk about agitated patient. We already
Hold on.
talked about that.
I would like to play Exhibit 102. This is Officer Rodima's body worn camera, 224415.
Hasn't all of this already been entered?
Yes,
And I'm sorry,
I mean, we've
Officer
already
Rodima,
talked
I
about
suppose
it.
it was.
We've already seen it.
You guys.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Dr. Victor,
So
what is your opinion as
effed
far as
up.
McClain representing as an agitated patient in this clip?
I think it's hard to say, honestly. I feel like if there's ever an argument for agitation, it might be this clip. It seems like everybody's agitated.
MG Law, hey,
based on
buddy.
What's going on from this video?
You popped in when I was
And if
gone.
you had to compare this clip with at the
I know.
time before Mr. McClain was given
It's up a little bit.
ketamine, what is the two difference in his behavior?
It's very different. So that could be
Yeah,
something we would
wow.
call agitation. But then right before ketamine, he's restrained, but he's not really moving or talking.
I must have blocked MG Law
How dare you?
on accident, obviously.
So I guess YouTube lesson number 1 after this stream is how to unblock somebody.
Exactly.
It's short. We're gonna let it ride.
Yeah, I don't see MG Law anywhere. Crazy. You know, my daughter always, like, when I'm watching a live stream though, she always starts pushing buttons on the phone. And like I've noticed a lot of times she's like blocked random people. But I see him now.
Okay.
No
Then you
idea.
didn't block him.
I didn't
Maybe
block
you
you.
just missed it.
So I'm going to come back with my question and ask you from a medical sense, is there a difference between what we just viewed on the clip versus?
Oh, that's a
Ah,
good
damn, you're right.
Yes, like clinically, there's a big change from someone who appears almost agitated to someone who is not agitated.
Newbie.
rookie mistake.
Yeah, just one moment, Your Honor.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask you, you had previously described
Yep.
that your opinion involved aspiration.
Thanks.
How does aspiration fit into your opinion regarding cause of death?
Aspiration is kind of an aggravating factor that increases the risk of breathing problems. So the presence of aspiration, to some degree, increases the risk of administering a sedative medication or doing a procedure.
It's very peaceful. I will give him that.
So,
It's very
there's
peaceful
a
up there.
chance that if someone is going to have breathing problems, that they might be worse and more severe.
In your opinion, did aspiration, was it a cause of
Like
death
if you
for
already
Mr.
pulled your
McClain?
chute, right?
No, it was a contributing
So
factor.
the military jump
What is the
static,
difference medically
which
from
means
a
that
contributing
your
factor to the
parachute is
primary
connected
factor?
to a
Yeah, that's a
rope
good question.
that's
What
connected
we
to
mean by
the
that is
plane.
that,
So when you
that
jump out of the
contributing factor by
plane, it
itself
pulls the
was
chute
not
almost
likely to
immediately
cause
within the
death,
first like 4
but that
seconds.
it
You don't really have
made
to
death
do
more
anything.
likely
And then let's
than
go of the
primary
rope.
factor, in this case, the
Yeah, it pulls the plane's got the rope to it and it's stuck to a certain part of the parachute, and then as you fall, it
Was acidosis a contributing
Then
factor
there's
to
like-
Mr. McClain's death?
then there's like
yes, it was.
you
Was
know
it a primary?
100 of these
No.
tethers flopping out of the
Hypoxia.
door of the airplane till they land.
The hypoxia that we.
Or I guess the jump
we
masters would
did
probably
that
pull them in. I
person
don't know.
had
I don't know how
before
that
ketamine
works.
Was a
Never
contributing
landed
factor.
in it after I jumped.
Was it a primary factor?
No.
Okay.
How do you connect?
They pull it and it like releases.
cause of
They're
death.
not still
As a
hooked to the
contributing
No,
factor.
well,
Okay.
ideally,
What
I mean,
clarified-
accidents happen, but
What
you
I'm
know,
meaning by this is that when he has
if everything goes correctly, then yeah, it
and
releases.
position on the ground, he's not able to breathe as adequately as he needs to recover.
That's
And
pretty
that's
cool.
what I'm calling respiratory depression. Then when he's given ketamine, there's further advancement of that respiratory depression leading to respiratory arrest. And it was the ketamine causing the respiratory arrest to be the primary cause of death.
We've already said all of this.
All of it, dude. Like
Do you have
so
an
many
opinion
times.
based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Elijah McClain would have been better off if the paramedics had never arrived and given him ketamine?
We've already done this.
Rephrase.
Do you have an opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical
Was it
certainty?
the ketamine that
if the
killed him?
paramedics
Yeah,
never
duh.
arrived?
I think that's difficult to say because he needed medical attention right there on the ground before he was given ketamine. He needed emergent medical attention at that point. So I would have called 911 if I saw him like that at that moment to try to get some help and get him to a hospital.
But they were 911.
So I don't think the right answer is to not have paramedics. The right answer was not to give the ketamine.
Oh.
No further questions?
Questions at this time.
Thank God.
How about the cops should not have lied to the EMTs and made them think they needed to give ketamine? How about that?
Well, it's still on the paramedics to make that assessment. I mean,
Not
you take the-
necessarily if they were completely lied to.
they're still part of their job is to assess.
Still morning.
That's the first thing they need to do, and they
Don't
failed
F
that
with my
part.
job
We have a lot
here,
of ground
man.
covered, so I'm going to try to perhaps go back and start a little where we started yesterday. Dr. Buther, I want to go over a little of your primary education and background. My understanding is your clinical interest is primarily, well, what it's held out as is asthma, COPD, and complex chronic airway disorder, correct?
No,
So when that's on the National Jewish website describing what you do for a living, they're wrong?
correct.
Okay. And the research interest
Well, that
that your
backfired.
employer holds you out as is information systems, is that
That
correct?
did. She should have talked to him before.
No, that's not correct or up to date either.
Okay, so again, your employer got it wrong. Your prior publications, maybe we got this
No,
one right.
maybe
They
she's
were
going to
in
push
severe
this.
asthma, obesity and asthma, body mass plus glucocorticoid response with asthma, and overweight, obesity, and incident
She's
asthma.
coming
Is that
hard.
right?
But he's probably got
It's
so
not
many more.
reflective of reality. It's those are publications from over 15 years ago.
Okay,
So it's out of date. That's all. It's accurate, but out of date.
you've never worked as a paramedic, correct?
Correct.
You have never
Well,
worked on
duh.
ambulances, correct?
Correct.
You have never worked as an ER doctor, correct?
No, she's feisty.
Yeah.
I like her.
No, I
She's
worked in
going-
ER,
she's
but
going
as
hard.
part of training, not as an ER
Yeah.
doctor.
She has
Right.
to.
I mean, as part of your undergraduate, well, medical school training, you do all the rotations and go through all the different areas.
You got it.
So similar to us, you wouldn't want me doing tax advising. When you got board certified, we heard you were board certified in pulmonology, right?
Yes.
Critical care.
Yes.
I think there was systematics, something along.
Informatics, more about systems.
Okay, informatics. And those are the three primary areas you're board certified in. Was there a fourth?
There was a fourth, internal medicine.
That's right. That's the underlying that you initially did your residency in before the fellowship.
Yes.
Okay. And I understood, and it makes a lot of sense, that in medicine, much like law, everything has gotten much more drilled down on specialties, areas of focus these days.
Yes.
So we're seeing, you know, what somebody might have done 50 years ago is general medicine. Today, it's much more honed in and specialized.
But we still have general medicine. It's just the extent to which you can carry out that is a little bit more limited.
Sure. So you're not board certified in emergency medicine, correct?
Correct.
You're not board certified in pre-hospital care.
Correct. I don't know if that's even a board certification, but
Well, I think we'll find out. You're not board certified in anesthesiology.
correct.
You're not board
Feisty.
certified in toxicology.
Correct.
You're not board certified in forensic pathology.
Correct.
You're not board certified in cardiology.
Correct.
And you're not board certified in neurology or neurophysiology.
Correct.
So understandably, at times you may work in these
Dude,
very
she's
areas.
intense.
There are specialists in those areas. National Jewish has a lot of specialists in those areas.
This guy was
Emergency
absolutely
medicine,
devastating
correct?
for her defendant.
Okay.
No, for
So-
sure. And he went on way too effing
You
long.
work up, you said patients come from all over the world to National Jewish, and you work them up and they can have complex situations, right?
Yes.
And they sometimes show up with suitcases full of paperwork so you can help them figure out what's going on, right?
Yeah.
And oftentimes they've been being told for years that their situation is something different than what you ultimately conclude it is, right?
Yes.
And they've been getting medications lots of times for those conditions that they've been being told of for years that they had. And in fact, that was wrong.
Yeah, that does happen.
Those doctors that were giving them those medicines, they were trying their best. I think I heard you say, right?
Yeah, there's a mix. There's some outstanding docs out there who just aren't working in the right environment, and then there's some doctors who maybe aren't. Not everybody gets an A.
Fair enough. That's true. And I bet you got a lot of A's.
Well, I think we can take a mediocre doctor and put them at National Jewish, and they do pretty well.
Okay. So you reviewed Mr. McClain's medical history before you gave your opinions, correct?
Yes.
And that included his historical information, right?
Why
Yes.
can't I
To the
tag
extent it was
Obama?
Correct.
You're aware that shortly after birth, the records reflect that they thought he might have cystic fibrosis.
I remember seeing that.
That's a very serious lung disease that kills kids. Well, now they make it much further.
Not anymore, thanks.
Yeah, we've extended life significantly. But that's a very serious lung situation.
It is.
Oh, actually, I can't either.
You were aware that he was diagnosed
Thank
with
you.
a heart murmur.
Oh,
first,
but
and continued to persist
okay,
for many, many
he
years, right?
switched accounts
I
again.
heard about
I'm not
heart
Biden
murmur
right
first,
now.
But I didn't see detailed records of that being an active problem.
So you
Nuh-uh.
heard about it. Who did you talk to hear about it?
Oh, I
Right
don't know
now?
what the hell it is.
It was reflected as a historical element in the
Oh.
medical record.
So
Yeah,
you read
dude.
about it. Okay, fair enough. I misspeak to you.
I can tag. I'm not
You
Biden,
were
but I can't tag.
aware
I'm not
he has been
Obama.
hospitalized
I know,
numerous
right?
times throughout his
That's weird.
youth for asthma, up to 4 times in 1 year.
Maybe there's a space.
That was not in recent times.
Fair
Yeah.
enough, but you're aware he had been hospitalized numerous times.
Yes.
You were aware that at 13 years old, he was
That's strange.
hospitalized, and in those records, they said he hasn't had a lot of consistent care. Fair enough.
That's fair enough.
And that happens. You see a lot of patients where
What happened?
Go ahead. Make my day.
Yay! Yay! It's Ronnie!
It's who?
Ronnie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This guy. You're talking about this
I'm
guy.
like, this tiny little picture of you totally looks like him.
I think it's pretty spot on. What do you guys think?
I'm gonna be shaving today, so they'll Reloaded and Danielle, and C Swept. There's no more of this. It's all gone.
It's December 1st, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm kind of lazy.
Well, that's fair. I get that. That makes sense.
What I miss? Did I miss anything?
You've missed the state finally saying that she had no further questions after literally an entire day of testimony.
Dude, a day? It's been a day and almost 2 days.
So they're going into deliberations?
No. We're on
No.
cross.
Yeah,
sorry.
we just now got to cross of this expert.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the defense lawyer
Feisty.
with the broken legs is feisty. She cried.
So
So that's
the
where
one
we're
that
at.
carries the thing up.
Yeah.
What is that thing?
Yeah.
The
Walker up.
thing. Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Good. We need some
They're not
feist. We need some feist.
permanent for
We got
radios,
it.
right?
We got it.
And they're not on medications for whatever the reasons are. People have legitimate and
Put your
other
little
reasons.
screen
right?
cover up.
If it's active
Mhm.
and they're not on
Thank you.
medications, that reveals
Thank you.
itself in recent
Thank you.
Sure.
events, right? And if they're not on medications
Oh.
but not having those events, then it's no longer an active issue.
So when he shows up and he's admitted with a collapsed lung,
See?
that'd probably be.
I don't know what that
pretty active,
means.
That's a different type of
A
problem.
bag of
wouldn't it? So
vinegar.
he was
I
admitted
don't
with a
imagine. I
collapsed
don't
lung
imagine it's a
and
compliment.
I love vinegar.
asthma.
Yeah.
Wasn't on
Yeah, but you're also a vegetarian, you weirdo.
I don't recall.
This is
if
true.
You could show me the records of that he wasn't on medications.
Hey,
at the time.
Traveling
I
Fools.
don't recall.
That, if that's what the admission document
Traveling
says,
Fools
he
is
was
driving
demonstrating
through
medication
Atlanta,
and
listening to
disability.
us. He said,
Should
And
stop
then
by the young
later,
thug
2
trial.
years, and again, he was hospitalized again with issues surrounding his asthma and no medications. Do you remember that? At 17?
Okay.
Yeah, that was what, 5 years before this event.
Right. So again, there was a period of no.
Mr.
treatment,
James,
and then
why
again,
wouldn't you just put
a
the
serious
LOL
health
in
situation
chat? Why would you text me LOL? Just put it in
And
chat.
in between the last 5 years, there were, there wasn't another hospitalization for anything lung related that you saw, right?
Correct.
So when you have a history where there is known heart issues, a murmur at
Okay,
birth,
but
and
this
several of those
makes-
hospitalizations, there's
he's
tachycardia,
attractive.
there is concern.
I didn't hear any of that.
You can be both. They said he's a douchebag. And I said, yeah, it might be true, but he's also attractive. Like, you can be both.
You talking about me? What?
We're talking about
No,
Ronnie.
Ronnie.
But yeah, basically you too, I guess.
I think she just called you a douchebag.
Since I
Call
said,
me a douche.
no, no, no,
But
no,
it-
no,
but an
no.
attractive
They said-
douchebag.
No, they
Wow,
said Ronnie.
man.
No, 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 no,
She
no.
also
no,
said
no,
she liked
no.
vinegar, so who knows, man? This chick's all over the place, dude.
True. No,
She
no,
can't-
no, no.
I mean,
They,
calm down. It's okay.
they said Ronnie was a
It's
douchebag,
okay.
and I said, yeah, but he is attractive.
I love it.
Yeah, my name's not Ronnie though. What'd you say?
Back to the trial.
I just said you
That's
look like him.
representation
You
for
don't
someone
act like
considered
him.
Significant heart issues in his
I
record.
love
So
it.
in his records, you would say
I
that
love
the
it.
presence of the heart murmur showing up throughout his pediatric records is not a significant issue. because
McKinley,
you're
you're my
familiar with
favorite. You're stuck
I'd
here.
love to explain what a
Do you
heart
really
murmur
like her?
is oftentimes associated with a normal.
No, I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm just asking
You
if
can send
would
me a
say that
message
did it
and let me
resolve
know.
itself, or it's, in your opinion, it's
Yes,
not
it
something
is.
that's
loves
something we
me.
need to be concerned about.
It's
I
not
love
material.
it.
It doesn't sound like it was associated with anything clinical, so it may have been,
I
it may have
do.
resolved, or it may have not been associated with any heart problem.
And presence or absence of tachycardia throughout those hospitalizations could be situational or could be something more. Fair enough?
An expected event to have an elevated heart rate when you're admitted with an asthma
Sure,
exacerbation.
sure. So you got a history of some heart things that correspond with some lung things, and a long history of lung things. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. So when we shift to kind of the present time, weren't you initially contacted by the Attorney General's office to
It's so
assist
fun.
the forensic pathologist in identifying whether or not there were some agonal breaths? Isn't that why they reached out?
I don't recall it to be that specific. It was more general, as I recall.
So, and you don't remember it was those 2 breaths on the gurney that you said reflected respiratory depression. You don't remember being asked, are those agonal breaths?
Those were that. So
Hearing
that was
breaths.
my
What's
attempt when I was presented with this.
She's talking about chicken.
to assess, and so I was trying to get a respiratory rate out of it as the doctor, and that one moment was the only time I really had enough information to try to estimate that.
Okay. And your conclusion was those were not agonal breaths.
Correct.
And you said it was, I believe that the respirations were 12 to 15 a minute, somewhere in that range.
Based on
2.
2 breaths, and so my full opinion was that those 2 breaths were a crude estimate, and that was in the context of stimulation, which would drive that up. And that was still very inappropriate because we saw he was breathing 30 times a minute just before.
So actually you did see he was breathing 30 times a minute shortly before, right? You
Well, I just saw today, yeah.
Oh, so you that quickly, just watching it on the video?
I was paying attention to the video, and it looked like it was kind of in the 24 to 30, about every 2 seconds, sort of.
Dude, this guy's a
beat.
liar.
So, he did have some significant, pre-ketamine.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, that's curious because I've got.
He's a liar.
7
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Remind counsel and the witness, I have one court reporter. Do not speak over one another, please.
We're having a
Judge
conversation
pulled
about
out the
the
daddy
court,
voice.
sorry. So we've had 7 different.
Dude, I hate when
Well, let me back up.
judges
You've
do that to
testified
female
3
attorneys,
times
though.
to this investigation, right?
Female defense attorneys,
Actually,
specifically.
4 times, once in 2021.
Okay. Well, this being the 4th.
Oh, gotcha, yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
So you're
And
a
you've
female
written
defense attorney?
3 reports.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
And
got that.
you've gone through body worn cameras. I don't know if you reviewed them. Let me rewind. Reviewed them before court this time. But prior to the last court, I think it was at least 10 hours worth of reviewing them.
Yeah, the bulk of that in 2021, and then again earlier in 2023.
Fair enough.
Not before this trial.
Okay. But then either today or today, you were able to just observe and count it and give us a respiration rate, right?
Well, I was curious. I think that was probably not something as accurate, or I don't feel as confident about it to put it down in writing.
Fair enough. But you were able to do it and said a short time before that it was 30. How fast was it?
I'm confident it was more than 15, I guess is my point.
Okay. And when you give somebody medication to help them calm down, it probably is going to slow them down a little bit, right?
Sure.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the stuff you've testified to so far. And I'm going to kind of flip through.
Let's do it.
You have been out of critical care for 5 years, you said, approximately?
Approximately 5 years, yes.
But you said you do sit on with the systems. You do a lot of QA and QI. Is that quality? What does that stand for?
Quality assurance, trying to prevent problems, and quality improvement, which is to try to change the system going forward.
Gotcha. And by systems, we mean kind of the whole healthcare system, the medical system. Is that what systems? You're not talking about like the computer system.
That can be part of it, but it's also people and teams.
Okay.
It's a team sport.
Is this historically what it might have been referred to as an M&M?
Not really, no. It's a joint commission requirement that.
Oh,
under
this
the
guy,
executive
see?
committee possible
So much less likable
subcommittees
on
that
Cross.
Credential doctors to make sure they're the right people,
Sure.
do all these different things. And pharmacy committee, this is one of those committees that's required by joint commission.
Gotcha. So what's an M&M?
That's a conference called.
It's a
Morbidity
candy.
and Mortality, where people review.
That melts
It's a
your
wrapper.
mouth on your hand.
Adverse outcomes to.
It's a wrapper.
McKinley
Try to
Molosson.
share that experience. So everyone
Molosson.
can learn from it,
Molosson.
maybe do better in the future.
Molosson.
Fair enough. That's how medicine has improved so
Molosson.
much. Part of how
I think I
medicine
said
has
it
improved
right.
so much is
Silent N.
viewing when there's tragic outcomes or bad outcomes or things.
Silent N?
Yes.
And that's part of
Oh.
when you're doing
Molosson.
business with the hospital, right?
Yes.
And
What
you
is
also
that?
testified that you have
Well, we can-
testified
you
before. Now,
say
I
that
wanna
word
be
with a
clear this
silent
story.
N?
This is the first criminal investigation.
My
you've ever
last name with
testified
a
as an
silent
expert in,
N.
correct?
Molassa.
Third.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
part of the same investigation.
Where's
correct?
it from?
So the first criminal
Cajun.
investigation you
like
Cajun,
French.
got it.
And really, most of the
Interesting.
other stuff has been, I think it was one case where you were a fact witness for a patient.
Yes.
So somebody is your patient and you get a subpoena to talk about what they came to you with.
Yeah, that was back in 2011.
Okay. And then other than that, it's been mostly in the area of medical malpractice, which is a civil case, correct?
Correct.
Where there's money at issue and somebody's looking at what's at issue and what happened.
Correct.
Okay. You have never been qualified as an expert in criminal court outside of this investigation.
Correct.
Okay. And when you look at evolving, like as National Jewish looks at how to improve its systems going forward, what are some of the things you factor in? Judge, I'm just going over some of the stuff he was qualified on and information they elicited. I'm not going forward on this.
I'm not overly objection at this point.
But evidently you can say it without the
Question,
end.
and I honestly don't know how
Obama.
to answer it.
Okay. So I think you've certainly seen cases at the hospital where there have been bad outcomes. Fair enough?
Your last name.
These words.
Melissa.
Again, I wanted to go into what he put
Without the
forward
end.
and that people
Yeah.
elicited in terms of his resume and how it was relevant in this case. Dr. Buther, I believe you were kind enough to share your own experience in a situation where there was an aspiration in the hospital. Do you remember that?
What happened?
Should you can approach?
I blame you.
What's going
I
on?
blame you.
I didn't do that. I didn't touch anything. What's happening?
Sidebar.
You're good
I'm
at
not
that.
paying any attention. I'm sorry.
Sidebar. It's a short one again.
McKinley, you okay?
I'm good. How are
Okay. I'm rolling.
you? You say that, and I keep thinking like, you say I'm rolling. Like, you remember when people used to say that, but like when they were on ecstasy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know what?
That's like what people
happens
said
when
as I'm
you take,
rolling.
you know what ecstasy and Viagra is called?
No, what?
Sextasy. Sexpert.
You're so
McKinley.
silly. What?
Looks aren't everything. What are you doing tonight around 10 o'clock?
What did you just say?
She's behind us. She's a Central Time girl.
So what are you doing at 10 o'clock Eastern?
Dr. Buther, you witnessed other
You have to be
situations
very
where there
clear
have
with
been
me.
aspiration
9
evidence
o'clock?
that turns
9
out.
o'clock.
Fair enough.
9 o'clock.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Kia.
Usually aspiration is something.
chilling.
more
I'm
or,
rolling.
Not severe, but in
You
settings
need
where
to get a hold
somebody
of me.
compromised in the hospital.
I have a feeling that we could make that happen.
Your temper brings dishonor to my happy Mushu palace.
What's up, David? How you doing, buddy?
Palace. I get the Mushu Palace.
I love Mushu pork.
I wasn't sure where to
That
go.
is. I don't want to know what that is.
I figured that one was better than the that means you're gay. Right?
McKinley,
So
what did I agree to, by the way?
Huh?
What
Oh,
did
I
I
was
agree
telling
to?
you to agree with me because I felt like these two were like against me earlier with the. We're not going to go back into it, you know?
Okay, that's fine. I agree with you.
What was
Thank
I
you.
against her?
Thank
I'm never against you.
We're all on a team when we're on a screen.
Is that how
This
that
guy's
works?
down
All on
here
a team.
drove to Montana just to eat at the world's oldest Chinese restaurant and laundry, and he was asking what is Mushu. What's going on there, Alice? Don't tell me you don't know about the Mushu pork.
I don't know what Mushu is. Oh, so good. Whatever I ate at the oldest continuously operating Chinese restaurant located currently in Butte, Montana was disgusting.
Well, it's because they've also
It's
got the
old.
oldest in use oil.
Yeah, probably.
There's a restaurant in Memphis that
The 100-year-old oil.
you know about this.
It's disgusting. I would never eat there in a million
You
years.
haven't? Wait, hold on. Have you eaten there?
No.
It's delicious, dude. Dryers, man. It's awesome. They deep fry their cheeseburgers in oil, and they just keep adding oil to it.
They've
The
never
oil-
changed the oil.
No.
No,
Their
matter of fact,
their
they
claim to
changed and moved
fame.
locations.
Their claim to fame is that their oil is 100 years old.
Well, it's probably not going to kill you, but
it's older than 100 years.
That's disgusting.
Like, I don't watch my cast iron, so that could be the same. If you have a cast iron passed down from grandma.
But you still clean it. Just because you don't use soap doesn't mean
you're not
clean
supposed to clean a cast iron.
You use a brush and hot water.
Use hot water and a brush. That's it.
Yeah.
Just,
But
you still have all that grease soaked into those pores in that cast iron.
Yeah, but that's the steel.
I know.
Just
That's
a
why
bat.
I refuse to eat anything out of my mom or my grandma's cast iron because it has like meat germs in it.
I cook out cast iron every single day. If I cook, it's out of one of two.
That contest.
I've got like a 6-year-old cast iron that I started, and it's seasoned quite well. It's a beautiful thing.
Have
It's
you
in
ever tried
progress.
to age your own cast iron quickly?
Not quickly.
Well, you season it.
You grind it down. You grind it smooth.
How'd you
Like
do
with a
that?
grinder?
Yeah.
No,
I throw it on the stove and oil and then rinse and oil and rinse
You
and
make
oil
it.
and rinse.
You make it as smooth as Teflon.
Throw an onion in there. Let the onion
There's
cook in there with
videos
oil,
on YouTube all about
some
it.
garlic.
Dude, I love that. I love how it smells when a onion's cooking
Bacon
on a
smells
cast
cooking.
iron.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
No,
but you
I
don't
don't
eat
like
off of
that.
it. You're not going to eat it though.
I will out of my
You
own
just
cast
perfume
iron.
your house
What about-
with onion.
And bacon.
I'll eat out of my own cast iron.
What about ham? You like that?
You put your cast iron in
No.
the dishwasher, don't you?
No.
Yes, she does.
She does. She does.
No.
She
We've
does.
seen where
Y'all stop picking on McKinley.
yesterday concerning
Nobody's picking on her.
No, but I
Is there a
have
trial
started a
going on
fire
still?
with water.
Yep.
how
Trials
someone
trials
might die
on.
from
Trials on.
aspiration as the primary thing. I had mentioned an anecdote of a patient who was at the end of their life. Yeah.
Oh,
Obama.
Judge, this is how the witnesses explain
Ooh,
the differences of
I
how
would've.
aspiration can end
I
up.
would have.
My mother-in-law tried to wash mine for me one
All right,
time.
well,
and she was like,
we're
"Do you use
going
soap or
into
no?"
the
And I was like,
specifics
"You
and
do
generally
not.
it's okay. We're going into
Don't you dare." That's what I told her.
Right.
Don't you dare.
So there can be a wide range
Kinda
of effects,
gross.
but death is
It's
usually a
delicious.
specific type of patient that
Heat
has
sterilizes everything.
already vulnerabilities, already in the hospital, and then it's an additional insult that it kind of tips them over and they can't recover.
So it can be patients where they're already in pretty bad shape.
If aspiration is the event that then caused their death to happen suddenly, they're usually already in very bad shape.
Is this
And
defense
even
case
with
in
all the
chief yet?
bells and whistles, in the
Yes.
critical
Yeah.
care
No,
unit,
it's not
No.
that.
you can't
No.
say
Dude, we're on
Most
the
of the
same
time you actually do,
expert
but sometimes you can't.
from yesterday.
From yesterday,
And
the same
sometimes
nice Jewish
even
doctor
then
from
there's
yesterday.
certain
But
Just
where
started
it
cross.
doesn't- You can't
Why
interview.
does he have to be a doctor?
Fair enough.
well, he is a
The best way
doctor.
to
He's
intervene
Jewish.
to prevent it, I suppose.
They want that too.
And we focus a lot on that.
If we could have that perfect 40-40 or 20-20 hindsight, right?
They're not all doctors.
No,
They're-
but he's not a lawyer.
Or a jeweler.
I will
Or
refrain. Judge.
dentist.
rephrase.
Dr. Buther, is it fair to say, I think you previously
McKinley's like,
testified, we all
borderline
know
racist jokes. I don't know how I like it. I don't know how I like it.
chaos of the mind.
We'll save those for the Lego stream.
There you go.
And that's kind of the role you were thrust into in this case, right? To review after the event.
That's a fair point. He works at Jewish National. I don't
And
really
in
know that
doing
he's Jewish.
You were given unlimited amount of time to
He
review the case.
works at
right?
Jewish National.
Yeah, I mean, unlimited might be strong, but you're right. I was given no restriction.
Fair enough. You're human. You have your natural limitations. Is that fair?
I don't want to do this for a living.
And you were given access to whatever.
Hey,
you needed
Sal. How you
in
doing,
terms of
buddy?
You asked for it. You were provided access
Good to see you.
render your opinions.
Yes.
You were provided access to all of the other experts that the people had retained, correctly? Correct?
Quick reminder, everybody hit that like for me if you have yet to do so.
So it's kind of been in process.
Do it now.
And you,
Or
and
favor.
as it's evolved, you've evolved. Fair enough. Or
It's a
clarified.
genteel.
Or added.
Isn't that the same thing?
Well, I think I've been.
Okay, I just
been
hit it
asked
and it went
questions
down
in
one. What does that mean?
over the
That means you
past couple of
should,
years.
you got to hit it in odd numbers.
Explanations need to be more focused on certain
it
aspects
went
or
down
deeper
one,
or
that means
shallow
you had
depending on
already
what
hit
the
it.
question is.
Absolutely. So depending on the question
That's what I
you were
do
asked
now.
or the context it's asked in, you may
See?
answer it shorter or broader or
You weren't
in more
even
depth.
paying attention, Val.
That's fair enough.
What happened?
In terms
It went
of
blurry
your
again, but it wasn't
opportunity
us.
to
It was
body worn
just their
cameras, it's
stream.
nice that you've had
Yeah,
unlimited
I think
access,
it's them.
right?
I don't think
Yes,
it's
and
me.
we can all see we love them to be better quality than they are, but they have been what they've been.
It's probably the
from the beginning.
Fair
WebEx
enough. As technology evolves,
would
we
be
all
my
evolve.
guess.
Is that true in terms of your investigation as a medical
Ooh.
detective, if you will, to try to piece together. It's one of the factors you factor in as you try to piece together what happened.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we actually are taught in engineering school as well as medical school, that you rarely have all the pieces of information.
We
and
got
that's
lovey eyes for
why hopefully the
David.
computers aren't going to come replace us anytime soon.
Fair enough. So you had access to the cameras, unlimited access to the people's experts, and I think more recently you had access to the physical evidence. Originally, maybe you didn't have access to the
Did I miss something?
I
Nobody
did.
knows.
Clearly.
When you talk about
Nobody knows.
your investigation, you didn't talk to anybody that knew Elijah in life, did you?
The only
Hey,
I
Salvador.
did not talk to anyone, but I had some. I don't remember what point. I had some interview transcripts, I believe, with friends and/or family that discussed a little bit about his life. It wasn't extensive.
Sure. But you didn't personally go and talk to anybody?
No.
Okay. So you reviewed records, medical records?
Correct.
You reviewed transcripts of
Nope,
whoever
I gotta take a call.
and it was provided to you?
Yes.
You reviewed the body-worn camera footage?
Yes.
Correct.
We
You
can leave
reviewed
those. We got lovey eyes for
intubation
David.
videos?
He goes,
Yes.
Did you review other things?
boo.
I would want to go back to my statements and look at what I've inventoried to review, to be complete and accurate if you need me to do that.
Well, I just was wondering off the top.
He's been busy, y'all. He's been working his butt off.
University of Colorado.
But it was so funny. We got lovey eyes for David.
About patient records of Mr. McClain, I believe, was Children's Hospital, but some other facility, of his care.
He looked like that
for
sheep.
this event. There was also a body-worn camera at the hospital.
That's funny.
And so there was that. I had images of the X-rays at the University of Colorado, and I'm probably forgetting there was the coroner's report, and then there was a revised coroner's report. The only physical evidence was the mask and the other materials that were associated with that. But I may be missing something, but that's what comes to mind.
Did you have access to the live imaging of different tests that were done while Mr. McClain was in the hospital?
Thank you. Speed
believe I have
this shit up.
I forgot we were doing that
echo,
yesterday.
The EKGs, the EEGs, things of that, the live recordings?
So
If that's too fast,
there was
Joe,
a
let me know.
live recording for the EKG, but I had that, and I had rhythm strips, which are kind of printouts of ongoing heart rhythm during his resuscitation. I had some of that in the ambulance. The echocardiogram, I had the report, but not the live images. But you wouldn't have wanted to give me the live images because I'm not qualified to interpret live images of echocardiogram.
You had talked, so you generally got kind of the images, and then let me rephrase. When somebody has a test done, there is the test, and then there's a report in the hospital usually. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So somebody does the test and somebody interprets the test.
Correct.
Okay. And so you had access perhaps to the still images from the test, and then the reports. You had all the reports.
So I don't think that reflects this quite accurately. So that's true of the echocardiogram specifically.
Okay.
Right. And I wouldn't have wanted to look at that because I'm not qualified to do that. So I have to rely that an expert reviewed it and provided a report. But for lungs, which is my thing, I didn't just rely on the report. I went back to the actual X-ray, which is a still image. The other area where I had.
But for lungs, which is my thing,
in the ambulance,
which is a sentence I never
which,
thought I'd hear.
It was really useful to see it.
Lungs.
Read about it. And I was, I've been in that situation.
I missed all the testimony, so I'm completely lost.
So when I have expertise,
Dude, this dude, yesterday he was like a decent expert, and today he's totally in the state's pocket.
Even on direct.
Does that help you?
I think that's very fair. So what I was wondering was with respect to, for example, the chest X-ray.
I disagree slightly. He's pretty detrimental to the defense.
Yeah, but yesterday he was so much better.
We might need to dim the lights. I'm not sure. We'll see.
I liked what he had to say yesterday. I mean, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I could understand it. I could follow him.
Right.
Right.
But today he just got more like he talked to the state clearly.
So you that point.
Oh, you're good, Miss K. Grift. I got a call from my mother.
Exhibits 156 and 157.
Oh, Mrs. Helm.
Yeah, she's not in chat today.
I do.
Where's the heart?
So the heart
Well,
is this big
you're not
white
streaming.
thing in the
Yeah,
center.
she's not coming to my stream, bro.
described it as it's
She barely puts up with me being on the Lego stream with you.
And post all the CPR. Thank you.
For the record, that's 175.
They have fainting sheets.
Fainting
All right,
goats.
175.
I know, that's what I thought.
I've never heard of a fainting sheep.
Thank you. And Dr. Buther, does the heart get
That's when you
enlarged
give
just
it
by virtue of
a
an arrest?
pudding pop.
Yes, almost always.
Okay. Does the heart get enlarged
Easy,
by
Bill
virtue of
Cosby.
pulmonary edema?
Pulmonary edema reflects fluid in the lungs, and so not necessarily.
did I
the heart's
post
not always
that?
large because
There's an
50% heart
AOC
failure is
meme.
not associated with a big heart, but a stiff heart. So
With
half the time, I
Cosby.
guess we would say yes. And we don't always see it on chest X-ray because it's kind of a crude way to look at the heart.
Right. That's not, if you wanted to definitively say what was going on with the heart, you would not just rely on that X-ray.
Right.
I mean, it just is a clue.
Yeah.
You were talking about the intubation video, and I want to be clear. That was done in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And there was only one ambulance on site, right?
This is where I'm not an expert in pre-hospital care. I believe there were 2 rigs. One might have been a fire department vehicle, and the other one might have been an ambulance.
Okay. And that's what I just was clarifying because I think I'd read that you had said 2 ambulances. So you were just saying 2 apparatuses.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was done in an ambulance, and I believe what was your thoughts of what went on inside the ambulance in terms of trying to save Mr. McClain's life?
Well, I put myself in the shoes of the people that are faced with trying to deal with this. This is one of the hardest situations you can be in. And I've been in that situation where there's a lot of fluid and stuff back there where you can't see very well. See, in the operating room, if you go to have your gallbladder, everything looks beautiful and everything's calm. Everything is the way it's supposed to be. And it's pretty easy most of the time. This is very difficult. And
Weren't they supposed to be done by now?
Almost feeling anxious for them.
Yeah.
Great job.
But instead, we've
When you're
gone
in that situation and you're looking at that intubation
12
video
hours
and they're
with
trying to
this
get the tube
dude.
down. If you actually watch, you can
I'm
see
not
the
live
fluid
either, by the way.
watch the fluid coming in line with the
Well, I
rhythm.
know,
Yes,
but
if you're doing it correctly, the whole
I
body
mean,
is-
weren't they supposed to be done like yesterday?
And in terms of your timeline,
This is only
you're-
day 3.
the
I have
whole
no
time,
idea.
The time
I
you
never got
tricked
a
us,
time
the
frame.
monitors
Dave.
or what was input in the reports, right?
No, there's.
Oh, by the
this
way,
is
I
where
liked your.
medical
I said it in
records
chat, but I liked your
record,
8-minute
so the
stream.
Personnel are reporting also times.
Thank you.
I would hope nobody would be stopping and timing.
I
while
freaked
they're doing
out.
CPR, placing an endotrach and an IO.
Got to give it a little more time for
So the
people
way
to
this
show
usually-
up. That's the
Yeah.
one thing.
I will rephrase.
Yes. Rephrase.
Yeah.
Dr.
McKinley started a stream and then she ended it like
Okay.
8
Just
minutes
so folks are
later.
aware,
She
we
panicked.
break at about 5:05
Yeah, she
on
panicked
Studio
and bailed.
Westland.
You just gotta keep
Did
talking.
you,
Someone will watch it on the
I'll work
rewatch.
with Dr. Buther. My opinion is
I watched it on the
irrespective of
rewatch.
matters.
I talked to
Somebody
myself for like
delete
3
it for
weeks.
you?
Respect
End it
to
for you?
If you're placing an IOS,
What's that?
What is an IOS?
Somebody end your
Yes,
stream for you?
exactly.
Explain to
So,
Huh?
I
so
had
you're
that
probably
happen
familiar with
once.
when we need to get medicines, we like to get a catheter into the vein.
That
called
was
an IV
nice.
intravenous
8
line.
minutes is
That
longer
helps
than
us get the
she's used
medicines
to.
into the body better.
No,
than,
that
say,
is for sure.
you know, or
Giggity.
the muscle. But in a hurry, trauma and emergency medicine, critical
She's
care, have evolved
Did that go over her head?
That did
you can
go
actually
over
get
my
vascular
head.
live in most cases. So you don't have
The
medicine
admission is
that
already there.
is developed, which is-
Yep.
sounds awful, but it's
I mean,
actually.
And it's
been-
probably true
innovation
regardless.
that's helped us with this.
So that goes into the lower leg, usually, but below the
Typically the tibia, the lower.
Oh,
don't test us on anatomy. So lower leg bone. You put the IOS in there. You put the endotrach down the throat.
Correct.
Suctions going in the mouth.
If there's suction, yes, usually you have that with you to remove some of those.
So what
secretions.
down
Well,
through
and the
suction in the
innovation
mouth?
is
What are
suction
you talking about?
That's
What
coming
happened
out
on the stream?
CPR.
the throat
That's
goat.
going on the chest.
So
I
head,
came
chest,
in with the
head, you got
doctor
it all
yesterday and he
going
was
fast.
talking about putting it in harder
Ideally
or longer
simultaneously.
makes it harder or something.
So unlike
Yeah.
somebody-
Putting it
Yeah,
in
he
deeper
did.
makes it harder. That's what he
Yeah.
said.
No way.
It was this doctor.
It was this doctor. I popped it yesterday, and the first thing I hear is, "Well, when you put it in deeper, it
in
makes
your
it harder."
experience, Dr. Buther.
It's like, oh, okay.
Field, I've been in this exact situation in the intensive care unit in the hospital, and usually somebody is scribbling on a piece of paper.
This is
and
true.
sending in the record later.
So from a hospital-based perspective, when this happens in the critical care unit,
McKinley.
everybody's going on at once, and then
What?
you might have an extra scribe.
I was gonna go with
I was just
lefty.
saying- I was just saying your name.
Practice, you know, this
But what is
No
a
reason.
throat coat? What's a throat coat? I
Oh,
don't get it.
McKinley, no.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it.
Oh yes, and
No.
click video and look for.
No.
And just so that you're,
Mute your mic. Mute your mic.
on your side and recording what's going on. They're not making medical decisions or assessments.
Oh, I shouldn't have said it out loud.
would you say it's probably likely that this PCU has a
Your
lot more
chat, man.
unit, has a lot more bells and whistles available to
Oh,
it than
God
most other
bless
settings?
you.
Oh man, y'all.
This is the basis of care.
McKinley,
I'll allow,
can you take it all?
some inquiry based upon that.
Don't answer that.
When you want direct.
Don't answer that.
So I think it's important that it's different. Certainly,
Oh,
it's not
no.
as resource rich as a hospital. But
Oh no.
there's training and experience and resources that EMS has that maybe your ICU nurse or doctor doesn't have. So, we work together. All the
We
time
don't
to
even
get
need the
resources and
song.
Tools to
You
get
just
to
see
do
her.
it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And in the critical care unit,
Yeah.
for example, you have weighted beds, don't you? Some critical care units, not all.
Sure.
So your patient is actually laying on a pram or a gurney or a bed that has a scale built into it.
That shit's hot though.
Depending on the hospital and
Is
its
she?
resources, some places may not have that. Fair
I
enough.
feel like the title of her song
Is it
brings it
also
down a
your
touch for me.
experience that most even outpatient clinics wouldn't have that.
She
would
looks
not
like a
have weighted beds.
Barbie doll.
Or do yours?
So weight is not a vital sign,
Photoshop will do
something
that.
Try to get on everybody, and
Wait, who
usually
looks like
that's a
Barney?
scale, or if they're not able to, we actually have ways to weigh.
The singer of the song, whatever her name is.
Tim
Oh,
Petraeus.
fair enough. You might have, like we see at a vet's office,
Petra?
maybe like that.
I don't
thing
know,
you roll
however you
on
say
and
that.
weighs the chair and the person. And
Yeah,
you
we have you can take your power wheelchair and drive onto the scale, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, and then you subtract the weight of the.
Yes,
the,
it's something
seater
naughty,
wheelchair.
Lisa. It certainly is.
If you don't have those options, you have to eyeball.
Oh,
If you can't
Your
have
ass will never be the
Or
same.
and if you don't have family, if you don't have family to ask. You know, if a spouse comes with their loved one, you can turn to the spouse and ask.
Yes.
So when you talked about patients that come to you
snap.
from kind of throughout the country and throughout the world,
Funny
sometimes they come with a family member. Is that fair to say?
Oftentimes they do.
Actually, this
And
is
they
the
might even
second
bring
place
their own
that
journal
say
and
this,
everything
isn't
like
it?
that. So you have a lot of background information. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that makes things a little easier, depending on if you can rely on what's in the reports. Is that fair to say?
It's not
Goodness.
always easier, actually, because every source of data has its own strengths and weaknesses, and
Well,
sometimes
then
too
yes,
much
I am.
can be too much.
Ooh.
But generally, more is better.
You heard it
Same
here,
thing as saying
folks.
garbage in, garbage out. If you're getting bad intel, it might result in a bad decision, right?
Stereotypically,
before.
you know, we have a patient and a spouse, and truth is somewhere in between them.
You hope. So, just before I shift to the next, do you want me to ask a couple more? We're 10 minutes
This
out.
defense attorney came in hot, bro. She
Oh,
came
you're
in
about to do that now?
feisty
Yeah.
as hell.
All right, we'll take
Yeah.
Yeah.
early break then, I guess. All right, I'm going to ask the jurors to return at roughly 20 minutes after 1 o'clock. It's now 10 minutes till noon, based upon the clock on the wall. No farmer express any opinions.
Based on the
Investigators
clock
and
on the
managers
wall.
Do no independent research and avoid any press coverage, and we'll see you back in roughly an hour and a half.
That's such a super attorney thing. It's now 10 minutes at 12 o'clock. Based on the clock on the wall, I don't really know if that's accurate or not.
That's the
I don't know,
judge.
It's hooked up to the atomic time center.
That's the
Did this
judge.
chat devolve when I got on panel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
It's been bubbling for the last 3 days. It's been
It was
bubbling
nice
at
and
the
peaceful.
surface, but
Well,
it
then,
boiled over for sure.
Anything before we break?
Are you gonna do anything?
Why would she say she rolled up to the witness? Because she rolled up in her Bentley.
In her walker.
Are any of these attorneys ancient? I can't
I have
really
no
see them very
idea.
well.
You can't see anything. Oh my God, get there.
So many upgrades Valhalla needs to make if he's going to start streaming trials.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate the positive words. That makes me feel good. Thank
Well,
you.
you know, I was offering an explanation. You know, you're new to this. You know, we have this spinning wheel of death. It's not because of anything bad.
I don't know what to do about it. I've got
But he has like the best internet ever.
I
Apparently.
have 1 gig fiber.
It's probably your computer then.
I'm thinking it is.
Testimony
Yeah, it's
today.
definitely
Because it goes through StreamYards.
So if I lose you, just let me know. Okay.
I'm
Now,
not
when you were asked
computer
questions about
savvy
research
enough
you
to,
did, a small
to know what
research
I'm
study
doing,
in
but I
13
think
No, me either,
Sissy
man.
told me one time that
Is this
my-
on YouTube?
You worked
Is
with a
this
local
stream on
engineer, kind
YouTube?
of design,
Yeah.
perhaps
Yeah.
we're looking into whether we're
Go
able
down
to
to
help
the
people
little
land charismatics, right?
I guess I
gear
could
thing.
turn
We're
the
not
quality
saying not
down.
having
Go to the
do
gear right
with-
there. All right, now quality. Okay, so it's
Okay.
top
And so
quality.
you never.
Yeah, it's not like we could see anything
You're not
anyways.
saying that's
Right.
At all.
I'm saying that's why some
That
people.
makes
are not-
sense.
Who has a walker?
And
I want. Oh,
that
I
would be
see the
another
walker.
example of-
The
This
defense
attorney has a
attorney.
walker.
Attorney.
She's got 2
Yeah.
boots on, 2 walking
Can you
boots.
describe
Two?
what Mr.
Oh.
McClain-
Pretty sure.
At
You
best, he
just
was a
changed
positive-
It's
that
like-
from 720 to 480.
What do you tell an attorney with 2 broken legs?
I heard that he ran regular-
Nothing. You already told her twice.
But we don't have-
Exactly.
I don't
All right. And I wanted to talk to you about, I'm trying to go linear. At
I
one
do
point you
not
were
like
talking
that,
about
you guys. I do not like
people
that.
come to visit you, and again, they come to National Jewish, right? Most of the time.
The original joke was black guys,
Teleconsult.
not broken legs, if it makes you feel any
Virtual
better.
Yeah, it used to be black.
That's
yeah,
terrible.
black
I
guys.
know.
You said
The
it was
Italian
common
version's
for
broken
people,
legs.
doctors to jump at the most obvious, and that was very fair and a common way to practice.
Are you
Speaking of, I
Italian?
think you-
And you're coming to see me. We really needed to delve into
My
this.
nationality, half my
Is
nationality,
that saying, you know, look, sometimes you have to dig
Oh,
deeper
you
because
are?
you jumped at what you thought it was.
half.
But sometimes you
But I
need a
have
specialist
1%
like you
Middle
to
Eastern
dig
too.
deeper and try to figure out what's
1%?
wrong. Is that what you were communicating?
Yeah,
Yes.
It
How do
matters.
you know that?
that's the Jesus in me. I did some DNA.
Well,
That's where the more
Jesus.
took over
Right?
Sicily.
And you
Huh?
were talking about,
Huh?
I think we already talked
What'd you
about
say
that,
about
but
Sicily?
You had several
The Moors took over
comments where
Sicily.
you said in this case, it's
Oh, yeah.
complex.
They did.
And it takes a bunch of
That's
smart,
true.
smart
Along with
people to figure out
Spain.
what's going on. It's a very complex
Yep.
situation. In
Took
response to why
400
you
years to
reviewed
run
other
those Spain.
experts and factored that into what you were looking at. Is that what
Just
you were saying?
imagine there being no Mexico today.
My dad is so. Oh,
It'd be worse.
I had a lot of
Be like
questions about ketamine. Do you
little
remember those?
little Middle East just south of us.
Isn't it true? And
You can
having
hear?
previously testified that ketamine is actually
my
something you
ear
don't use
open
very often at all.
halfway.
I do
Outstanding.
not use it often.
Right. So when you're doing your 700 bronchoscopies, that's in a clinical setting, sometimes,
Oh, I get
Yeah,
the
the clinical
throat coat
patients.
thing now.
and maybe at the hospital, or maybe have they ever at an outpatient?
Picture it, Sicily.
A lot of
1954.
we do them on people in the intensive
What?
treatment and inpatient as well.
The throat.
And
goat?
so you, the
No,
medications
picture
you
it,
use most
Sicily,
commonly for your
1954.
conscious sedation
That's
are Versed is the
that's
name I
from
know it
Golden
by
Girls.
midazolam. Is that what Versed is otherwise known as?
The old woman, the mom.
Sedation, and we have a number of tools
Never
in our
mind.
toolkit to do that.
What?
Sometimes
I got it. I
people
got
will
Miss
have
K.
patients
Griff's
not
chat.
deeply sedated because
Just a
they
reference to
use
Golden
sedation,
Girls.
and we'll use conscious
Alright.
sedation, which is
How does
typically
she
some
even know
combination
that?
of Versed and fentanyl.
Because
And,
Golden Girls is a
we're
great
not all-
show and it's on
At
Hulu.
my direct,
It is. I was been watching it actually like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
monitoring and administering.
Dude, it's awesome to watch, man. It's
Just
like
as
you
common
play it in the
for
background. You're
wartime
like, oh, this
is
is
what we will
cool.
keep sedation.
When I was going to ask you about that, that's the propofol, correct?
Like there's
Typically
like
propofol, and that
25.
Ooh, they're
has
talking about
knowledge to is
they're talking about
Propofol.
propofol.
Is it Michael Jackson?
So
Yeah,
is
that's
Versed,
the
is
drug
that
that
also
ended
midazolam,
Michael Jackson.
right? Midazolam. And you had made comments
Grabbing
about
his
how
crotch did not really make his
you
voice
would,
higher.
depending on what you're seeing or situation,
That was
you
an
might
act.
change the dosage or shift the procedure.
He was
or
a
delay it,
performer.
depending on what you're seeing. Do you remember
Yeah.
those
I'm
lines of
so
He was-
lost.
questions?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you're the doctor.
We all
who
are.
made
How
those
By
do
the way,
about
speaking
compass?
about Michael
and
Jackson,
shift
since
it.
we're not really listening to the
That's
trial
We
anyways,
have different protocols. depending
there's a
upon-
recording
I'm
of him.
smoking the wrong end.
Do you set those protocols?
Formalized, like it's not written on paper, but there's a standard approach.
So how long have
for
you
those
been a brunette, McKinley?
conscious sedation, deep sedation?
My whole life,
It is,
shockingly.
easier for a hospital to stick with one paradigm or other.
But they're not like.
Thank
written
you
in a
for
book, you
being
know,
a
this is what you're saying.
friend.
It's more loose.
Travel
great
down the
song,
road
man.
and back again.
And
Is there any TV show today that has a jingle
skip that one.
as a
Cheers.
song? But that's same
Oh, today.
timeline.
No. Today.
When you
In
were
today's world.
discussing,
Yeah.
No.
you had mentioned.
Frasier's
previously testified about the
excellent,
Frasier's is good.
outro. The outro was.
But I don't know what to
But you
do
also
with those
previously
tossed
testified that
salads
the
and
reason for the second ambulance is that
scrambled
the fire medics were not qualified to administer
today.
the
eggs.
medication.
They're
you
calling
put out.
again or something like that.
Yeah,
This is
they're
getting outside
calling
of my
again.
expertise. I may have.
What were you going to say, Dave?
I may have said that.
I
the issue
interrupted you
that
with
we see in the
my.
video is they need
No, you're fine.
drug.
There's a recording of
You
Michael
have-
Jackson
Wow.
when he was recording Beat It.
Okay, so you were just
And
making
he
an
was
assumption
trying,
based
he
on what
couldn't
you
play
saw.
an instrument, so he
And
was
that-
trying to describe
with the first rate.
what
You need to skip
the
right to
music
the-
he wanted it to
But
be
I
in the
guess what I was getting
background.
at, and
And
direct
so
you
he
to
just
back
sang
to
it,
me,
and it
but,
sounds
when you testified, you were testifying
perfect.
under oath.
He
Pitch
was
perfect,
Your
right,
understanding was that
right keys, right tone, right everything.
He was
It sounds like a freaking
insanely
instrument.
talented.
Yeah.
impeachment because I did not ask.
That's what I was going to say. It's all a cappella, but he's literally singing the song, the musical portion of the
And Judge,
song.
that's fine. I was just getting myself ready in case.
I've seen that video. It's
But
amazing.
he has everything
Yeah.
memorized. Doctor, do you remember kind of generally that question that you were asking?
New
in
Frasier
response
sucks.
was that in
Does
general,
it?
The fire
Yes.
medics, it was
I
your
haven't seen it.
understanding.
They
They're
didn't realize what made it good, and it's not Frasier.
I don't recall
Right?
that.
Frasier's the bad guy
And
in
if
the
it
original
was, your
Frasier. He's
explanation
the
is that you were making
he's the
Well, yeah, he's
the not the
Sideshow
I'll ask
Bob.
this way: were you trying to
Yeah,
give your best?
yeah, but
The
no, he's the bad
antagonist.
guy. It's
Antagonist.
Niall and his dad and Daphne and everyone else around him that
The
are,
dog.
and the dog
When you
that are the good
administer,
people. He's always like the bad
like
guy
you
in
said,
almost every
fentanyl
episode,
or
and they didn't
propofol,
realize that. So
you
now they have a show that
It sounds like
gets
you're
away with all the
always
side
in a
characters,
clinical or
and it's
hospital
just
setting.
him
Is that fair
and
to
his
say?
son too. But
Okay.
they don't really
You
support him
have
the same way. It's not a good show.
And/or anesthesiologists
Nobody
and
like
other medical
Frasier on
professionals right
Cheers.
there at your command. If
No.
it is, or I don't know if
It
that's
varies. Yeah, there are anesthesia assistants.
The new Night Court was
There
pretty
are
good.
always other staff who are.
There's a new
I didn't-
night court.
so like
I didn't like
there's
it.
anesthetists, or I don't know. If
I
that's
watched the
technically
first
a term,
episode and I was like,
specializes
"This is
in
shit."
Anesthesia.
It's complicated. There are
Why?
different types of training, but we have essentially
Because-
anesthetists.
I'll tell you what threw me off.
the
There's a scene
anesthesiologist,
about halfway through the episode where the
for
judge is off the
consultations,
bench and
usually
she's
a-
in the
a
back and she's
nurse,
like, "All right, let's just get rid of these cases. Let's just."
and I wanna rate the drugs,
She's talking issue.
share
It's like
the-
ex parte
the
communication.
plans.
She's made a
We
ruling
don't,
before even
we
hearing
can't put
the
together
issues on these
Dude,
cases,
stop.
and I'm like,
Dude,
ah.
stop. It's fake.
And
You're kind
I
of
know
Yeah,
it's
it's
fake,
real-
but that's
The
what I
reason
can't
why
get
it's
past.
good
participants
is,
can act without
have you ever
is that
seen
fair to
Night
say?
Court?
No, the anesthesiologist.
Yeah, the
No.
original Night Court was
independently,
good.
Obviously collaboratively, but
I have a
Never.
friend that went to
it's-
law school
it's
because of the
needed,
damn
so-
building.
And the anesthesiologist is a doctor.
I'll be back, y'all. I need a break.
When you were talking about in your
leaves us with
practice
no
using
control.
sedatives such as Versed and
do y'all have
fentanyl and
controls?
propofol, you said it's extremely
No, I have no control.
serious for you to do trainings, and you do them how often? Annually?
Oh, do you hear
Monthly?
that?
What was it?
So we're required every time.
Expert.
Every 2 years, we have to be re-privileged at the hospital. So hospitals have to agree that you're a doctor.
Who
in good
did
standing,
that?
belong there to take care of patients so that hospitals can keep their patients safe. And as part of that, every 2 year, we have to go through a training to prove
Baker's talking shit
that
about
we
you.
have
Yeah.
both spent time studying and
Awesome.
demonstrated competency in the safe use
the
of
greatest
sedation.
moment of my
And sedation
life.
meaning any number of drugs to accomplish
going
this,
over
and how do
there.
we monitor and keep patients safe?
Okay. So, and that's not unique to National Jewish, or I thought I heard you to say National Jewish had additional
I thought
requirements.
he
that you
was
were part of the committee
asleep
that you guys
already.
Imposed additional, more stringent.
He's on verdict
trainings.
watch.
Is that not?
No, this is at least a state requirement, not
Oh.
a federal requirement.
Okay.
And was instituted something like 5 years ago to improve safety. So anyone
Said Farrell is
that
starting
was,
drama in this chat.
sedation, to a patient,
Oh,
whether it's an
really?
emergency room physician or a GI doctor or a pulmonologist, in any setting.
The
would
other
have to go
day,
through that training.
yesterday, he
Okay,
came
so that's
over
what you
and
were
said
referencing
that there was
justifying is
drama
that's
about
how you
the
follow your
Ohio
training.
State.
Yeah, my point is.
Oh,
that we
yeah,
are
I heard
experts in sedating patients.
That wasn't like real drama,
That is anyone
right?
who has this training, who routinely
What did he say?
does procedures with patients, and so
There was
it
like
is
football
emergency room
drama.
Oh, yeah, there's always
some
football drama.
cardiologists,
The
lung
sports
doctors,
ball.
That's not
some-
real
some
drama.
Pediatricians do this. We're actually
Is
training
it?
more often, and it's a broad group, and they all have different types of patients, but it's the same set of concerns and approach and training.
Oh
You
my
just
gosh.
said pediatricians actually do it more often because ketamine is used, to your knowledge. Well, I think
Baker
that's
hasn't
about 5
acknowledged
years.
my chat
So,
yet.
but your knowledge is that they use it regularly with pediatric patients.
I don't know. if
Baker
regular
says,
is the right
okay,
word,
back
but
to
because
verdict
it has
watch. You
the
didn't hear it
socioculturality,
from me.
it can be useful for kids.
No, that's Farrell.
You were talking about, and I'm shifting.
Oh yeah, what did I say,
You were
Baker?
talking
Baker, you
about
said Baker.
when
I meant Farrell.
lungs stop, when you go into respiratory arrest, your heart will stop. Do you remember that? When your breathing stops.
Yes.
The same is also true, correct? If your heart stops, your breathing is going to
Baker
stop.
has a stream.
If your heart stops, everything stops.
Right.
Yeah, he's doing
So
a
it's
verdict
that
watch
go
on this bar fight
one
case.
way or it can go the other way.
Yes.
There's a bar fight.
It's actually a pretty good
Near
defense
you,
case,
Mr.
self-defense
McClain's records, There was
case.
never any sign of him having
Yeah.
anemia, was there?
I don't believe so.
All right. I could have just a couple more moments and then I might be done asking you questions.
Good thing, because you've been boring as heck.
So when Mr. McClain was
Is this still cross?
very ill, as you put it, critically ill,
Yeah.
before he got the
And this is
ketamine,
just the first
you have
cross.
no clue whether or not he would have survived at that point in time.
Oh, God. Okay.
Without more intense intervention, do you?
No, I believe he would have survived.
You believe that prior to getting the ketamine,
Yeah,
without
that he
any
has
help,
no
was
knowledge for that. Cross
He
him
has
on that hard.
none.
So
Yeah.
you remember testifying differently that he was critically ill and you couldn't say without intervention whether or not he would have survived.
I am not able to give you 100% on anything in medicine.
Sure.
See?
So my testimony and my past
He's
statements have all been
impeached himself,
consistent
didn't
that it is more likely that he would have survived. In fact, it's my testimony, I believe, that most likely he would have survived with the right intervention. But there are no guarantees. There's risk of harm, and it is in my earlier 2023 statement that
I
had
don't
we
know,
just stopped
traveling.
before the ketamine, there was serious risk of bodily harm and injury, even death. But more likely, he would have survived.
Oh,
So
that was
when you
going
were
on.
BS.
testifying
That's a
previously,
BS testimony.
You were saying,
Mhm.
based upon his progressive decline,
Right, because I
mental
bet this
status,
person testified
that
in
you were
the
concerned
officer's case.
without intervention that he may not survive.
Yes.
Because he can't see his own statement. So he has an opportunity to read it and then he can respond.
Well, Judge, I just asked him and he agreed with it.
Well, I think for the appropriate foundation to be laid, it's the date, time, place, and given the witness an opportunity.
She's trying to use a transcript.
To make sure the context is correct.
Yeah.
And I'm happy
You
to
can't
do that
impeach with the
but I want
transcript
to
if the
rely on
witness
your memory that I think
testified
I'm understanding correctly
in
is
accordance
you're
with the
saying
transcript.
That the hypoxia, the acidosis, and the
That was dumb.
what was the third one? Aspiration would have put Mr. McClain in a critically ill situation, correct?
Well, she impeached him with
And
the
he was
transcript,
in that
and then he
situation prior to
agreed.
receiving any ketamine.
Yes.
And if you
Well,
had
what
come
was the
upon him, I think
objection
example,
then?
been at a baseball field, you would have called.
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Right?
I thought she was trying
And
to
you thought
impeach
he
him
didn't
after he
understand
already agreed.
Probably for a while.
Just to
That's
make
why I
sure,
hate about
especially
these things when
given
they're fast. I
This
can't.
did not happen in the hospital, so we would need to make sure we had all the
I
resources.
can't.
Oh, that's
follow.
Valhalla.
If he was sicker than we
Gotta
thought,
talk
we
to
would
him.
need
Okay,
You
I
know what
told him
happened?
to
And you
do
were
it.
concerned.
Here's what it sucks about
We don't know. It would be
videos when they're
confusing.
fast. There's no
We had
context.
people on a tall ladder
Like
that
you
were
can't
following
hear.
that ladder
You think like
just a few
they're
minutes ago,
trying
and
to
they could
build
fall
to a
and die.
certain point or
So,
something like
we're
that.
not in the business of absolutes in
It's
medicine. What I'm
it's just
saying
all
have
that.
said is that we stopped and got him appropriate aggressive medical care at that point. It is much more likely he would have survived. And perhaps he would have been injured or spent time in the hospital, but he would have survived.
And you
Sometimes
also
when they
are
talk really
mindful
fast, it's
that
hard to pay attention.
sedation in the field,
For
or that in
sure.
pre-hospital settings, should never
You gotta,
occur
like, really
without
focus.
monitorization and direct oversight. Isn't that your opinion?
Objector, I think I mischaracterized his opinion in the past.
Um,
Vince is going to go into that. They need to be able to show him the statement.
I agree.
Baker's
I'm
not
not
on my
asking you that. I'm
YouTube.
asking today, based on your testimony and based on your statements.
He's on my
It
YouTube.
appears that you feel very strongly.
Maybe
that
he
you're
is
going to
starting
be
stuff. Maybe he
in the
blocked you.
field, but I feel like
Awesome.
at a clinic right at the hospital,
Oh, that'd be so
which had already
great.
done. If
No.
You imagine how much less
Is that fair to
best
say?
that'd be?
Get in his chat.
So you've asked this question.
Like Farrell said, you're talking shit about
I'm a
me.
little concerned. that
How can you?
How dare you guys?
Supervision, I never said that.
When I asked if we should turn it up,
No. I took credit. I said it was my fault.
It was at 1.5. You don't stream at 1.5.
I said,
some sort of
let me know if this
I
is too
told him to
fast.
do it. I told
Nobody
him.
said anything at the
My
time.
fault.
It's not my show, man.
It's like Ben
My fault.
Shapiro talking
This is not just my
about his
opinion. This
wife
is
being a
the
doctor,
standard of care.
traveling fools.
Well, you are a pre-hospital doctor, so I'm
I
asking
don't even know
your
who that
opinion.
is.
Based on what you've testified.
that?
Now everybody's got all these brilliant
So I'm saying your
critiques
opinion
of the
is
speed.
sedation.
If I could just offer one piece of advice,
Okay, tell us.
don't
I'm
listen
gonna
to the
write it
chat.
down.
Go ahead. And
Don't listen to the
answer that. Go
chat.
ahead and answer.
So what question am I answering?
That's rule number one.
Okay,
What
I'm
trying to
taking
ask you
notes.
is, based on your terms, you have very strong opinions about
Dude,
sedation. and
That's
what
the
needs
very
to
first
be
rule of Fight Club. Don't listen to the chat.
That's
Because
right.
the chat, they realize you're listening to them, and then you'll get one person. You could have 200 people in here. You'll have one person saying, "I don't like this. Why aren't you doing it this way?" Because they know they've tried to derail you.
So
Yeah, Farrell does that to all my
understanding
streams.
is
Shiny.
I
Well, I
He
understand
comes in
too.
saying, "This is the best stream ever," and I know she's
this
just
type
messing
of
with my head.
intervention. And
That's what it takes. Awesome.
Patients who have had problems with sedation, it is usually because
I like
there
putting
is a
There's another
proper
Jacob.
assessment
Jacob P.
and monitoring and preparation.
One
for
has a
There's
Chinook
Yamaha. How you
doctor.
doing, buddy?
expected outcome.
Hey,
And-
Yamaha, what's up?
And so it is important in everything that we do in medicine that we are doing the right thing at the right time, because
Traveling
we're doing
Bulls
these
is
things
so
to
cool.
people. That's very different than a
I
lot of
need to go get some
situations. So
Tylenol. I got a headache. I'll be right back.
what I'm
Again,
passionate about is you can't,
You are.
again, like I testified earlier, you
He
can't
probably has
put a
high blood
blindfold on
pressure
in the
from
dark
all the
on the highway
booze
and
and
hit the gas.
tobacco.
Absolutely.
Can you leave
And so
again?
what
Yes.
I've testified to and I think based on my expertise,
We
made
should all
clear
go to
is
avatars
that
and
you
don't say
need
anything when
some
he
sort
comes
of
back.
adequate
All right.
assessment and ongoing monitoring
I don't know
and
how.
ability to intervene as part of how you use a drug safely and competently. It's not just about the drug. And I was passionate about including that in my opinion all along, because I was worried people are just too focused on how many milligrams somebody got, when really it's this bigger, more complete picture of how we do this safely.
And you spend a lot of time trying to correct.
I was
systems and
listening the
system
whole
safety in the
time, you
hospital
guys.
there.
It doesn't work if I hear about what you're doing. It doesn't work then.
Is that part of what you're?
So sustained.
Is that
Oh,
that
goodness.
passion? I'm not asking you to
I'll ask a different question.
It is a different question. Thank you. Is part of your passion surrounding how to have the
They're
best
mean.
forward-looking?
McKinley's got my back. F you guys.
What's that now?
Yeah.
He's talking about why he's been passionate this whole time.
Dave's
and
got
backing up
his
at a different
sound
level.
off too.
I sustain the objection.
Jesus.
Have you ever written protocols for paramedics?
Your camera's messing up.
I know. I think my
I know.
processor's not good
It has
enough.
During
been.
getting ready
Yeah,
for
restart your
testimony,
computer.
Is it fair to say you've spent
No,
a
not right
long
now,
time
though.
going
Not-
through
Not
all
right
the
now,
exhibits?
but yeah.
Well, all the medical records.
Except Dave told me you can, and you just come right back into
And
the
I'm just
chat.
winding up.
Like
Yeah,
in
but
the
it'll
chat.
shut down the trial stream.
Right. Well, it
Yeah.
has been asked.
Oh.
Somebody else would have to share
Have
the
also spent a
trial
lot of time
stream.
meeting with the district
And we
attorney.
can't
Oh.
because he doesn't give us permissions, even though he has
And
all the permissions on
prior
mine.
to coming to court,
I've asked you for one permissions like 6 times.
No, I don't. I like coming here and having no responsibility.
I would need to go back. and
Alt
look
and
at that.
F4.
I have a
Thanks,
number,
buddy.
like,
Appreciate you,
What does that?
Jacob.
What does that
talking
do?
cumulative
Don't
for
do
like
that.
3.5 years, I'm guessing.
Shuts down your
So
computer.
No, it
invoiced as of
rewinds.
11/22/23 to the
It'll
Attorney
play the
General's office
different
is $39,492 from David Buther. Would you agree with that?
Wait, what?
That's probably
It'll
reasonable.
it'll
Right?
switch your.
And you
It
get
should
$600 an hour when you're sitting
if
on a
I
Zoom,
remember
correct?
correctly, it
Correct.
should switch
So,
your
we have had
YouTube stream that you're
about 6
streaming
hours
to
today.
like a different video,
2.5 hours yesterday.
like
Oh,
jump
that's
you off
weird.
of
So
that.
we're just shy of,
What
I'm,
does?
just so I'm a lawyer, not a math major,
Alt
but
and
just shy of
F4?
$5,000 just for yesterday and today. Is that right?
Yes,
No,
this
I
stuff
don't,
is
I don't hit
expensive.
those buttons.
I could have just
Yes.
Oh, it goes back. Skips back.
Does it just skip back, or is it?
What the symbol
I
looks
think
like
it
on
takes
the
you to a
keyboard.
different video though.
Why'd you
It
press
might.
the button?
I didn't
Yeah,
press
just
the
try
one
it.
time.
Just
What
try
does
it.
chat always tell you? Don't
Alt
push the
F4.
button.
I didn't push a button.
Don't push
Oh,
the
shit.
button. Have you not learned anything
You
from
know
me?
about
Don't push
J and
buttons
L,
in
right?
a live stream.
I didn't push any button.
You're gonna push the
Either.
buttons.
Good afternoon.
Bahal or
admonishments.
Baker's on his way
I
over.
have kept a
Good.
scrupulous list of
We're gonna fight.
that you have already been asked about, and I'm going to try to either simply add on to those a little bit.
You get a
or
fight. You
talk
told
about
him his
something
hair
different.
looked good.
Okay.
Well, it does.
How do you know?
How do I know
One
what?
of the last, or one of the last
How do you know what
areas,
he told him?
That
I have it up. I have the other
We're
stream
synced
up. I have
up.
no responsibilities on this one,
You've
so
never
I'm doing
felt
How
all
can you
for
listen to two streams at one
paramedics,
time?
correct?
He's not
2
listening.
years.
And are you at all with the policies?
Because
and
unlike
procedures
women, men are
governing
able to
the actions of
multitask.
paramedics for the city of Louisville?
Yeah, but
I'm
women can
casually
do
familiar
things.
with how paramedics operate in policies and procedures, but not specifically.
Okay.
Repeal the
When
19th.
they say they're gonna
Literally
pee.
yesterday,
respect to,
I was streaming 3 different
some of
trials.
the
I was
footage that you
streaming
viewed,
in
connection with your testimony
this
earlier. Some of the
Valhalla,
video footage.
Baker, and who else? Oh, and
Very
Salvador.
often, you cannot
at the same
see
time.
Yeah, but you couldn't have been listening to them all, right?
I was commenting in chat and responding to everyone.
And
Yeah.
Are you aware of
I wasn't
the
listening to the trial itself.
various,
Just listening to the
Aurora
hosts.
Fire personnel who were on scene?
How can you listen to 3 at one time?
No, not necessarily.
You ever been in a conversation with more
Are
than
you
2
aware
people?
or familiar with the
Not when
the
they're
ranks,
like both
that are held by
talking.
various individuals within the Aurora Fire Department?
No.
And are you aware at all of
No.
the employment structure?
I wasn't in a sorority.
Might be a firefighter,
Oh.
who might be an EMT, who might be
What about a
paramedic,
sorority?
those various levels of
Thank you, Lord Biden.
within the Aurora Fire Department.
She
No, I don't have specific knowledge or awareness.
So if I brought up a still frame that had all of the AFR personnel that were on scene the night of Elijah McClain's
McKinley, are you
contact,
gonna send me a message?
you would not be able to tell me who was a paramedic.
Where?
who was a
slide
EMT,
into his
who was a
DMs?
firefighter, correct?
How do I slide into your DMs?
I don't know.
I don't even know where your
You
DMs
are
are.
aware, however,
the only
that
DM he
none
responds
of
to
those,
is Discord.
levels
I
of
don't-
medical proficiency,
Oh, dude,
would
I
call them, for
tried.
lack of a
I
better
really did.
descriptive
I
term,
asked
are
Val.
doctors,
I looked
correct?
you up, and I can't
None of
find
them
you.
have
I don't know how to
your
work
level of
Discord.
education, correct?
Discord.
None of them have your
You're a
level of
member, so
expertise
just go to
in
my
treating
member tab and
medical
click on the
maladies.
link, the Discord link.
Some of them have as much or more
Go
experience
to,
than I do in
um,
certain
Huh?
situations, but I agree.
You're a member of my
with
YouTube channel.
Are you on-
Go to my
Yeah.
YouTube
Twitter?
channel.
Correct, right?
Go to my
It might
member
be
tab.
entirely
There's a tab that
possible
says
an
members.
EMT who is not a doctor
And
has
below that, there's a
had
link
so
to
much
my Discord.
experience that
Click
they
on that,
actually
and
have
it'll
more
take you straight
experience
to
than
my
you do in a
Discord.
specific situation, correct?
Correct.
Particularly
Okay.
emergency situations
Let's
outside of the
see.
hospital environment, right?
Correct.
Membership.
See, Rabbit's got it. She mods 2 or 3 streams at the same time. You can do it. Just gotta train
Okay,
your
I'm
brain.
on membership. I'm on membership. Now what do I do?
Scroll
See
down
perks,
till you
maybe.
see a link for Discord.
Just a little more detail, and I'm sorry for jumping around, but there was some questioning about. It was your understanding that in order to administer the
Are
ketamine
you
to
on
Mr.
Twitter?
McClain,
McKinley?
No, I'm. Yeah,
She
paramedics
is.
needed
What's your
another
Twitter?
vehicle on scene. You
legally
recall that
live.
question?
Oh, EU is
It
streaming
doesn't
right
say
now.
that.
And that was your understanding,
Huh?
right? There were two
The
vehicles.
live
there that night.
lawyer?
One of them was needed to arrive before the ketamine could be administered.
Are they
I
not-
used to be.
But you
I
don't know
have the
why
live
that was
lawyer
the case.
also. Do y'all think I should
Right,
change
I
my
just
name to the
recall
live lawyer
audio
instead of legally
news
live?
Recordings saying.
No,
you know,
I like
regular
that.
I'd stick with
sounds
legally
better,
live.
so I don't
I like
have full
legally
understanding
live.
now.
Okay.
You have
Okay, me too.
28 followers.
This is correct.
Guess what? Well, no, you had
What?
27.
One
You had 27.
moment.
Now you have 28.
Oh,
You know who I
thank
follow?
you.
That you know who I
in your
follow
practice,
on this
Who?
you run
group right
into
here.
patients
I
that-
follow
who
MLS. I
Yes.
follow McKinley, but that guy way up
So
there,
are
I don't follow
protocols
him
in place
Doesn't follow me
that
on
you're
Twitter.
familiar with
because
your
he's a
practice
bully.
governing
because I
the
don't believe it's a real
transfer
thing.
of, custody from law enforcement to medical personnel.
So confused again.
I'm not familiar with
Ooh,
I've been
should
in that
be.
situation, but
All
usually
right, I'm going to
Yo,
send you a
yeah.
message. I'm going to say,
for
hey,
that, so I'm not familiar with the protocols.
When you say
Oh, I
others
got
are
a
responsible
link
for that, what
from
others are responsible for
Baker.
what?
I
For
just now
safety
saw
and,
it.
Management. So I would be an ICU, intensive care unit doctor.
you should check your
where we
Twitter.
have a patient that is
Oh,
restrained
no.
and there's a law enforcement officer in the room. Nursing often has a more sophisticated understanding of the rules. Sometimes we have to loosen those restraints to perform procedures, and it's usually nursing that helps them understand.
We're still talking to the
Yeah.
same doctor
Is all
that
I'm
we
saying.
ended on
Okay, so
yesterday.
you're not-
We're finally
and
in
so
cross and on the
obviously,
second defense lawyer now.
What you just said
Defense
suggests
lawyer.
that the nurse is more familiar with the safety protocols having to do with law enforcement
I
custody.
think that's about it. Really.
Probably because they more
I think
directly
that's about
interact.
it.
Correct. But you rely on the nurses to kind of let you
Baker's
know
going to
what
bed?
the play is with respect to patient
His avatar is
restraint
the
in those situations.
There's commonly
The
a
lamp.
conversation with law enforcement as well.
Yeah, it's been.
Conversation
It
with
has
law
been for a little
enforcement
while.
that goes on in the
Just
context
to put
of
that
you needing
fringe
to have
around
loosen
the
restraints and
lamp
things
shade.
like that.
Tyrana.
Okay, and that is facilitated.
That's how it
you
is
and usually
in the
nursing
lamp.
staff and
It's
the
got
law
the little
enforcement
tassels
presence.
hanging down.
Correct.
It
And
does.
this all
It
occurs
does.
inside of your
Oh, I didn't
practice
see
area,
that.
inside of your hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly
What are you talking
don't
about?
have any training in
Your lamp.
law enforcement.
Oh, it does have the
techniques
tassels.
or law
I
enforcement
swear I didn't
arrest
have that
control
the other day.
techniques or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
All right, you guys are
original
boring.
deal.
I'm going.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm wearing pants. Okay. You think I'm happy? Do I look happy to you? I'm wearing pants.
I
Almost
know. I
9
told
o'clock.
Excited I'd jump in on her stream real quick, so I'm gonna go do that.
Cool.
And you guys have fun. I'm curious to see if the defense really does anything good with this doctor, but probably not. Probably not until their own expert. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they have an expert. Otherwise, they're really screwed.
I think
you, Doctor. I appreciate
their
your time. I know
expert
it's been a
was
long
the
day.
last one.
I don't
but
have any
who
more
knows?
questions.
No, it couldn't
No?
have been.
It couldn't have
They're
been
not
because
to
it's
their
not their
case
case in
in
chief.
chief.
Be direct
Yes.
examination.
Oh, that's right. That's
Listen
right.
to the defense counsel people.
Dr. Egan, Dr.
I'm an
Egan,
idiot.
I wanted to ask the
Baker
question.
Raid, thank y'all for coming
Attorney
in.
General's
Baker's
office.
coming. I gotta go.
If you'd
Does
be
it
so
include
kind, hit the
fact
like
that you've
button
written 3
for
reports in
me.
this case?
Yes.
Does it include
Ooh, Jamie
on.
Raid. I like that
testimony,
better.
including
Yeah,
I like
today,
that better.
Jamie
4
a
different times?
thing.
Yes.
She's
I don't know how to get a
And
hold of
each
her.
time
I
you give
don't know where she
testimony,
is.
Twitter.
over
She's
multiple
on
Oh
Twitter.
my gosh.
Yes.
Is she?
And if I heard
I'll
correctly,
DM the two of
Don't
you
tell
guys
him he
together.
can message on
You've been
Twitter.
involved in
Don't
this
tell
case
him
There
that.
you go.
Don't tell
Put
him
hours
that.
into
Too many
it.
things. I had to give him a real identity to get a hold of him.
A real identity. I'm not even sure
counsel
what that
asked you
means.
on cross-examination
Like
Underscore
a cell phone number?
Bahama.
Favors I had to
Mr. McClain
use to
as a
get a real
child.
identity.
Did you take into consideration though that information when you determined
Did
your
you guys
cause of
go to
death
bed
and
with
when you
Baker
ruled
last
out
night?
certain
I
things?
didn't. I
Yes,
woke
of
up
course.
and he had a bed
So
stream.
in your review, when she was asking you about
No.
the fact that
Team
you
you
had a
guys
heart
together.
murmur, did you take that in consideration?
Thank you.
And did that
Like
have
a
anything to do
sleeping
with why
streak?
she
See you
died on
guys.
August 24th, 2019?
Bye.
Absolutely not.
Later, Dave.
She also indicated about his trips.
He didn't really have
Baker-
a.
to
He didn't
the
really
emergency
have a.
room or to a
I
clinic
was like,
about
what
asthma.
the?
Did you
Dave.
take those medical reports?
The one and only MLS, y'all.
Determination of cause of
If you
death?
haven't subbed
Yes, I
to
did.
him, I don't
Did it
know
have
what's wrong with
anything to
you.
do
You
with
need
why
to.
Elijah McClain died on August 24th, 2019?
Absolutely not.
She asked you about a time when he was a teenager when he had a collapsed lung. Did you take that into consideration when you determined your opinion concerning his cause of death?
Yes.
And did that collapse of lung that occurred when he was a teenager
Oh, I'm already
have
following
anything to do with
Jamie.
his
How
cause
did
of
I not
death
know
on
that?
August 24th, 2019?
No, it was treated and resolved a long time ago.
So weird.
We got so many new people. Hey, everybody.
You were asked
Little
series of
Peanut, great
questions
success.
about
Scott
what if we have
McGinnis,
a
Wolfram.
enlarged heart. Do you remember those
Scott, you
questions?
were here
I
a
do.
little bit early.
In
but
this
I
case,
get it.
Oh,
I
we
get
should-
it.
about Mr. McClain's
We should
heart
act like we
that
know what we're
you took
doing
into
then.
consideration as far as his cause of death.
It
Yes.
might help.
And what did
It
you
might
take into
help.
consideration?
So I really wanted to make sure that there wasn't a primary heart problem. And while uncommon, heart problems can happen. But the findings in the University of Colorado records and the tests that they did were overwhelmingly supportive of a global injury to the heart from low oxygen that we commonly
All
see.
right. I sent
after
Jamie a
respiratory
link.
arrest. And
Baker already has the
there were
link.
EKG electrical tracings of the heart that were abnormal in a kind of non-specific way. And this is very common when someone recovers from a respiratory arrest, that we see the heart is irritable and recovering. So
I haven't
everything
unfollowed
was
anybody.
consistent with the heart was the innocent bystander injured by the event of the respiratory arrest. But we were going through that list. Sometimes sudden death can happen in young people because of a blood clot to the lung, and we would see that on the heart studies, that the right side of the heart was upset. But we did not see that. So it helped rule out definitively along with the autopsy.
Yeah, new guys, those that are just joining, if you're members, I got emojis now.
Are you making this opinion to a
So have
reasonable
fun
Hey,
with that.
thanks, traveling fools.
You were also asked questions about the fact that Mr. McClain
Your
had
chat's
certain
so nice.
underlying medical conditions before
They're pretty
coming.
awesome.
I go
And I
back and
wanted to
forth
ask you
between.
for
They're
reasonable
so
degree of
nice.
medical
Oh my
scrutiny.
God,
Is that the reason?
No.
I prefer the term wholesome
They were,
degenerates. That's-
aggravating factors.
I like that.
They were issues that made him sick.
I call them the island of
They were
misfit
all,
toys.
treatable.
That works too. That works too.
That's what we all are.
About whether or not he would have survived, or could he have died because of those acidosis, aspiration, and hypoxia? What is your opinion on that?
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, he would have survived with some fairly straightforward medical treatment of those issues.
So he
Is
he
that a
never
different
been
wolf?
ketamine by the paramedics. What would his course of treatment have been in the hospital?
It is.
So he likely would have needed some
Yeah, that's the
support
other
for his
one.
breathing, oxygen.
It
maybe
is.
even some additional support, antibiotics.
Project
to
Metal
treat
Music,
possible
what's up?
infection that could
Welcome.
evolve from this. Might need
Stacy,
help from
hello.
his therapist to help him clear
Good to see you.
that material out of his lungs.
No, he has
IV
not
fluids,
shaved yet, but he's
monitoring.
going to this evening.
And a thorough assessment you can only do in a hospital.
Is that your
making sure
assessment?
that kidneys
No, that's
have
what you said
organs.
earlier.
You were talking about. Talked
I was
about
told I
your
shouldn't
use of
shave.
sedatives in the field.
Oh,
So
I don't
yeah,
know.
It's not
you have
just
to
sedatives in the
talk
field,
to
is it, Dr. Luther?
Reloaded
I'm
and
sorry, what did you say
Danielle
now?
Well,
and
it's the degree of
C-Swept
sedatives in
and
the field that you have talked about.
Sure, it is both the action of
You can almost tell that you're
initiating
growing
sedation,
facial hair out.
the choice of medicines and how
that
much,
should be
I
you should do that as a poll. Should I shave
but
or
not
not?
so much a specific.
That's not a
appropriate
bad
dose,
idea.
but what is our goal of sedation? What are we trying to achieve?
I think
Are
you
we
should
trying to
not.
just reduce anxiety?
Why do you say
Are we trying
that?
to go to
I don't know what you
sedation?
looked like before,
Are we trying
though, to
go
be
deep
fair.
sedation?
Both like this, both have
That's
facial
how
hair.
we think of sedation.
Should you do deep sedation in the field?
Or as
again, my
some people
experience
say,
is that, you need to
dreamy.
make sure-
Polls in chat. Should the expert shave? Yes or no? Yes is the top, no is the bottom for Android users.
Response.
I agree, Judge. That's why I asked about deep sedation, and he talked about in the hospital.
And to
All
be
right,
fair, I will not vote.
Not going.
You already voted, didn't you?
So it's sustained.
Nope.
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
You were asked questions about people in custody, and have you worked with law enforcement in order to do
Don't wanna
sedation
know.
or procedure?
Yes.
Oh,
you do
QRD is a quick
When a
rundown?
person's in
No.
custody.
What is
Yes.
it?
What?
Can you still do the procedure when a person's in
Quick
custody?
rundown. That probably makes
Yes.
sense. So Dano the
I
Mano,
have no further questions.
Thank you.
on the whole case
May the
or
witness be
just
excused.
today? Because I guess the whole case is a better option. The quick rundown on this is that a suspicious person call came in. A 23-year-old man was walking home from the gas station. He was swinging his arms, and somebody felt the need to call 911 over it. 3 cops showed up, immediately went hands-on with him. The guy was kind of, I would say, acting oddly, possibly, but nothing illegal about what he was doing. The cops took him to the ground. They choked him out. He aspirated, and the paramedics showed up and eventually injected him with a high dose of ketamine. They put him in the ambulance, and somewhere on the way to the hospital, they realized that he wasn't breathing or had no pulse. He perished before the ambulance got to the hospital. One cop was found guilty of, I don't remember what he was found guilty of now. Degree assault, I think?
Second degree assault and
Negligent
homicide.
Yes. And then 2 cops were acquitted, and now the 2 paramedics are on trial here. They're being charged with reckless manslaughter, negligent
No, they're being
homicide.
charged with negligent homicide, manslaughter, and is it 3rd degree assault or 2nd degree assault or 4th
Second or
degree
third
assault
degree,
or
some degree of
something.
assault.
Something we don't have in Texas.
So
Sorry,
that's
guys.
the quick rundown. Isn't it, though? Isn't it? Yeah, it was a huge dose of ketamine. Huge dose. The guy weighed 140 pounds. They estimated he weighed 200 pounds and then still dosed him for a larger person. It's pretty ridiculous, in my humble opinion. It's an interesting case. The unfortunate part is every witness in it is a cop or a firefighter or a doctor. So we're not getting a whole lot of interesting testimony from the witnesses. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, so the officer that was convicted, he was convicted of 3rd-degree assault, but these dudes are charged with 2nd-degree assault.
Yes. I need to get some more clips back here.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
What's up, MG?
What's up?
Yes.
How you doing,
understand
buddy?
a word that are coming out of my mouth?
I love that movie so much.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
That was the 1971 Corvette Stingray, the first year.
Yes,
of the modern
yes, it
design.
was.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
It's a sexy car. It's a sexy car.
They kept that all the way until like what 1984. It had the big 2 front humps.
Yeah,
very curvy. I used to not like it, but now I think you don't see curves in cars.
Yeah, that's something that we need more of.
So Eris asked a good question, and I think the answer to that would be no, right, MG?
I don't know what's the question.
Okay,
I'm driving, so.
So she said if these two are also acquitted with the other cop, like so the one that was convicted, would they have an appealable issue?
Why would they? He was convicted,
Yeah, I don't
or did he
think so.
plead? Or did he plead?
No, he was convicted. He was
He was
convicted by a
convicted.
jury.
I mean, if they're acquitted, then the jury says they didn't do it.
Yeah,
would
I
it-
don't think that has anything to do with them.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. My bad. I've caught half of that.
When you said Eris had a good comment, I thought you were talking about where Eris said the dreamiest expert was Ken Doll expert.
This is in Aurora, Colorado, Jacob. Wolfram, yeah. But yeah, Aurora, Colorado.
Yeah, and Eris, that's Chris Tucker.
The use of
Chris Tucker.
ketamine,
Wait, what are you talking about? What's Chris Tucker?
the clip,
The clip he filmed
shower clip.
from Rush Hour.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the police officer
Fast
that was
group.
charged in Austin. Never mind.
No,
It's
the
Chris Taylor, not Tucker.
You sure you're not
That's
blind?
Chris Tucker and Jackie
No,
Chan.
I should be.
Taylor.
I should be for sure.
Who's
That's Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan.
No, he's
Yeah.
the officer in Austin that's charged with the same.
No,
basically the same thing.
Jackie Chan was the
Oh.
officer from Shanghai, and Chris Tucker was the officer from the LA Police Department.
Don't confuse me anymore.
Who hasn't seen Rush Hour?
I haven't.
Oh my
Do you
God!
understand the
You
word
really
that's
haven't?
coming out of my mouth?
Sounds like we need a watch party.
You
That's-
do.
Discord watch party,
How have you not watched Rush Hour?
or
I mean,
or a
Valhalla
StreamYard watch
says
party.
that. If Valhalla says, "How have you not watched Rush Hour?"
It's an amazing movie.
This is a dude who doesn't watch movies.
Well, they stopped making.
Oh, I don't watch it. I was like afraid of movies my whole life.
I do what I want!
Bambi did it for me, you guys.
Back to the trial.
If
Back
you
to the
would
trial.
A little, some fried pork chops would cure that for you.
Good
Way to go,
man.
Eris.
Eris is awesome.
I'm a
Yep. Glad she's back and doing good.
Next witness for the people.
Agreed.
Your Honor, the people would call Daniel De Jesus.
She was missed for a couple of days. Her mod skills were missed.
Yeah.
Dano the Mano is awesome.
Your avatar is amazing.
Please be seated.
Oh,
once you're
I hope
comfortable,
Dano
the
is
chair, I'm gonna ask
a
you to speak a
subscriber to
little
my
bit loudly, close
channel.
to the microphone.
Oh, I hope
And
so.
if you tell us your first and last name and please spell your
I
last
would
name.
say
so we can record it.
Daniel De Jesus, DeJesus.
I love it.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. De Jesus, what is it that you do for work?
I'm a firefighter for the Aurora Fire Department.
And how long have you been with Aurora Fire?
8 years now.
What is your current role with Aurora Fire?
I'm a fire medic.
And in 2019, what was your title?
I was a basic EMT firefighter.
So So in 2019, at that point, you had been with Aurora Fire for about 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to being a firefighter with Aurora Fire, did you have a career prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. I served in the Navy for 5 years.
And was there any medical training for you to have that role?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to talk
Nothing
a little bit
to
about
lose.
the training that you received in order to have your role as
Do y'all know that
a
movie?
fire EMT. Okay.
Not off the top of my head.
So what sort of training was involved in order to become a firefighter with Aurora
I was
Fire?
getting it confused.
Are we asking about my role as a firefighter or my EMT school?
Let's start with firefighter and then
Oh,
EMT
that's a
school,
pretty
because
good
it sounds
movie.
like that's an additional piece.
It is, right?
Firefighter, I went to, I believe it was a 16-week fire academy with Aurora Fire. That focused on firefighter certifications, hazmat certifications, and
Was
testing. to
Martin
become
Short
accredited.
or not Martin Short? I mean,
Yes.
And I might ask you
Martin
just to
Lawrence.
speak a little bit more to the mic. You have a
Lawrence.
There you
very
go.
quiet
There you
voice.
go.
When told. Yeah.
It's okay. And your training in order to become a firefighter, is that hands-on or is it in a classroom?
It's a mixture of both. We do a lot of hands-on and testing in the classroom.
Okay. And then in order to become an
check out
EMT
KOI.
basic, I think I heard you
Comment.
say that was some additional training that you took.
Yes, ma'am. That was taken before I was hired with a 6-month course through a community college.
And what are EMTs within Aurora Fire
Who's
responsible
on the
for?
stand?
It's an emergency medical technician. They do basic life-saving maneuvers. We can do
Wait,
vital signs.
this is defense.
Basic CPR functions. And assist
Oh,
paramedic.
whoa.
Basic-
Did the state rest their case?
And are paramedics within Aurora Fire sometimes referred
No.
to
Are we
as
on a new
firemedics?
person?
Yeah.
Dude, we
What's
haven't
the more
been paying
common term
attention
just
at
for
all.
We have not.
Medics?
I derailed
You
very-
fast forwarded.
If I say medic,
No, I
I'm
jumped
always
ahead.
referring to a paramedic or a paramedic.
That's what
medic.
happened.
And then if I'm referring to the more basic.
Yeah, we totally
EMT
didn't
basic that
listen
you
the
were referring
entire
to,
time
would it
Dave
be
was on,
appropriate to
though.
call that EMT?
Oh, I feel like I need to go back a little bit. Does anybody know what the hell's going on right now?
So I
Don't go back.
Yes.
Do not go
Your
back.
assignment within Aurora Fire.
You never
Yes.
go back.
No idea what's going on.
2019. Are
This is not
firefighters
like-
within Aurora assigned to a particular
I'm going to be honest. I have no idea.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you
I
assigned to a
don't
specific
think so
station?
because I didn't set it up
Yes,
to
I
stream
was
there.
assigned to
It's not
station 2.
live, but I guess it
Where
might
is
post
station 2
later.
then?
I don't
No,
know.
you're not on
12600
Rumble.
East
You
Hoffman
connect your
Boulevard.
accounts.
And
Yeah,
is station 2 what is known as
but
the
it doesn't
double
like
company?
transfer
And what does that mean?
over like
There's
hardly
an engine and a ladder
anything.
truck in
I'm
there.
so over the
Yeah,
Rumble.
but mine's the
And what
same
is
way.
It's
It doesn't transfer over.
Engine has the water.
It's supposed
the ladder
to.
truck has extrication
Yep.
tools. and a big
I may have
ladder
to
doesn't
set it up
transfer
again, I
your
guess. I don't know.
Your YouTube over to them.
And is an
Yeah,
ambulance
it's supposed to
one of the vehicles
save
that you
over there
have within
automatically.
your
Yeah,
company?
yeah, I've got it set up so they're
So
linked.
how do
So
you
it's
get an
supposed to
ambulance to the
transfer.
scene?
Like as soon as I post a video to
they're
YouTube,
dispatched
it's supposed
with us
to
to medical centers.
automatically send it
Their
to
own separate
Rumble, but it sends like
And
one
is
out
that how
of
they
10,
learn that they need to
maybe.
join you
Mine
on a
used
scene?
to, and then
Yes.
Rumble started
And when you're
posting my
dispatched to the scene, who
videos
has
onto
medical
YouTube.
control?
Yeah, I
over that
remember
scene?
that.
The fire department does.
And are you always dispatched at the same time?
I'm unaware if the dispatch times are equal.
When a call comes in, are both units dispatched at about the same time?
I believe so. Again, they have their own dispatch, so I don't know if there's a delay in that, but we are dispatched together. Yes.
And when you're within a station, how are you alerted that you need to respond to a call?
There are certain tones that come out over the overhead speakers in our station.
And are
This is the
certain
Walker
tones
attorney,
mean certain
right?
Things?
We have just one tone for the
Correct.
engine and one tone for the
I
ladder.
don't see her
And there are
Walker
tones
though.
for chiefs at chief stations.
And is station two a
And
chief
there's
station?
2 empty
No, ma'am.
seats right
So it'd just
here.
be the
Oh,
two tones.
it's not
Right.
the Walker attorney.
And how do you know as a firefighter
It's just a
or
different
fire
state
EMT,
attorney, I think.
how do you know that a tone
She
is for
sounds
you?
like the Walker attorney.
Like I said, there are separate tones for the engine. I am on
She
the engine,
looks
so when
like
the
her.
engine tones goes off, I know that's my call.
And are you permanently assigned a tone or does it vary?
It's been the same since I got on.
Okay. So now I would like to turn your attention to August 24th of 2019. And what I'm going to be doing is asking you some questions and then kind of throughout the testimony using some body worn camera footage to
About
help
the
assist
Karen
you
Reed
in your
case?
Yeah.
responses, okay?
Okay.
Oh, God, that's.
So were you on
Cover up to
duty
me.
August 24th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you assigned to Station 2 at that
Are
time?
we on the
Yes, ma'am.
Turtle Boy side
And
or?
engine company,
Yeah.
as we talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured. I
And when you're
figured we
assigned to
were.
engine company, do you have a particular
Turtle
role
Boy's been on with
in
a
that
bunch of
company?
us. He's been on with me
Yes,
and
ma'am.
David a couple
What was your
times. He's
role?
been on with Baker
My role was the firefighter there. That particular night, though, I was at an acting position
And
as
me.
the engineer.
I was
And
on
what
that
does that
stream.
mean?
I was a driver.
Is the acting engineer responsible for anything else?
pumping operations on a fire, driving to the scene.
Pumping
medical
operations.
Scenes, I would be scribing with
Giggly.
a laptop that we had at the time.
Okay, so for a medical scene, you would be responsible for, I think you said scribing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I have I think it was a laptop at the time. Now we have an iPad. If anything said that's pertinent or vital signs or name, date of birth, anything like that said, I would scribe it down. And then for the PCR later, we would have all information we needed from the scene.
And PCR, does that mean patient care report?
It does.
Okay. And are some of the fields within a patient care report auto-populated?
I believe they are, yes.
So on the night of August 24th of 2019, did you ultimately get a tone that night?
We did.
And it was an engine tone?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know whether it was for a fire or for a medical assist?
Sometime after the tone, a dispatcher's voice will come over and dictate whether it's for a medical or a fire.
And who else was assigned to the engine that night?
At the time, it was Lieutenant Chichuniec, fire medic Jeremy Cooper, myself, and then the backseat EMT was Austin Bradley.
What does it mean to be a lieutenant on an engine?
You're the officer. You're ultimately in charge of everything on the engine. It's a promoted position. It's kind of a position of leadership among the rig.
Oh, shit.
And do lieutenants have any specialized training?
They take a promotional exam and they do things that I guess we don't, but I don't think they have specialized training in fire or things of that nature, no.
Okay. It's more of the managerial leader type role.
Yeah.
And was Lieutenant Cichuniec, was he a paramedic?
Yes.
So a fire medic that we were talking about earlier?
Yes, but he would go under the title lieutenant at the time.
Okay. But he was trained as a fire medic?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also mentioned fireman Jeremy Cooper. What was his role on the engine that night?
He was the paramedic on the rig.
And what does that mean to be the paramedic on the rig?
Every rig has a paramedic assigned
So
to it,
no,
and
he
that was
shouldn't
his role for
shave.
the
Did
day,
we
paramedic.
confirm that already?
Does that
Yeah,
give
he
him
shouldn't
any
shave.
special control or
Yeah.
responsibility over a scene when you're dispatched?
They typically run the medical calls. and
63%.
So he was less cute with the like clean shaven
if we go to a
face. Is that
medical
what we're
call and
saying?
Me as the EMT wants to do
No, I'm
something,
not saying
I
that
would
at
run
all.
my medic to make sure that's okay with him.
Yeah,
He doesn't
I would
need to
feel
shave.
weird if
Me,
MG
especially
said
being a
that.
higher trained.
It's only 27
medical
votes.
personnel.
It's only 27 votes.
And then you mentioned a fourth person, fire EMT Austin
Yeah.
Brown.
Why you gotta belittle my poll,
so
man?
At that time,
Get him
Dang.
in
30,
2019,
man.
did he have the
He
same
shut
level
it
of
too
training as
soon.
you did at that time?
Look
Yes,
how many
ma'am.
people
And what
you
was
got.
his
You
role
got like
going to be on the
150
rig?
people in here watching.
He was the EMT on the rig. So
Yeah,
assisting the
everybody
medic,
vote
on medical
now.
calls.
I closed it already.
Backseat
It's great.
firefighter pulling hose on fire.
Did you announce you're going to close it?
So with
No,
these different
I probably
roles,
should.
do you get into
Yeah, that way
Also,
everybody
go
goes.
you
like
have
the
specific seats
stream
that you need to sit in?
immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're the driver.
Yes,
so
please
I'm
like
assuming
the
you're in
stream.
driver's seat.
Please like it.
Who's in the front
I'm going to
passenger
go
seat
heat
with
some
you?
tamales.
Lieutenant.
And what is, or does he have any particular responsibilities sitting front
Christmas
passenger seat?
tamales.
He maps us into wherever we need to go, gets the notes, talks to dispatch through the radio, dictates kind of how we approach the scene,
Oh, whoops.
how we get there, and what our approach is.
I was playing with the dog.
When
Sorry.
you're saying how you're approached, do you mean with the engine or throughout the call?
More so with the engine, but it can't be throughout the call, yes.
And you mentioned that he's responsible for speaking over the
I
radio.
do too.
Does that continue throughout the call or is that only when you're on the engine?
It continues throughout the call.
And where was paramedic Cooper sitting?
He would sit directly behind me,
And then EMT Basic Bradley?
directly behind the lieutenant.
More scruff.
So I just have a
than
couple of questions
full
about
beard,
what
though.
happens at the
Sorry.
station before your
Sorry,
engine
Val.
leaves. When you hear the tone, do you have any specific details about what type of call you're going out to, other than it's fire or medical assist?
Upon the tone originally coming, occasionally there's some notes. It could be a medical assist, a lift assist, or it could be a fire alarm, first alarm fire. But the real notes come later in the call.
So if it's a medical assist, how do you know what tools or equipment you're going to need on the call?
You don't know yet.
So how do you prepare the engine?
Go
If you don't
check.
know what you're walking into.
Well, we bring everything on every call.
I get yelled at every time I leave now.
Prepare what to bring.
Well, not if it's
anything
for
else is
her.
needed, like extrication equipment on
That's
car
fair.
accident. We would get those notes as we come in.
Okay. And so does that mean the engine is kind of
okay. I'll be
pre-stocked
back.
with everything? you're going to need in
Albuquerque.
the
What is
call?
Yes, ma'am.
Albuquerque? That wasn't
And
an option.
Is it someone's responsibility to make sure after
Albuquerque.
you return to the station after a call that it
Albuquerque.
restocks?
Baker
and
State.
Always make sure to take a left turn.
Might
If
have
we
been
use
the
anything
funniest
on the
thing I've
call
ever
before we
heard.
go back in service, we will restock it as a crew.
What? I'm so confused.
And in order to make sure that you have everything that you
Yes,
need, is there
both
like a
Scott,
checklist that
both
you work off of?
both EMTs.
We
They're
do have an
actually
inventory
not
list.
paramedics,
yes, but
I
we're well aware
believe.
of what's in our
But
kits.
they're
and
both on
when
trial
something's
at one
missing, we check
time.
them every day in the morning.
And is it important? And you said kits. How many kits do you have?
I call them kits. We have an orange kit, a black kit, a blue airway kit, a pediatric yellow kit, and a cardiac monitor.
Okay. And in
Shrimp
2019,
gumbo,
is that the
fried
same list of kits?
Yes, minus the
fried
pediatric
shrimp,
kit
boiled
that was
shrimp.
lumped together in our orange kit at the time.
Okay.
Got all
I'm
kinds of
moving through that
kits.
list pretty quickly, so I'm going to back up a little bit. So I heard an orange trauma kit.
That's correct.
That just
A
made me
black
hungry.
kit,
Yes, it's an airway kit.
black airway kit. And then I heard a blue kit.
Yeah, it's more of a bag. It's oxygen.
And then was it a cardiac kit or a cardiac?
We have a cardiac monitor.
Now, I'd like to talk about each of those kits, bags, and monitors individually. What is in the orange trauma kit?
There's quite a bit in there. We have everything related to trauma, a whole trauma kit, anything to stop bleeding, combat gauze, to tourniquets.
I don't understand. Okay, so it was a movie, another movie
We
quote.
have splints.
Yeah, it was from Forrest Gump, where he's like
accessories for
rattling off the
bones,
different
bullets, and
ways you
things
can
like that.
do shrimp.
We have a drill
For Bubblegum Shrimp Company from Greenbow, Alabama.
In case we need an IV. We have saline in there, IV kits.
Dude, I need to watch some
glucose
movies,
in
so
case
I'm
we
not.
need
Oh,
so-
you haven't seen Forrest Gump?
And then we have certain
No.
drugs in there.
Life is like
also
a
have
box
things
of
like blood pressure
chocolates.
Yeah, we have
I
basic
do know
vital
that
sign
comes
equipment.
from.
Never
there.
know what you're going to get.
Blood pressure cuff for different sizes. We have stethoscopes in there.
Yeah, I gotta watch some.
Blood glucose meter.
And then the next one, I believe you mentioned, was the black case carrot containing airway support equipment.
Yes.
What is in the black case?
Thanks,
That's our
Rabbit.
airway kit. We have our intubation tubes and our air tracks. We have our bag valve masks. We have chest decompression needles. We have our suction in there. And our eye gels, our backup airways. Anything involving airway is in there.
Okay. And do you have like CPAP?
We do have CPAP in there. You obviously know better than me.
All right.
That's
and
not
then
good.
The third one you mentioned was the blue oxygen bag. What's in the blue oxygen bag?
It has a bottle of oxygen that we can use for oxygen tubing. We have our nasal cannulas and non-rebreather masks. We have medication for asthma, things like that, for nebulizers in there.
Yeah,
last one you mentioned was your
Jacob. It's
cardiac
that they
So what does that
they
look like?
rendered it, or they
Kind of a boxy
administered
machine
a
with two
lethal
saddlebags
dose
on
of
the side.
ketamine.
Has our EKG limbs that we can use for that. Has a blood pressure cuff, a pulse oximeter. We carry our aspirin and nitro in there. Some drugs. We carry patches in there. a
Still
blood
not
glucose
sold on it
monitor.
being the ketamine that did it.
Oh,
size,
dude, me
blood
either. I think it was probably the vomit.
Pacing monitors for CPR, CPR puck.
And that was going to happen whether they gave him ketamine or not,
And
probably.
these
Correct. And it
Yes, well,
happened
I'll talk about the
before
first
they
two
gave him
cases, the
ketamine.
orange trauma
Yeah.
case and the black
So the
case.
ketamine's not.
How big are those?
They're decently sized Pelican cases.
Yeah.
They
No,
probably weigh
agreed.
20,
And
25 pounds.
it's crazy that they already tried the cops in this. Like, so you know they had an opposite theory.
Just in case someone doesn't know what a pelican
Oh,
case
yeah.
is.
Probably twice the size of that orange binder there.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Also the white binder with the orange paper on top.
Yes, it looks orange to me from here. Sorry.
And the black case is around the same size?
They're both the same size.
Okay. And what about the O2 bag? How big is that?
That's probably about 2 feet long.
And the cardiac monitor?
It's probably maybe the size of these laptops here. And then the saddlebags on the side add some.
So for the cardiac monitor, you said it has saddlebags. So is there kind of a screen on the outside of the bag?
Oh,
that you
everybody
can
else is
see when
gone.
you're
I just
on
pulled up
scene?
at the house. I got to go.
But for all four of these things, are they
But Paula's not here.
transported?
But
I'm here.
you gonna are you gonna
Yes,
join
I'm
expert stream tonight?
Yes.
All right, good. We'll see you there.
Okay,
bye. Bye.
So you're at the firehouse on August 24th, or you're at Station 2, excuse me. You hear the tone for engine company. What happens next?
We all go to the rig, and then the lieutenant will tell me where to go as a driver, and I'll go there.
How soon after pulling out do you know
Sorry,
what this
my
call is going to be
headphones
about?
died.
For this particular
bad
one, I don't remember
situation
the
for a
exact
second
time,
there.
but every call kind of varies how
Yes,
long the
I'm
dispatcher
not
will take to
in
relay
your
the notes to you.
Discord because I can't figure
And
it
relaying
out.
the notes, can that
Dave.
come over the radio?
Yes, that's over the radio.
And can it also come on the laptop or the tablet that's being carried?
Yes, not going carried in the MDC, which is a computer that the lieutenant has access to there, which has the directions and whatnot, also has notes of the call.
Okay. And so is that separate from what you mentioned the scribe would carry around the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it kind of hard stuck into?
It's in a fixed place, yeah.
That was a better fix as opposed to hard stuck. So on August 24th of 2019, where were you dispatched to?
Just north of the intersection of Colfax and Billings.
As you're en route, are your lights and sirens going?
Yes, ma'am.
So now I'd like to talk about your arrival at the scene. Where did you park? And actually, if I could
Well,
please
yes,
have
Eris,
what has previously
if
been
one
admitted as
person
Exhibit
was
301,
convicted, then there was a
displayed for the witness and
crime
the jury.
committed, according
This
to
is
the
the
jury.
map. And if we could focus in on just the map portion of this exhibit.
Like, even if everybody else is acquitted, if one person was convicted.
Okay, so looking
then
at this
yes.
map, are you able to kind of orient yourself as to what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how did you enter this scene? From which direction?
From the south.
I can't
South.
figure it
Do
out.
we have is there a laser pointer up there for you to use?
It's a laser pointer. Oh. There we go. You see that?
So if you can show the jury kind of what direction you entered from.
Enter from the street. We entered north, going this way, south of the location.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And had APD actually asked you to enter from the west?
I don't remember if APD got on the radio and asked us anything there.
Okay, if I could show just for the witness exhibit 281, which has already been admitted. If you can look at the incident narrative and see if that helps refresh your recollection as to which direction you were asked to enter the scene from.
Yes, it says here they asked us to enter off Montview.
Okay. And why did you, if you wouldn't mind putting the map back up.
I'm back.
So why did you enter from Montview, which is north, as opposed to...
Interview went well, y'all. Interview went well.
Enter from Montview?
Yay!
Should hear something by Monday, probably. So that's awesome.
Had you already
I feel like
started
your
driving
sound
that way
sounds
and,
weird.
Lieutenant Chichuniec
Sounds weird?
instructed you to just keep
Maybe.
driving the direction you were already
Could
going.
be me. It could be my
I'm
ear.
not sure. It's also possible
Could be
we
your
didn't
ear.
get the notes
It
until
could, I think
we were
it's
too
my
close.
ear. It was my
but
ear.
I don't recall.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So what does it mean?
My settings are
when,
all so good.
A note says PE2 had already
What?
committed.
My mic is loud.
That means we're already too far into the scene to approach from a certain direction.
Okay.
Probably mine. Mine's always loud,
We can
man.
take that down. Thank you so much. What time did you arrive?
I don't know, man.
I can't help it.
If we could please
Mine's just
display
loud.
for the jury and the witness exhibit 281,
All right.
which has already been admitted.
I turned it down. I didn't touch anything, though.
Do you see an arrival time?
Yes, first unit arrived 22:50, 4 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, you are a little hotter.
I didn't
What
touch
did you
anything.
see when you first
Weird.
arrived?
Fixed it. I turned it down a
when
little
you're
bit. Is
still
that
in your
better?
engine and you're parking?
I
You're
saw a
good.
lot of cop cars.
I don't know. I
pretty much
can't.
shutting
I
down the street
can't
north and south
judge
lanes.
because I have one ear that doesn't
Was the
work.
ambulance on
so.
scene when you arrived?
No, ma'am.
And at that point, were you expecting one to arrive eventually?
Yes.
And that's because
Dave,
both AFR and Falk are dispatching
I'm
around the
in
same
your
time.
Discord. I'm in your
Once
Discord.
parked,
I'm
what
in your
did you do?
Discord.
I reach back and I
Touch
grab my
anything.
laptop at the time and then get out of the rig.
Super excited
and start
about
walking
that.
to the scene.
And did anyone grab any of those kits we were just talking about?
Yes, the crew grabbed the kits as we were walking up.
And at that point, did
I'm
you
afraid
have
to talk
any
now.
very clear information about what
Is
sort
it
of
still
No,
treatment
clear?
you're
you
fine.
need to provide?
See, you
or was
sound
that
fine
still
to
unknown?
me, though.
No, I don't remember any clear treatment.
Better?
Okay, so
Okay.
what kits were grabbed?
Okay.
I believe we
James?
grabbed all the kits.
We're gonna have to ask somebody who's not me. Like, where's the expert?
And would it be a problem if only one case was grabbed?
Would it be a problem as far as,
Well, why is it that you would grab all 4 cases before going to a scene?
Quartz on max volume. I turned
especially not
it
knowing what you're
I
going
think
into?
down.
Me as the medic, I grab all 4 kits. We weren't sure what we were headed into, I
They
believe.
say gain
Means
is
that you
still
have
a
the
bit
tools
too
you're
high.
going to
Dude,
need
AP,
available
I
close
need
to
you
you
in
once
my
you get there
life
and
because
know what you need to do.
I don't know what any of that stuff means. And I see it in my settings, but
I'm thinking that is the case.
So you mentioned that the
I turned
ambulance
everything
wasn't
down
there
now.
yet. If they had
Volumes
arrived
down,
first,
volumes
would
down.
they be
I didn't touch
expected
anything
to
when I
bring the
left.
kits to the patient?
Rabbit says you're good.
And what would you do as the arriving fire engine to make sure that the kits were there?
And MLS says turn the sound up.
If they're there first,
No,
we'll
turn
radio
the
them
sound.
and
Turn
ask
the
them if
sound
they
up.
have all the
Turn the
kits or
sound
if they're in
down.
need of anything.
Make it
So if
slower.
they needed anything additional, that you could bring it to the scene as well.
Yes.
And I apologize. I keep saying to the scene and to the patient. I should just be saying to the patient. And vice versa. If you're on scene first,
You guys are being mean.
could Falk radio to you and say, "Hey, do you need anything additional for this patient?"
Yes, they could.
Okay.
If you haven't yet, make sure you hit the like for me, guys.
So as you all get out of the engine, you
I
have your
appreciate it.
tablet to do the scribing.
Right now.
And
did
McKinley
you
will
run
beat you up
or
if you don't.
walk to the patient?
We walked.
She'll kick you in the shin.
And what were you seeing as you're walking up towards the patient?
I will. I'll kick you in the
There
shin.
was a lot
That's
of
all I
police
can
activity,
do.
a lot of police cars. We were about a block away, so we couldn't get closer there. And then big police presence, I remember walking up to.
So how did you know that it was safe for you to walk up to the patient?
I guess you
Awesome.
never know if anything's truly safe, but police did call us in as opposed to staging us.
Okay, and when you say call you in, that means call you in so you can get to the
Thank you,
patient
Nina.
and do what you need to do.
Yes.
Welcome back.
And so do you get called in when the scene is safe and not when they're
Did you
particularly
see what
done
Yamaha
doing
said?
whatever it is they need to do with their suspect?
I'm not sure how they what their protocol is for when they call us in, to be fair.
But if they ask you to stage elsewhere, is it because it's not safe for you to come in?
Typically, yeah.
And what would be an example of that?
If they had someone at gunpoint or they were getting shot at, obviously they don't want anyone else in the line of fire, so we've been staged on calls like that.
So barring that sort of scenario, are you able to come in and care for the patient?
Yes.
Can I help you?
Your Honor, permission to use the-
Now I'm afraid StreamYard is going to fix itself and I'm going to be really low.
Yes, why don't we take a quick break and. No, that's okay. Yeah, and I'll just have my staff take the jurors back into the back. We've got 2 jury rooms back there in case anybody else needs to use the restroom. No former express any opinions, discuss the case, do no independent research, and avoid press coverage.
Good timing.
Okay. Well, I hate to do this, but my child is on her way home.
Mommy Judy's call.
Mommy Judy's call. She wants quesadillas, so I got to go make them.
Heck yeah.
But
Thank
anyway,
you as always, doll. You are
take,
awesome, and I love and appreciate you.
I don't know what F&L is, but I'm assuming that's the expert.
Yeah, Friday Night Live. That's the show. tonight.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right, you may continue with your examination.
Text me later.
Will do. Thank you,
Okay, bye,
McKinley.
everybody. Go
Yo.
and hit the like now, or I'll hurt
So,
you.
Mr. DeJesus,
She's so ferocious.
Before we kind of get back into the questions
Okay,
here
bye.
today,
Bye, babe.
do you know
Oh, that's
both
great.
Jeremy Cooper?
Y'all, her link is in the pinned
And at some point,
chat
were they
on
kind of
the
your
chat.
superiors
Pinned comment
within
on the
engine
chat.
company?
That's what it is. Make sure you're
And are you
following her.
testifying here
She's
today
been
pursuant
doing a
to
lot of
subpoena?
awesome stuff on the Caitlin Armstrong case.
Okay,
In her
so what I would like to
9-minute
do now
long
is
live stream today.
kind of take us through
was
the
pretty
scene.
good.
I'm going to ask you some questions as
shit.
we go through, and then use some video to assist with your testimony. And my plan is to do this as chronologically as possible. Okay. So if we could please pull up Exhibit 107 and begin the clip at
Good man.
22:52:25.
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's growing up right now, and he's obviously on something. So, yeah.
Obviously on something.
What's that?
And if we could now play Exhibit 111, 22:52.
He wasn't, by the way.
And this is going to be the same kind of time frame, but from a different body worn camera. And then I have some questions for you.
In a mask.
He was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness.
Hi, Just Dawn. How you doing, babe? Glad you're
So
here.
was that you in the video that we saw walking up to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like you received a summary. Is that pretty common when you first arrived to a scene to engage with APD?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you learn in that summary?
Just from watching this video, it sounded like the patient was put in a carotid hold and had vomited.
And had the patient lost consciousness?
I don't believe I heard that.
Okay, and then possibly on something?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, if we could replay that, the first one, because I think the audio in the
I
first
think
one
he
was a
said
little bit
definitely
weird.
on something.
That is exhibit 107.
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness.
He did lose consciousness.
Obviously on something. Yeah. We're gonna have to have him transported. Yes, what's that?
So as the scribe, what was the importance
Yeah,
of those four
yeah,
things
you
that
did.
learned?
And then he
As a scribe, I didn't write any of that down.
aspirated,
More of
so he
a
breathed it
crew
in.
Conversation, I guess, if we could all figure that out.
And what do you mean by a crew conversation?
That's
Have you
just
been
something the
lurking?
crew would want to know, not
Well, thank you.
that I would write down.
And by the crew, you mean defendants Cooper and Chichuniec and EMT Basic Bradley?
Yes, the four of us.
Okay. And did everyone in your crew get that information?
I'm not sure.
Since you were given that information, would it be part of your role to make sure that the rest of your crew got the same details about the scene you're dealing with as everybody else?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it did. The ketamine was from the
So
EMTs.
now I would like to play exhibit 107 at 22:52:37. And this pretty much kind of picks up where we just left off, kind of walking through your first arrival on the scene.
And remember, this is Colorado, so THC is completely
And
legal.
for the record, this is Sergeant Leonard's body-worn camera.
Give it one more try. Oh, there we go.
Expert almost made a mistake.
I think we're okay for here. I appreciate it. Thanks.
I said till the IRS shows up.
Okay. No, I just wanted to get that front end. The best he could explain what was going on and why we got called. Okay. And if there was anything criminal, that doesn't look like there was. Okay. Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay, and actually, if I could have you back up to 22:53:06 and just keep that still up there. I have a specific question rather than us having to watch the whole clip. Okay, perfect. So that orange.
I said THC is completely legal in
box-looking
Colorado.
thing we see
He
there by
said
the back of
until
the
the IRS shows up.
What is that?
That's our orange kit.
Okay, so that's the orange trauma kit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh shit! They're all armed now. You can't outrun a bullet.
And if we could now please play exhibit 111. This is Officer Alicia Ward's body-worn camera. And while we're watching this clip, I would like you to pay attention just to kind of where the medics are positioning themselves around Elijah McClain. This was exhibit 111, Officer Ward 2. 22:53:15 through 22:53:41. Thank you.
That took me a minute to get. You're talking
So he was
about,
just walking around. He said he didn't threaten him.
you're talking about Hunter Biden. I got it. That's funny. That's funny.
The best he could explain what was going on and why we got called.
Okay.
And if there was anything criminal, it doesn't look like there was.
It doesn't sound like it. I'll get some more details from him. Yeah.
Okay, and during that clip, did you see yourself holding something in your hand?
I did, yes.
And what was that?
That's our computer that I use to scribe on.
Okay. And when medics are positioning themselves around the patient that you're there to treat, how do you decide who's standing where?
There's no real protocol for how you approach a scene and where you stand.
Okay. And so how is everybody positioned around Elijah McClain?
From that video, it looks like I was to the right of the patient. It looks like Medic Cooper was positioning himself around a police officer to get a better view of him from a different angle. And I couldn't see the others if you want to replay it.
Okay. We'll have a couple of other videos that'll show a little bit better for you. So this next clip that I would like to show, which is Officer or Sergeant Leonard's body-worn camera, exhibit 107.
And they're playing
22:53,
body cam footage, so they dim the lights.
22:53:27. And this is when a second kind of summary of what you're working with is being given. And I'd like you to pay attention to kind of what that summary is and what that means.
He speaks English. Yeah, he's You want to answer my questions? But we put him out with a carotid twice. At least once successfully. So.
Thank you so much. So did you hear Sergeant Leonard giving a summary to the medics?
Yes.
And what was important out of that summary for you as someone who needs to treat your patient?
It sounded like he put him in a carotid hold twice, at least once successfully. That's what I heard.
And can you please replay that same clip, but stop it at 22:53:23? So just 4 seconds prior to this. And after this is played, I'm going to ask you to help identify kind of who's who in the scene. Thank you.
He speaks English. Yeah, he's. You want to answer my questions? But we put him out.
So with your laser pointer, who is standing kind of looking off to the side?
This person here?
Yes.
Fireman Cooper.
Okay, and then who's standing there in the baseball cap?
That's awesome, Bradley.
Setting the mood.
And the sunglasses.
Those are prescription safety glasses, but that is Lieutenant at the time, Chichuniec.
Okay. And where are you in this scene?
I don't know.
Okay, are you kind of back behind where Sergeant Leonard is standing?
Objection, Your
No,
Honor.
no.
Calls for speculation. He said he didn't know.
Five. Good.
We'll find another clip. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could now show
Good objection. Good ruling.
Exhibit 105. This is Officer Green's body-worn camera starting at 22:55:22, going through 22:55:45.
I think we're okay from here.
Watch your step, dude.
Yeah.
Right as puke.
It's a little bit.
Don't do it, dude. Relax, bro. Chill out. No.
Okay, and during that clip, did you see who left the orange bag behind the patrol vehicle?
During that clip, no.
Okay. If we could replay that clip, maybe even just back it up 20 seconds from where we currently are.
It's a little bit.
I got the job.
She got the job. Awesome.
No.
Did that help?
That didn't take very long.
By the back of the vehicle.
It did. That's awesome, Bradley.
Okay. And did you see anybody else leave any other kits in that area?
Not in that area, no.
Yay, Mrs. Valhalla.
If we could now play Exhibit 107. This is Sergeant Leonard's BWC 22:53:26 through 53:50.
That's awesome. She is going to be let me think how much I want to say. Hold on a minute.
Wait, so stop messing around, man. You've already been told several times to stop.
It's like a privately owned like resale kind of place. And she's going to be the store manager with the intention of being the district manager and being in charge of all of the managers. They don't know her and they want to make sure that everything pans out. So they're going to start her as a store manager with the intent of her being in charge of all the managers in
August
the
24th of 2019. What were you
company,
able to see of the patient?
I guess.
You've walked up to the
which is
scene,
cool.
You're standing.
It's very cool.
With the rest of your crew. What could you see of the patient?
I apologize. My memory's a little hazy as it's been a few years. However, I do remember being able to see the patient's face, and then he had a coat and long pants on, so I couldn't see other skin other than that.
Was he handcuffed?
I believe he was, yes.
Okay. And was he being held down by the time of your arrival?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that Mr. Cooper speaking to the officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard him asking some questions, specifically if your patient speaks English. Did you hear any other questions asked of Mr. McClain?
Sounded like he asked if he said anything.
Okay. Did you learn anything medically significant or important for you to describe based on what was communicated kind of right at the very beginning of the call?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall if anyone ever asked Mr. McClain how you're doing?
No, I don't recall that.
Did anyone ever ask him what's going on?
I wasn't there for the whole scene, but I don't recall that.
Did any of your crew ask if he was taking any medications?
To Mr. McClain? No.
Correct.
No.
Did anyone on the crew ask how could he be helped?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone on the crew ask him what his name was?
Not that I did, no.
So I'd like to show the same time frame, but from an alternate angle. This would be Officer Green's camera, Exhibit 105, from 22:55:45 to 22:56:31. And during this clip, if you could please focus on
I'm trying to decide what I should play right now.
Big old titties. Big old titties.
Jamie! This is the first time you've ever been on my stream.
I know.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I just
Good.
made some dinner, and I'd come see what you were doing.
We're watching this horrendous case where a young man lost his life to some dickhead that called the cops on him for no reason.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up on it, but with the other one going on, it's hard. So, can you give me like a quick update of where you're at?
Sure. So you know the overall idea of the case? Okay. So we had all the doctors testify already. We're still in the state's direct or the state's case or whatever. We're currently, the state is questioning one of the fire medics on scene. Didn't get his name because, you know, I'm great at this, but yeah. And that's kind of where we're at. They seem to just be playing the body cam footages that we don't get to see over and over again and asking people questions about it. So it's been an awesome trial to stream.
How are you feeling about it?
I think the medics are guilty personally. I think that they're gonna go to prison, and I think they probably should. They basically used ketamine to chemically restrain this young man and didn't check on him for minutes. I think they said 6 minutes before they checked on him. And he had no pulse, no heartbeat, no breathing. He was done.
I just find that so odd. I don't know much about, why they do those sort of things or whatever, but it just seems like such a rash decision to just do that without assessment, you know?
I don't like anything about it. Like it's gross. It's gross that people can do that to somebody. And it's gross that they would have the attitude where they felt it was okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This one, the case itself, I like. I hope that justice prevails here, and the trial's just been a little on the boring side because it's all cops and firefighters and doctors, and there's nobody with pizzazz on the stand. The closest thing we had was a gas station owner, and she was up there for like 5 minutes.
I hate that. I know.
We call that the good old times, the good days.
Do you need to take a break while I'm here? Because
I might actually, because Mrs. Bahala just popped in and said that she got her job. She just got the callback, and so that's really exciting.
it is exciting.
It is. The last job that she had wasn't what they said it was, so we left there, and Brandon made it so I can heat my house this winter in the meantime, and chat and YouTube has been helpful with buying groceries, so we'll be fine. We'll be fine, Jamie. We'll be fine.
I'm glad you got on your corner for real.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This
You
YouTube
deserve-
thing is crazy. You guys are all awesome. I don't understand it, but I love it, and I love all of you.
You're like my little version of Baker. You don't get why people like you, but they like you because
It doesn't make sense to me. I still don't get it. I really don't.
Hi, expert.
I'm so excited.
How you doing?
You're here.
Isn't it great?
Like, you know, it's cool, but you're here.
Let me
Where
do
are you
all
leaving?
Things.
Is Jamie leaving?
No, she was waving hi.
I was just giving you the.
Jamie, I have tamales.
Yeah, there we go.
You got tamales?
I know them. Yeah.
Where'd you get tamales?
My kitchen.
Man, I wish I had tamales.
Do you have a Sam's membership?
No, we used to, but we don't. Like, it's two of us. We don't go through that much peanut butter ever. You know what I mean? Like, why do I need 5 gallons of mayonnaise? It's not cost effective.
Well, we got other stuff, but they got tamales right now, and so you get like a 4. Then you get 3 pack of 4 tamales each. You take them out, you put them in boiling water for 15 minutes, and as someone who I have this wonderful lady from Mexico that makes me tamales by the freezer full, and I hate to say this, well, I don't think she's listening.
What'd you say?
Better.
Oh, well, yeah. The Sam's Club tamales are better. Get out of here, bro.
Shut up,
dude.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, man, it is the most amazing find.
Sam's Club.
That's funny.
You know, expert was gonna say that the Sam's Club tamales are the bomb. I just feel like
MLS.
No, I love. Sorry.
Sam's Club is.
MLS gifted 5 memberships. Welcome to Goat Herders, Caitlin W, Cat ND, The White Rabbit, Kim, and XX name XX530. Welcome to Goat Herders membership. We've got
my
fun
gosh.
emojis. Go check them out.
There are 2 girls on there that are now goat herders that I do not know if I approve.
Well, it's too late now, buddy. It's too late now. Can I also, before we get back into the trial, just shout out to all of the gifted memberships, y'all. I've got I don't even know anymore, but over 200 memberships in my first month on YouTube. You guys are amazing. That's
awesome.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I think I'm closing in on 250 after today.
So that's last night. I made my stream members
insane.
only because it's so cool, man. It's look at that. Look at that.
Look at you got.
Oh, that got celebration fireworks. The sheep is only there to block the Lawn Cuck logo. And I don't know how to place it. So Baker made me this one thinking it was a goat. And now we have a sheep. That's where it is.
Well, he's a baker, not a chef.
That's where it's at, y'all.
That's why it's funny.
Exactly. So we're going to just let it ride. We're going to let it ride with the sheep. Oh, yeah. I might, I might just push play here.
For Elijah's care.
Go.
Yeah, when we try to stop him, dude, come on.
If that's all right with you guys.
Yeah, I'm just eating.
Yeah, go tell her congratulations. After watching her dance at the Tennessee Vanderbilt game, I knew she'd get the job.
He's definitely not stopping.
I figured she would. I'll be right back. I think that might have been a burn. I'm not sure. I don't know what that was exactly.
Still out.
What?
You've already been told several times to stop. I can't fix myself. Ow. Just leave him there until the ambulance gets here, and then we'll just put him down to the area.
I'm here, Jamie. I'm just mukbanging.
I'm eating too. So I'm off.
Oh man, we both turn on our cameras while we eat. It's officially a
The
mukbang.
camera panned around standing near Elijah's feet.
I mukbang with Jamie.
Yeah.
What was your understanding of the plan for providing care and treating Elijah McClain?
You have tamales. I have a
From there, I
taco.
can see Medic Cooper.
You have a
kind of-
taco?
He repeated 2 times that we could just leave him there after it looks like I can't see the patient, but it looks like the police are. doing something to him there. It looks like he's
Taco
trying
salad.
to get them to leave him there, which was the treatment at that point.
And what do you mean
Did
by
you say
just
taco
leave him there?
salad?
Like,
Well, it appears he said that twice after they had done some sort of big movement of him. So to me, it looks like he was trying to say, let's not do that. Let's leave him here.
okay, did he say, let's not do that?
That's just to me. It's something like that.
At this time, did Defendant Cooper attempt to take a pulse?
No, I don't believe there was any option to take a pulse at that point.
Did he ask either you or EMT Basic Bradley to go back to the engine to get more equipment?
No, I do believe from my recollection, and I can't see in the video, but I believe we had our kits, just not by that orange kit that we can see there.
Did you see anyone else carrying anything to the scene?
Not from my recollection of my memory, but I didn't see it in the video either. But it's not uncommon to place them in separate areas.
Did he ask you to open the orange trauma kit and get anything out to help?
No.
You've been told that Elijah had been vomiting. Did anyone go and get anything to help suction?
No.
Was anything done to check his airway?
No, nothing was done to check his airway.
So at this point, has there been any sort of verbal assessment with Elijah McClain speaking back and forth?
No, there's been visual assessments.
And is that all that's been done up until this point?
Yes.
So with a visual assessment, is lighting helpful in doing that?
It can be, yes.
It can help estimate a person's body weight.
It could probably help, yes.
And could it help you view how a patient's doing?
Yes. Yeah.
Would it provide a better visual for your patient?
Better lighting, you're asking?
Correct.
It could, yeah.
Did Defendant Cooper shine a light on the patient or on Elijah
I just
McClain
went
to
in
assist
to
with his
see how
visual
White
assessment?
Rabbit was enjoying her.
I was shining a light on the patient as well as
tamale.
a couple other
She
people
gave
on
me
the
this
scene. I'm not
cross-eyed
sure if he
look.
did himself.
He goes,
though,
"Yeah, good."
which is
And I'm
typical
like,
for how we do things.
Yeah, like so good.
Were you
I'm
also
like,
conducting this visual
how's
assessment?
your like? Because she put sour cream on hers. I
street
don't need
lamps
sour cream.
and
She's
kind
like,
of the strobe lighting of all of the emergency and
Good.
police vehicles.
and I'm like,
They were
is there
present there.
something
Yeah.
wrong? Did I upset you?
The-
And then I
in this
look over
next
the TV.
clip,
I was like,
um,
oh,
we'll be able to
she's
hear
watching
Officer
TV. I
Leonard giving an
interrupted her.
update to dispatch.
She's like a
But what I would
grandmother.
like
Don't talk during
for
my
us to
soaps.
focus on is what Elijah is
during her-
saying.
her
And I will
story.
ultimately show this from 3 different
Yeah,
angles.
she's
but I do
watching
have
Hallmark
individual
Christmas.
questions for each of these clips. So the first clip is from Officer Green's camera, Exhibit 105,
Don't interrupt her.
from 5631 to
I mean,
2257.
Yeah, I know
live
you're
in
busy,
constant
but I
fear.
need to let you know that Doc, we had a suspicious call over here on Bill House, got a mask on his face, acting any kind of fear, nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They go to head off him, we attack them. Rosenblatt, he ended up trying to put a carotid up.
I'm sorry, that was. Oh, we lost the. Sorry. I was watching my screen and it was fine.
What happened?
Lady, I don't know what you're doing.
Trying to put a carotid on the guy. And actually. Well, stop fighting us. I think they put the carotid on him, they put him out, they were able to get him out of handcuffs. We're still struggling with him. I have fire on scene. And that's where we're at. I just want to let you know, yeah, we did actually apply for carotid tonight, so. Bless you. Thank you. And the other one, I don't. Oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew you were busy. Just one other thing we did.
Is this his?
Yeah, that's all his. That's what he was wearing. It was used. Okay. It was very minor. So when the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go.
So during that clip, what was Elijah's body position?
I couldn't see Elijah. I could see the police, but kind of stopped with their arms. It's weird.
When you were on the scene on August 24th of 2019, what position was Elijah McClain in?
I believe they had him in a few different positions, but mostly on his left side, I believe.
When the camera kind of panned over Elijah McClain on the ground there, did you see a light being shone on him?
I don't remember. If you could play that back again.
If we could go back to 22:57:10, and then I think from there forward we'll be able to see.
Oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew you were busy. And just one other thing we did.
Is this his?
Yeah, that's all his. That's what he was wearing. It was used. Okay. It was very minor. When the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go.
So I think we saw a flashlight pan on something else on the ground, but did you see a light on the patient, Elijah
I
McClain.
just figured
I'm
out
not
I
saying
had
no.
dog snacks in my pocket.
And if we could now pull up
That's my
Exhibit
secret. That's how I get the
104,
dogs
which
to like
is
me.
Officer Rosenblatt's
They'll
body-worn
listen to
camera.
me and not my wife because I have dog snacks in my pocket.
225417 through
I do it all the time.
225459.
Leave them there until the.
Did you know that?
Round to be upgraded.
Yeah, it's true.
Funny.
Get in my car and like I have hidden dog snacks in there. Like I can reach down and like, pull one up and sneak it back to him. She'll tell the dog to move out of her seat and it won't. And then like it's like, honey, come on, move for daddy. And she jumps in the back.
Well, stop fighting us.
I'll like have a sneak a cookie back.
Oh my god.
I buy love.
You do.
So during that clip,
At least
what
you know
position
you're
was
gonna get
Elijah
it when you
McClain's
buy
body
it.
in?
Looks like between his left side and his chest and stomach.
Would you call that the prone position?
Yeah, for a second while they looks like he was readjusting there.
And we heard Elijah McClain ask for help. What steps, if any, did the team do to see what Elijah might need at that point?
Talking about our team, ma'am.
Correct.
What looks like Oscar Bradley leaned down. That's obviously a visual representation of looking at his airway, get really close to his face. It does look like he's being under some like pain compliance, which would explain a cry for help. I'm sure that hurts very badly. And that's about it.
Did Defendant Cichuniec ask you or Bradley to go collect any of the kits to see what might be needed?
Oh, he didn't ask me, no.
After Elijah said, "Please help me," did you hear him speak that night to you or anyone else after that?
I don't have a recollection if I did or did not.
If we could please play the next clip, which is Officer Green's body-worn camera, Exhibit 105, from 22:57:24 through 22:57:58.
Hey, Jamie.
And in this particular clip, I
Do you
would like
like
you to,
Oreos?
or like us to pay attention to
Have
the
you
next
these at
steps
Christmas?
in treatment for Elijah.
They're limited edition. They only come out at Christmas time.
So when the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and get all the cops are okay.
Wait, chocolate covered Oreos? Shut your mouth.
Jamie's in heaven.
It's white chocolate, white chocolate, white. Oh, it's so good. And look, they limit you in how many you can have.
No, the white rabbit limits you in how many.
No, look at this. Look at this. Look at, there's only 4 to a row. You only get a dozen of these.
And we're able to hear what the decision was.
Yeah. I've already had a row.
It's hard to hear because the camera's right under the police officers.
Jamie's getting on Amazon right now.
Cooper said.
No, they're
Very
at
loud. I can see
Walmart.
his mouth moving. I didn't see.
And what was your understanding as to what the next step in treating Elijah McClain would be?
When the ambulance gets here, we're going to drop ketamine.
And at this point, had you
Is
been
that
on scene
true?
for about 5 minutes or so?
Sounds right, yeah.
Had anyone at this point taken
Hi,
Elijah's
Minzy.
pulse?
Welcome.
Oh, man, I don't believe there was a chance
man.
to take his pulse there.
White
Had anyone
chocolate is
tried?
the
Oh, man.
Was any equipment removed from the one trauma bag to help get his pulse?
That makes me a little sad, actually, Eris.
Had anyone made sure his airway was
vanilla
clear?
Whatever
candy.
it's made of.
Visually, yes. But we didn't.
My whole life is a lie.
Open his mouth.
Well, it's chocolate
Elijah
candy and
responsive to
vanilla
pain?
candy.
Good, so, yes.
Was he still being held down by officers?
Yes.
And he was handcuffed?
Okay, so, yes.
During the time you were on scene up to this point, had Mr. McClain broken free from the officers?
Oh, that's funny.
No, not completely free, but it looks like they had to adjust multiple times to get him under control.
Had he tried to run into traffic?
Not that I saw, no.
Was he running around?
I never saw him stand.
What was your understanding in 2019 of the purpose of ketamine?
We've
I know it
reached
was
that
used
point in
for
the
excited delirium sedation.
And was this a drug at that time as an EMT
Also,
basic that you could
shout out to
administer?
Rabbit, who
Only
sent
medics.
$25 on PayPal, Cash App rather.
Did you see
For a nice dinner
Defendants
with
Cooper or
Valkyrie.
Cichuniec
Thank you
do
so
anything
much.
to address Elijah's
You're
concerns?
amazing. You're amazing.
As far as what, man?
Well, he had said
I have a
he
question.
couldn't fix himself.
What's your question?
Please stop.
What
Please
is
help
this
me.
excited delirium?
What had they done to address his concerns?
Oh, I do remember. I'm sorry.
What exactly is that?
Go ahead, expert.
Delirium can be created by several issues that are very stressful at the moment.
Hi, Aaron.
Police delirium is one of the things that was brought up with George Floyd, and that's become a bigger and bigger subset of things that you don't really hear about much on mainstream. It hasn't become a big popular topic yet. It's not in the DCM as a diagnosable condition, but it is something. It does have a name, and you do see it. You see it especially in elderly people when they're entered into the hospital for a procedure, because the way, like, you know how anesthesia messes you up and a little bit, and when you're put into a room, especially without like a clock and without, a lot of times they have the blinds closed, like, oh, I don't want to get sun on you or whatever, it's like some of that. You have a hard time realizing day and night. A lot of case studies are done on soldiers, on prisoners that are in solitary confinement.
Okay.
They come out there to completely delirious, have no idea what's happening, where they are, what.
And how would they be able to determine that with this person?
That's a beautiful question, Jamie.
That you said is not diagnosable. See, it's a theory.
Yeah.
But
So
I mean, it's recognizable. I mean, I can see it with things. When I watched this guy's thing, I didn't think that he was delirious. I thought he was just. I mean, it happened so quick. But it is something that they talk about.
Well, it's a term that police officers use to justify force, and it's been that way for a very long time. Just like stop resisting, they start screaming stop resisting before anything even happens, right? It's just one of those keywords that are used by police in order to justify their actions. And they have forever. Before that, they were using the term excited delirium to lock women in sanatoriums because their husbands didn't like them and they couldn't get a divorce.
That's hysterical.
It's hysterical.
That's when you had a hysterectomy.
That's
I can't with you.
AP's got it right. AP has a very succinct description of it.
Excited delirium is being overly stressed or under the influence of a drug. It is usually caused when the body is put into a stressed state without the ability to change the situation.
But what if you're? But what?
You ever had the
He was
like
in,
the feeling of drowning? Like that's a thing.
But they put him in that situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I do remember because I did watch some of most of the main stuff. Like, wasn't he restrained? And then they pretty much were. I mean,
lifting him up and
then he puked
on him
at some point. I mean, think about how uncomfortable your whole body is in that moment. People sitting on top of you, you're not feeling well, you can't move, everybody's screaming at you to stop moving. Like,
well, and the entire time they're using pain compliance to a man that's already restrained. They're using pressure points. They're twisting his arms. The one cop said that he wasn't
handcuffed. He
was handcuffed. The one cop said that he had his hands above his head at one point, behind his back.
They did that?
The cops did.
You know how comfortable that would be? Like, how much that would hurt?
I couldn't do it.
I wouldn't be able to sit still.
No, nobody would. They were using the one cop had his knee on the guy's tricep while he's pinned to the ground, handcuffed.
Yeah, no. That would hurt. Like, I'm feeling that right now. I know. Like, no.
Another cop, as he's already handcuffed, says to him something like, stop moving or something before I get the dog on you.
I did hear that because I was.
He's already handcuffed on the ground.
But he wasn't complying, though. I mean, even when you're handcuffed, it doesn't mean that you're in a complete state of resistance. I mean, you can still do a lot of stuff handcuffed.
Sure, but there was also 3 cops there. I mean, he wasn't getting away. The guy was 140 pounds. And I know you're not, you don't want to engage in a fight if you can help it, but they were escalating the situation unnecessarily, in my opinion. And the jury found one of them guilty of doing so.
Yeah.
One of the
I guess
cops.
that's why I was wondering, because all of that seemed like he was put in that situation. And how did they determine excited delirium to inject this guy with ketamine?
Insanity.
That's why I was just curious.
Oh, it's not a good situation, no matter what. And using ketamine as a chemical restraint is.
Again,
I don't know
that's
how
one
it's
of the
not
things-
cruel and unusual punishment.
But
I don't know
it
how it's
was
not.
approved by the legislature.
No,
Doesn't mean it should have been. Doesn't mean that it
But
falls
that's not
within
what's
the
on
boundaries
trial
of the
here.
Constitution.
That's not what's
I
on trial.
Understood.
I mean, these are
Understood.
lives. At the end of the day, these are lives of people that have never had a problem. They just do their job every day, and then one day they meet that one eggshell that what they've done 100 times before or 1,000 times before. It results in something that nobody wants.
Exactly.
You know,
Fine.
and so now you're looking at these are people that have protected your community and done stuff. They've dealt with a lot of situations that none of us want to deal with. And now you're going to put them under the microscope. And here we are as armchair quarterbacks, and we see everything perfectly wrong while we're being guided by people that are professionals that have tons of schooling and tons of experience and pointing out very specific little instances that makes us think, oh, well, that's so easy. In the meantime, we have like McKinley yesterday saying, I just burned water. Right?
Shout out to McKinley. Shout out to McKinley.
So it's not a bad thing. It's just, there's always, you're always going to find fault in things. Like look at
the doctor said that he did not. The doctor testified that he did not have any allergic reaction to it.
Who was the can't we all get along guy in LA? Remember that he got like beat up by the cops on
Rodney King?
Rodney King. So every single thing they did, the cops, to restrain Rodney King was a taught protocol, and they did everything by the book. Is that not crazy?
That is crazy because they stood around in a circle and
by the
beat
book
that man for
and
minutes.
We'll see. He was so jacked up on PCP. So
I love this expert. I love when you get feisty and you got some really important stuff to say, because seriously, like I could go either way on it. Like I see your point. I see what I see, it's crazy.
I think
the two sides to it.
Yeah.
I think
here's the thing. I think it's weird the guys wearing
Go ahead.
No. Sorry. I talked over you.
The people that we bestow authority to, cops, firemen, paramedics, military, they should be held to a higher standard. They should be held to a much higher standard than the average person. And I think that in this situation, all of these people involved reacted in a way that I don't think any of us would want our kids like imagine if this was your child, right? McClain. Nobody would want this reaction on their child. And I know that's an emotional heartstring point or whatever, but this situation and situations like this, I think need to be handled better than we do in this country.
Okay, I agree with that. Now, take that same thought and apply it to where you have Minneapolis, where they can't get cops to work for them, and they have half the force they had a couple years ago, and nobody will come apply for a job there. And now that the crime rates there are ridiculous. You have Washington D.C. That they started to defund the police. Their murder rate's up almost 40% this year.
But does that mean that
who are going to be the cops now that they start getting? When we want that higher standard stuff, which I agree. I mean, it's a higher. You know how every year, every time the politicians want to raise taxes, they say, "Oh, we're going to pay school teachers more money." It's always for the schools. It's always for that. It's always for your heartstrings.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk about paying cops and firemen more money? If a cop made $100,000 a year, I'd sign up to be a cop. I mean, it's like that, right? Where I lived a few years ago, the starting salary was $24,000 to be a cop. There are deputies working in the jail who are on welfare.
Yeah,
that's gross.
They're on food stamps.
That's gross.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So it's I agree with holding a higher standard, but you have to have a higher candidate. And now we don't have any candidates. And that's what you're seeing our country starting to fall into peril in these major cities. And it's disgusting.
Is that because we're losing some of the lesser candidates, right? Like if we're raising the standard and our numbers are falling, I don't know that that's bad long term. It might be bad short term, but if we're raising the standard on police officers and it's slower to fill
nobody's
those,
going to work for the pay. Nobody's going to take the risk.
That could be.
You know how you get hazardous duty pay?
Yeah.
Right. Well, they're not getting hazardous duty pay. It's like that. It's like there's no incentive to take the risk. And I think what we're having now is another like 1950s, 1960s, where back then they called it white flight because of integration. I think now you're having a middle class flight. And just a few years ago, regentrification was a big thing, and talk about bringing back life to these cities. There's things talking about how good it was environmentally and for a community and stuff. And then now you have where people are like, nope, I'm not going to do it if I have to walk across passed out hobos to get to my house. There's a place in Philadelphia. Have you seen it? It's like Kensington Street or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. It's wild.
Yeah, it's the most bizarre thing in the world. We all play it tonight. Remind me to look at that. It's zombies. It is watching The Walking Dead, except it's people, and the police don't go in there. They don't. I mean, it's sad. I don't know, man. The whole thing's a big mess, and all this it boils down to a political agenda, and I hate that. That's why I got out of politics, went to law. Now ask me why I left law and went to YouTube.
Because you found people like David, and you're like, ew.
In real life.
Oh.
Yes, in real life we would not like each other.
On that note,
well, like I said earlier, it sounded like Cooper was trying to get them to not do whatever they were doing. We couldn't see what they were doing, but it looked pretty aggressive by saying, let's just leave him here, and basically reassuring him that we had a plan.
What did they say to Elijah?
Our guys were the police.
Defendants Cooper and Cichuniec. What did they say to Elijah?
I didn't remember hearing them say anything.
At any point, did you hear, and I'm not talking about on video, but on August 24th of 2019, at any point did you hear defendants Cooper and Cichuniec discuss reasons why Elijah maybe experienced?
Your temper brings dishonor to my happy Mushu palace.
What's up, buddy?
Going?
Yeah. We stood out a little while.
I missed you.
Is your mic working?
Can you not hear me?
Okay, I can now. It seemed like it was kind of in and out for a minute. Might have just been me.
Let me see. I have all my settings correct.
You sound fine now. You sound fine.
Okay. Hi, Jamie. Did you miss me?
Every day of my life.
Oh.
You're supposed to say with every bullet so far, but that's okay.
I was being nice.
Oh, that's funny. Oh. Did you were you listening to our intelligent conversation we just had?
Yeah.
I know I missed the one that you just had because I was talking a lot on EU stream.
Fair. That's okay. I was wondering if you had input or thoughts. I figured that's why you came over.
So many thoughts.
Discussion going. Plus, I didn't really understand what excited delirium was. So
excited delirium, isn't it? When you're delirious and you're excited.
For lack of a better definition, yeah, that'll work.
focus on how they determined that in that situation that was going on. You
I
know?
get excited delirium when I see my wife in the shower.
Giggity.
I'm out.
Experiencing certain symptoms that he's having.
No, I wasn't privy to that
Expert,
conversation.
you're muted.
I was getting ready to say the same thing. I was going to change wives, but now that it sounded better when I said I was going to say the same thing.
If we could please play
Oh, I love it. I go get ice.
continuation of Exhibit 105, which is Officer Green's body-worn camera, beginning at
What happened to McKinley?
22:57:58, going through
Mom duties.
22:58:16.
We'll do that.
We only get her for so long, and then her selfish ass kid has to show up and need her mom. Ugh,
You're
gross.
welcome, Caitlin, for that gifted membership.
Hey, Caitlin, how you doing?
Okay, so in this
I made a new
particular-
friend today.
where we've stopped here.
Who?
MLM is
those
fraud.
Boots that we're looking at. Do you recognize those?
MLM is fraud.
Multi-level
Would
marketing
those
is
be
fraud. It's a
consistent
channel
with,
on YouTube.
AFR,
Okay, cool.
Fire medic
That's our crew. Yes.
crew. Okay. And you're also all wearing those purple, or are they purple or are they blue gloves?
They might have been purple at the time. They're blue now.
Okay. And off to the screen to the right, is that the computer that you were talking about having brought to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, had you entered anything? Had you scribed anything?
I don't believe I did. No.
Okay. And did you hear an officer, Officer Rodema, ask Elijah if he was all right?
Yes.
And did you hear him kind of pat or slap him on the face prior to doing that?
I don't believe I did. No.
Okay, if we could replay that clip. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It seems we've lost the jury screen again.
Why do they keep doing the mood lights? It's like they turn the
Just the
lights off and they
videos.
start whispering. They're getting themselves in the mood.
They do it so the jury can see the screen.
They're getting
Wait,
themselves in the nude?
wait. Really, Caitlin? I'm not inviting you onto my stream then.
Burn.
She's dead to me. I'm not coming on the stream with Caitlin anymore.
How did you?
By the way, Caitlin will be on Friday Night Lives tonight, starting at 9 p.m. I still haven't got my eyes.
What were you
No,
doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back.
How can I take back my gifted membership?
I think you can only take. Well, I guess
Just
you could
dispute the credit card charge.
Yeah, you could do that.
We'll do that.
You do a charge back.
That is shiesty. Quit it.
Did you see what she said in chat?
Yeah, well, it's probably warranted.
Oh, that's funny.
Mr. De Jesus, what position is Elijah McClain in at this point in time?
Looks like he's rolled over on his left shoulder.
Okay, and is his right shoulder kind of pointed towards the ground?
Looks like it's kind of pointed
Yes,
up.
I did. I made a new friend to make up for Caitlin.
There you go.
And do you recall Elijah McClain responding at all to Officer
MLM. MLM is.
all right?
I just said this.
I didn't hear a response. No.
Okay. Do you remember hearing a response that night?
No, I just don't remember this particular scene. Sorry.
What is it? MLM? Oh, that's not how you
Just
spell
one
that.
moment, Your Honor.
The fraud
Is fraud.
is fraud.
MLM is fraud. I'll drop a link.
I got it.
Well, I was
So when
putting
you were
it in
on the
chat.
scene,
Oh, that works.
how clear of a view were you able to have
If I
of
have a
Elijah
wrench.
McClain?
I do.
It looks like from this angle, very.
You have a
clear.
wrench.
On August 24th of 2019, and actually we can take this down. How clear of a view did you have of Elijah McClain?
Are you talking about in general or in that scene there?
During the time that you were on scene,
Mhm.
how well could you see Elijah McClain?
When lights were shined on him, very clearly.
And when
Young
lights
man
were
with
not shined on
glasses. Yeah, that's
No,
gotta be.
you're welcome, White Rabbit.
But less clearly.
And Your Honor, I'm about
Like
to
I was trying to
start
get some new
another
people, and
section
I got all the
of the meeting.
regulars
I know you
with
wanted
the
to break
gifted
around
membership.
3:30.
Got
All right,
Caitlin and
we'll
White
go
Rabbit
longer
and
break now,
Kim.
please. Folks,
Hi, White Rabbit.
another break, but this will be the last for the afternoon, hopefully. And no former expressing any opinions or discuss the case.
KLI is taking all the credit. I get
any
it
press
now.
coverage. We'll see you back in
He's
15
trying.
or so minutes.
Not gifting anymore.
It was indeed MLS. David definitely gifted 5, and Caitlin's and White Rabbits were in those 5.
Oh, by the way, I created a channel for McKinley on my Discord.
Nice. I'll let her know. Has she gotten into the Discord yet?
Yeah, she joined and I welcomed her, and then I created a channel for her and showed her where it was, and I haven't heard from her since.
Anything before?
Like I said, mom duties. That selfish ass 4-year-old.
4-year-olds are selfish.
Doesn't she know that we're trying to play with her mom on the internet?
That sounded so bad. Oh, I'm clipping that.
Oh, I'm sure Farrell already did.
Where is Farrell?
Doing that stupid work thing.
Come back into
She
the
doesn't
courtroom.
work. Why does she pretend to work?
I don't know. I think it's just to avoid our evening streams, to be honest.
Mr. De Jesus is on the witness stand still under oath. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I got to jump over to Nick's in a bit.
So Exhibit 105.
And then I'm doing a
body-worn
test stream
camera
for
from
the Zachariah
22:15
Anderson next week.
through
So I don't have much time
22:59:18.
to bounce around.
Well, I always appreciate when you stop in, buddy.
Just give me control so I can stop in whenever I want. Would be cool.
Listen, man, I've offered them like 18 times.
I don't want to.
See, that's the reaction every time.
Go into Jamie.
No. No responsibility over here.
No, I'm good. I'm just going to pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything. We haven't got to that spot.
So just to the
Did you see what I played for Jamie's intro?
so by Officer
No,
Rodriguez's head, who
no,
is
I
that
missed
standing
that.
in behind there?
Looks like Cooper.
Play it now.
Okay, and who is it that has
Do a
the-
rerun. Take her out and then play it. And
Okay, hold on.
Who's kind of standing here with their hands on their belt loops?
Look who we have here, ladies and gentlemen.
Big old titties. Big old titties.
Perfect.
I thought it was good. I thought it was fitting.
What do you have all this stuff on standby for?
I'm busy.
Don't ask questions. You
He
don't want
doesn't
to know the
start
answer.
streaming until 2:33 o'clock in the afternoon.
I mean, anything less.
Oh, you haven't even seen all the things I got back here, have you?
No. Will you get out of here?
I'm gonna give you a scaled down version of a video that you can play whenever Farrell joins a stream that I happen to be on.
Oh my God.
I already have a version or a video that I played for Farrell. She doesn't know it yet. You want to see it?
No. Save it for when she joins.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Don't spoil it.
Okay. It's a good one.
So, Mr. De Jesus, can you explain to the jury what's happening here when you're on scene on August 24th, 2019?
It's a really good one.
And from your memory,
He wants to play it so bad.
I want to play it so bad.
It looks like the officer is holding him down with one leg and trying to pat him down. That sounds like the ambulance.
Valhalla was the kid that opened all the presents under the tree early.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and you
Or
said
he's the one
you
that
know,
gets you
looks like,
something.
sounds
He's
like
like, you want to know what it is? And you're like,
the jury.
I hate surprises.
I love surprises. I love them.
I
You
hate
were
it.
there that night, correct? You're on. This
Nobody
camera.
take that hint.
And your perception and your perspective of what's happening in this scene, having been there while this was happening, is very helpful.
Surprise,
Could you kind of
motherfucker.
explain it to us from that point of view, as opposed to what we're all just seeing on the screen.
Wait, what happened to the walker?
My memory's a little
Is it a
hazy.
miracle?
This isn't.
So
This
I
is
don't
still
remember,
this. This is
looking
state.
down from this
That's
angle
the
to
state
see
again?
right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God, be
But
done with this guy.
From what I hear here, it sounds like the ambulance
This
just
is the
arrived.
fire
It
medic.
looks
The
like
horse is
Lieutenant
dead.
Cichuniec
Oh,
has
this is
exited
not
that scene,
the doctor.
to go talk to
Doctor.
the ambulance, brief them on what we need.
He was one of the paramedics.
And we heard Officer
paramedics on
Regina
scene.
say, "My knee's on his elbow, dude. He ain't going anywhere." Did Defendant Cooper take that opportunity to
He
take
found them in
pulse?
parents' closet before they were wrapped.
That's
What's
actually
airway?
100% factual.
Usually he's,
My brother used to do
so I
that.
believe he's checking the
Like,
airway.
oh, I found the presents. I'm like, dude, why? Don't you want to be surprised?
No.
When
He
Officer
now
Medina
gives them
conducting the
Amazon
body search
links.
or the search
My
of
parents.
Elijah.
Or
There you
whoever.
go.
Like,
That's the
oh,
way to do it.
yeah,
Just
here's an
kind of
Amazon
moving
link.
Elijah around.
I need to
don't
know if I got to prepare to be
It
pretend
looks to me
happy,
like he was reaching
right? Like I can't just fake that on the whim.
the patient.
If it's a garbage present, I need to prep for it. I need to
Social
make sure
skills.
that
You got to learn the social
Had you
skills.
described anything on the tablet at this point?
Well, you know,
To my
little of the
knowledge or
tism,
recollection, I don't think I
little of the
did.
tism.
So now I'm gonna find like
And
the
for the next
worst
two
gift
clips,
ever to give
if
to
you wouldn't
Valhalla
mind
and bring it down to
focusing
Tennessee when I
on
go down there.
Elijah's condition and helping us understand what's happening here.
Guys, help me out in the
And if
chatter
you could
and
please
Discord.
play,
What should
Officer
I get?
Green's
The
body
worst
worn
gift for
camera, which
Valhalla.
is Exhibit
An
105.
MLS hoodie.
Actually, from right where we left off here, 2250.
Because your wife would at least wear it. This needs to be so bad that it's going
Give him
straight in the
herpes.
garbage.
Herpes.
Herpes.
Don't do it. The worst gift you can give him.
I don't know how to
I
wrap
mean, there's
that.
worse than that, but I mean, you know, it's kind of that.
It's kind of the antithesis, right? If you wrap it, then you don't really get to give it.
Well, I think that's the point.
That's true.
Right? You can't wrap herpes.
Yeah, you
to
gotta
where
wrap
it's-
it.
Right next to you. Oh, thank you. Here, come this way with it. Come this way. There we go. What are you trying to get? Just put his arm down here. And I can draw my knee right in his tricep.
Sam's Club has Bud Light
move.
refrigerators on sale.
Ah, see, now we're getting warmer.
Ah.
He can
Turns on a
breathe.
mini
He can
fridge.
breathe. I just have his arm pinned behind his back.
Just paint it.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
I'm
So
gonna
you
have
just
it with
put
like the
angle it
decal
outwards.
that's like
You put
raised.
pressure on his ankle.
So even if you paint it, it still says Bud Light.
Awesome.
So what were we watching at that point in time from your recollection on August 24th of 2019?
All right, well,
officers were patting
I just wanted to
his
say
down.
hi. We'll
Then
see
he
you all
rolled
later.
over onto his
You
right
guys
Sounds
side,
good, buddy.
try
pat
out.
him down, and it looks like
Yep.
from that point,
See, buddy.
it's hard
Later.
to tell in the video. It's my recollection, but they kept saying, "Don't
See,
do that."
I don't
It
get
sounds
it.
like they
I
kinda
don't know why I'm not
lost,
getting it.
their hold on him for a second, or he was trying to move out of that, and then they video ends.
I was
there.
doing it manually.
And did you hear the patient kind of, was he vomiting or
Remember what
moaning
you
during
said?
that time?
I did hear moaning. I can't tell if he was vomiting though.
What was that one do?
I don't
What
know.
And if we
do?
could please play
So look at
Exhibit
this. When you do
107,
this
which is
remotely,
Sergeant Leonard's
it comes
body-worn
out from
camera from
down
2250-648
Do
to
it.
2257-27.
That's pretty good, actually.
So I initially tried. And I was in a bad position. Because I put his leg. I was right behind. It wasn't like.
So you went to put it on?
So it was
Cat.
like a schoolboy trying to get front and backwards. Okay. Because I was only position I had. Here, come on. Come this way. There we go. Put his arm down here. And I can drop my knee right in his tricep. And you can't move.
Make sure you can breathe. Keep it to the side.
You can breathe.
Okay, all
I
right.
just have his arm.
I understand, I understand.
Then there's
Do something?
So what were we seeing happen at this point in time?
No.
That looks like the end of the last video we watched. They were keeping him on his left side now. The officers were making sure that he could breathe. Looks
What
like
else is
Cooper
there?
was
Do something?
just knowing him. Looks like he was anxiously stepping towards the head and looking towards the ambulance.
I'm pretty sure you just threw up a gang sign.
Ketamine
Not gonna
powder at
lie.
that time.
Pretty.
So we were waiting for that to be drawn up. And that was the next step.
Something? I don't know.
Did you see Defendant
Jamie
Cooper
just
actually kneel
insulted
down
all of the
to
Crips.
check on Elijah
All of
McClain's
them.
airway?
I didn't see him kneel down. I did see him bend over.
I remember
on the
what they
patient's
all
head.
are.
Did he say, make sure he can breathe?
Did Cooper say that?
Correct.
I did not hear that. No,
So it was an officer that was concerned about Elijah McClain's ability to breathe.
it was the officer that said that.
And did Defendant Cooper give any instructions?
What up,
or,
blood?
assistance to the officers on
Remember when
how
Obama
Elijah
said
McClain
that?
should
It
be
was so
held
awkward.
in order to keep him safe in that
Did he really?
situation.
No, they were keeping him
Yeah,
on his left
I missed
side.
that
That's what
one.
we would have told him to do.
Yeah, they didn't replay it.
But it was officers that told him to keep him on his side.
Such a liar.
It was the officers that were keeping him on his side. That's correct.
And is this
This is Friday night early.
basic Bradley
Yes, ma'am.
standing beside Cooper?
Yes.
Friday night light.
Friday Night Light. That's funny.
Up and down.
You said that Defendant Cooper kind of stepped in and was looking for the ambulance. Did he shine a light on Mr. McClain to get a better visual of him?
No, again, I had my light shined on the whole time. And that's typical that the medic would have his hands free. And the
This little
other
light
crew would
of
shine lights.
mine, I'm gonna
Did he
let
ask
it
Elijah any
shine.
questions?
Not that I heard that, no.
Do you recall him asking him any
Whoa.
questions?
No, I don't.
He went all Pink Floyd in this mofo.
Mm-mm.
Well, it's in honor of the shirt.
And what did you notice about what Elijah was doing at that point?
I didn't even realize that.
To be honest, I don't remember.
That's
too much
awesome.
recollection. It would be.
I really love
my
the way she
watching the
opened
video
her
here.
jacket up and
Yeah.
pulled that.
Like
Was he
that.
making noises?
I used to do that
It did
too.
sound like he was moaning or low yelling.
Teacher, preacher.
Do you remember him sounding like he was in pain?
Remember that?
Yes.
Teacher,
No.
preacher. I don't know why people said that. But anyway.
And at this point, is there
See
a
the leg
gun
lamp,
near
Jamie?
Mr. McClain?
I can't tell from that angle. I know it arrived shortly thereafter.
Okay.
No.
If we could please show Exhibit 105.
Look at that leg lamp.
Oh my
Officer's
God.
body worn camera picking up at
Beautiful leg
23:07
lamp.
through 23:01.
Big award.
It's a major award.
Yeah. See, look.
Oh.
He almost did a push-up with all three of us on
And look now. Oh.
Sorry for that, you guys. I'm sorry for that last
Ass is
part.
right here, man.
We'll give that a couple minutes. We'll see if that works. and then we're done.
Yeah.
Holy fucking hell.
I can't wait for this stream to be over so I can restart my computer and the epilepsy thing happening all the time.
I wondered.
God bless.
You can restart your computer and the stream will keep going.
Yeah, but I'm sharing the court feed. So that would shut
Are
down.
you at court?
Who was it that said he's drawing up the ketamine?
Not at the moment.
How are you sharing the court feed?
Was it defendant Cichuniec?
Sustained.
I don't understand the question.
Replay
Just restart your computer and we'll all be
starting
here.
at 23.
If we come back, we will still be here.
Well, right, but it would just be you two by yourselves, like the.
No, it'll be right where it is.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like
Once he gets back, I'm gonna hit him in the
exit, like just exit out of
You want
here
shoulder or
and
ass?
see what happens.
Ass is right
You
here.
don't restart your computer, just exit out.
If I leave the
I love how
studio,
Jamie's laughing. I don't know if she's laughing.
you're setting me up for failure. Is what you're doing.
Dude, out of everybody you know, like I'm the one guy that's going to do that. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm the
We have
one
additional
that
video that you can go through.
it does.
Is ketamine an injectable drug?
I know that I can leave the
Jen, how you
studio.
love.
And what did you do when you heard?
I
that
can leave
ketamine
the
was going to
studio
be
and everything will be fine. I know that.
didn't do anything.
But if I shut down the computer, it'll close all of my windows,
And at this point,
including
have,
the
you and
YouTube
your
window
team
that's
all been on
playing
the
this
scene for
feed.
about 8 minutes.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure of the exact time.
it's going through StreamYards. It's not
Could be
going
right.
through your computer, dude.
And other
None
than
of
that
this is going
brief
through your
moment
computer.
when we saw defendant Cooper kind of pull up Elijah's shirt to expose his
Where it says
arm,
Valhalla awaits,
has anyone
that
other
is
than
going
law
through the
enforcement
computer.
touched Elijah McClain?
That is your Wi-Fi
so.
or your Ethernet. I love Jamie lost.
Has
it.
anyone
What
other than
happened,
law
Jamie?
enforcement asked Elijah any questions?
No.
Where's the trauma bag that was brought to the scene?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't think, Miss, what
At this point in time, where was the trauma bag that you had brought that had been brought to the scene?
That hasn't been asked and answered. It's overruled.
You guys arguing.
At this point in
Sure,
time, where was the trauma
overruled
bag?
because it's a different question.
Yeah, I'm 100%
I will
right.
ask counsel to carefully read.
If
We'll
I'm
test
not,
it
what
later.
happened?
We'll test it later. If you're not right, then it'll be you and Jamie sitting here for a minute with like a sheep and a goat in the corners.
At this point in time, where is the trauma bag?
And the
that
stream
was
will
brought
be
to the
on.
scene?
Yeah, the stream will be
I
on,
imagine it's still.
but the
on site,
WebEx
but,
screen that I'm sharing
where the patient was.
won't.
And what about all of the other medical kits?
Are you not going
I'm
through
not sure where they
YouTube?
were.
Object. Speculation based on his.
Am I not
prior
what?
And it's
It's going through YouTube.
No, I'm just sharing the
Your Honor,
the
I have
screen
not asked
through
this question.
StreamYard.
At this point in time, I'm asking where are the
I
other
have a
medical kits
YouTube
at
window
this point in
open
time?
and
You
I'm
can ask
sharing
the
it through
members where they
StreamYard.
are.
Where are you getting this stream from? With your
From
goat?
YouTube.
Do you remember
From
where
on
all the medical
YouTube.
kits are
Yes.
that were brought to the scene?
Everything
at
will
this
work out
point in
fine
time for
then.
the patient.
I don't remember. No,
Restart your computer.
Where should they have been?
they're somewhere around the scene. I'm not sure if we have a protocol of
You don't-
exactly where they need to be. In
You're
proximity
already
to the
number
patient.
2 in the jump line.
Should they at
trust
least
me.
be close to the patient?
They should be close to the scene. Yes.
And is that to allow you to access the tools that you might need
Got
in
the
order to treat
green
your
light.
patient?
Yes.
Who communicated with Falk? about
Negative
needing
Ghost
ketamine?
Rider.
Hey, Texas Jen. How you doing, babe?
Texas Jen died. Those errors. Fast group. Friday Night Light, y'all.
What makes me so nervous, KLI? That's what makes me so nervous.
I'm gonna mess it all up.
Mhm.
I'll mess
Let's
it all
try
up. If I say one more, if I
Back
say
to that
one word, it'll
question,
be all messed
while my
up.
colleagues find something for me.
Okay.
During the time leading up to what was going to be the administration of ketamine, What were you
Two
seeing
words.
your
Trust me.
patient?
It'll be
Elijah
fine.
McClain doing?
See,
Nope.
This is where everybody messes up because you can trust me and it will be fine, but you don't know that yet. But when you do trust me, sometimes it's not fine.
I mean,
I'm doing it.
Answer.
If my memory being hazy, I know they were constantly telling him to stop it. So it appeared he was trying to get out of the control that he was in. And that's what I remember of the situation.
Was he cursing?
I don't believe I heard any cursing.
Was he spitting?
I don't believe I saw any spitting.
Oh my God.
Was he screaming?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think at that time I heard screaming.
Was he throwing off the officers?
No, he was not
Have
throwing
I
off the
ever
officers that I
steered you
saw there.
wrong?
And you have testified
I don't think
prior
so.
to today. Is that
I
correct?
saved the marshmallow
And were
kid
you
from you.
provided a copy of that testimony prior to today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had an opportunity to review that testimony?
I did.
Oh my God.
I mean, the little kid
What were
all
you
dressed up
doing
as a
while you were
marshmallow
waiting
running
next
around
to the
Valhalla.
patient
He's
for the
like,
ketamine?
watch this. He puts his foot out.
I don't remember.
That never happened.
I
That
had it
never.
real quick.
Inconceivable.
I'm here just a moment.
I love her making Jamie laugh.
It's the best part of YouTube. It really is. Ooh. It's so good. It's so good. What the hell happened? Oh,
Your Honor, if
That's
I may
me?
have just a moment with counsel or with my co-counsel.
All you gotta do is just hit
Thank you.
restart. All your ones and zeros are frizzed out, man.
yeah, that's for sure.
You gotta get them back in line.
Oh goodness.
WWED.
What would expert do? And Jamie is broken. Yes, that's.
I mean,
Pursuant to the
This is a long break too.
I wish I knew where she lived.
paramedic.
I have to call
between
welfare
the four of
check
you on
on
the
her.
scene, who would have been authorized to ask to draw up ketamine?
Would be Cooper or
Oh my god!
You're welcome, Obama. Glad I can be the assistance for you.
Oh shit!
Much better time.
Our viewership has dropped significantly in the last 5 minutes.
It's the time. People have to eat dinner with their kids. Look at MG Law.
If I could please bring up Exhibit 105 at
Oh.
230115 and just have you re-identify all of the medics and kind of where they're standing.
At this point, we've identified everybody, we've seen this, the jurors have been declared.
That's one of the speaking objections, I think. What's your real objection?
Your Honor.
All right, I think he got it.
We might have to send like a
Your Honor, in
welfare
this particular
check to
scene, I'm
Jamie's
asking the witness
house.
to
No
orient the
joke.
jury as to
Oh,
who's
there she is.
standing
Okay, good.
where, so that we can understand who does what to treat the patient.
Breathe. I need something to drink.
All right, the court notes that the
Arms up, arms up.
identified earlier in the video. This is quite a bit later, so
Oh
I'll
man. Now I gotta look up Oreos and add it to my grocery
And
list.
actually, it might be more useful if we play the video 230017
Better hurry.
to
Limit the time, man. They
230115,
go
and
quick.
then we'll end up stopping it there, and I'll ask you to identify who is
They have
standing
chocolate.
where at
They
that
have
point in time.
chocolate
Thank you.
ones too.
While I was gone, you
Well,
didn't
Henry's
restart.
around here, so-
I was gone.
Do what?
The Val didn't restart while I was gone.
Nope.
No, you should have.
Oh shit. I know, everybody. White chocolate Oreos. Get on
Oh,
it.
so good.
Oh shit!
Like I eat them so slow because I savor every crumb.
He almost did a push it with all three of us on his back.
And the white chocolate, you don't really necessarily need milk with them. It's just
You want shoulder or ass? Ass is right here, man.
Oh goodness!
We'll give that a couple minutes. We'll see if that works. And then if it does,
Yeah.
we'll go to
Yeah, what a bunch of cheapskates. What a small
Yeah,
box.
can we forward it
But I
to a
get
place where
$1.
somebody could be identified, please?
Had $1 off coupon.
Who's the cheapskate now?
Forward to 230100 and play through 230115.
Matt, you guys back, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kicking you, man.
No, we're good.
Oh shit. He might.
Okay, so
That's
now
the thing. He
please help
might.
us understand who is
It,
standing where
it
at
might
this
just be
point in the
funny.
scene. And we'll start with who's standing over
Rabbit
by
knows.
the gurney.
As soon as I did it, it'd be him and
Honestly,
Jamie.
man,
We go,
if
all
I have
right,
my two
now that we're
early,
alone.
myself
for
and
5
Cooper, the
minutes.
other two, it's
That's
hard
exactly
to
what
spaces.
we do.
And do we need to back up a little bit so you can, so
We
as
have
the
our
camera
own
goes
private
up?
server set up after
Yeah,
that
that might help.
anyway.
Dave, just back up maybe 5 seconds.
Got her.
But you're not supposed to do that while she's drinking. You got. Here's the problem: is you got to watch out for
And
her.
that didn't seem to help. So apologies
Don't
for
do it
that.
now,
So that
and
is
that's
you standing
okay.
in the center, and that is Defendant Cooper
On the far
on
left.
the far left. And then there's one medic
He's about to
standing right by the
aspirate.
pram with the flashlight on.
Or a firefighter, could be Bradley. It's hard to tell.
Okay. So, but someone from your crew
Yes.
is standing by the pram, and then another person from your crew is standing directly to your right,
Yes,
on your
ma'am.
left.
Boy.
So how long had the gurney been on the scene at this point in time?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
Serious note, who is this guy?
And what are these medics,
He's
and
a
what were you
fire
doing for the
medic.
patient at this point in
He
time?
there at the time?
He was.
It looks like the patient was being prepped to be injected with ketamine. His shoulder was exposed, and again, medic Cooper is at the head.
And prior to the injection of ketamine, and we can take this down, thank you. Prior to the injection of ketamine, what did you do to prepare?
What did I personally do to prepare?
Correct.
I believe when the gurney got there, I repositioned myself to
tasted
help
it
get the
low,
patient ready to be lifted onto the gurney.
Did you prep any oxygen bags?
What?
No, ma'am.
Did you prep the trauma kit?
Did she cannonball
No, ma'am.
run?
Did you bring anything over to help assist with Elijah
Check
McClain's
otherwise.
breathing?
I didn't bring anything. No.
Now, I would like to play Exhibit 105 from 230115 to 230157. And during this scene, in this portion of the video, I'd like you to tell the jury what's happening here. Keeping in mind that you were there on the night of August 24th of 2019, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And so that is what we would like you to do.
Okay.
He's sticking your head in the ambulance, make.
So I got his arm. Drag
like
it
a
up
party
right there.
to
You
me.
put pressure until he moves. All right.
We got 500 ketamine?
Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Just rub it right behind his ear if he farts, all right?
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Prior to the ketamine injection, was Elijah McClain still in handcuffs?
You talking about raisins?
Yes, ma'am.
Who eats raisin
And-
candy?
He wasn't really moving
That's
around.
not candy. That's a lie.
Appears they have him pretty well constrained there.
Okay. And we can see in this image that his fingers
What
are
are
kind of
those?
pointing upwards, kind of
Yes.
away from his back.
Reason?
Would that be a good place to put a pulse oximeter?
On his fingers there.
Man, that sucks.
With how we're moving and having a needle, I think having a wired pulse oximeter with him moving is not
No,
the
it's
right
dark
call there.
What about
chocolate,
after the needle is
chewy
removed?
caramel candy.
Then we're waiting for him to, or for the drug to take
what?
effect. Again, having
chocolate
wires after needles
covered
injected into a
chewy
patient,
caramel.
it's common for them to fight. I think having wires near a
Oh,
patient
yes.
like that is
Sounds
also not
good.
the
They
right
have
time.
those at Bucky's.
Well, you just testified that he seemed to be fairly well restrained.
Yes.
So how would that interfere with having a pulse oximeter?
Well, remember
He was fairly
meltdown?
restrained most of the call, but he still seemed to be able to wriggle out.
Aaron
And earlier
understands.
you testified that he was reacting to pain.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall him
I
reacting to
can't look
that
up
injection?
this antique
I don't recall if he reacted to it.
offshore candy. All this,
Can you
everything
describe
that
how
you
his
send
body
this
was
way.
positioned when he got the injection?
It's
Yes, ma'am.
so consuming.
From the left shoulder, they rolled
It's
over a little bit so the
exhausting.
right shoulder was
I'm
facing
so
us.
tired, Eris.
They exposed the right shoulder.
Stop it.
And that was where we were able to
Eris,
inject
I
him.
can't take it. Oh,
Matching.
yes.
No.
The sound you hear if your employer
Yes.
matches your
No.
Do not get premium yet.
Why does it
Now's a
do
good
that?
time to restart your computer.
Actually, it might be.
Yes, it is. Just restart it.
Y'all, bear with me
no,
for
leave the
just a
stream on.
second.
Leave
It's
the
not
stream
gonna-
on. We'll
Oh.
be here. We'll prove a point.
All right, fair.
Put the stream back on. See, it's gonna win.
Ah, Jesus. Look
Don't
at
you
all
hope I'm wrong? I'm pulling for me to be wrong too. I'm on that side. I hope I'm wrong on this. I really hope
I wasn't
what?
saying anything, but I've been on streams where people have done it and it's been fine. So, but I was letting you guys have your little banter.
Little
There's
banter.
no banter. You're listening to Valhalla be wrong.
And you tried to convince him that you're right, and it was just fun. It was a really good time.
I
I
don't
just
know.
said, I was like, it's not gonna do anything. You can't even go back to it now.
6.
You lost the stream.
Of course, I lost the stream because I suck at this and I'm an amateur.
My favorite part was when you're like, "Where are you streaming it from? YouTube? It's just a Zoom court. Well, where are you
Obama's
getting it?"
been paying attention to McKinley too long. Do
Oh,
what?
snap.
Where are you streaming this from? Well, he's like WebEx. I'm like,
A WebEx. Well, on
WebEx?
YouTube, it's just a WebEx, man.
What is happening?
oh no, dude. That's bad when he starts using words I say. What's happening? Dude, this is that moment where you can tell you've been doing it for too long because your brain is starting to like crackle and fall apart. Listen, I'm gonna start an FNL like that. I've been on all day.
Mm-hmm.
I was up all night. Went straight to this.
You're crazy.
So 30.
Are you taking? Are you all hopped up on your Dr. Pepper?
I had to switch to Diet Dr. Pepper.
Oh boy. Well, so you can have some more Oreos. Duh, I get it.
Listen, I started feeling sick. Like after that 12-hour stream, I think I had like 10 Dr. Peppers. Full fledged. That's like 1,500 calories.
You didn't even restart the stream though, did you? Or did you restart?
Yeah, hit play.
No, I'm gonna now. Now I've shared it.
Additional
So
video
now
we can go
I'm
through.
gonna go
Is
restart
ketamine an
the
injection?
Restart
computer.
your computer.
Yes.
Whoo.
And
All
watch
right.
the magic of
And
the
what did you
internet.
do
Do
when
it.
you heard that ketamine?
We're
was
gonna
going
find
to-
out, y'all. We're gonna find out if expert was
You don't
setting me up
trust
for
it, do you?
failure.
I wouldn't do
No.
it. I don't trust it. Don't do
And
it.
at this point, have
Don't do it. You'll never be back. You'll be lost. You're gonna end up over in Dave's Discord. You never can come out of it. Oh, look, he's frozen.
Uh-oh.
He didn't leave here. That's awesome.
Oh, that's even
Look at that. We get, oh my gosh. And I'm down here. I can make like funny faces and take screenshots.
Yeah, like pick his nose. Oh, Val. And the best way to be frozen. Look at him. He looks so happy.
Why is that? Why does that like what I think will be a picture on his Valhalla died today message?
Yes.
Obituary.
Where is
This is
Farrell
obituary.
over
Oh,
here?
there he goes.
Aw.
Look, I'm a goat.
Aw.
Oh, wait, he didn't come back. His stream went down.
Well, isn't that usually what happens?
I told him it didn't. I was hoping to be wrong.
No, that's why I was wondering why he was getting it all up again because it's just gonna...
Oh, yeah.
Look who was wrong. Look who was
That's
wrong.
awesome, though, right?
Hmm.
I told you I
I
was
told
pulling
you.
for me to be wrong.
That was also note to self: make sure you leave StreamYard if you're gonna restart your computer because that was a horrible, horrible freeze face.
What
It was not good.
That was a obituary picture.
Yeah, that's what
Give me just a second, you guys.
Play the
Everybody,
Levy, what's happening?
Chrome Trials. There we go. I gotta find our Levy. What's up, buddy? Give me just a second, and I'll pull you up. Let's read this one.
He does, Caitlin, doesn't he? Everywhere.
Well, who creates chaos?
I don't know. This guy named the Expert, I've heard.
Levy, what's up, buddy?
Glad
Glad
you're
you're here.
trying to help.
All right, I gotta do. Oh,
It's helpful chaos.
did you see my computer glitch like that again? My camera just went ape shit again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not
tell me about it.
I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Plugged in
I'm just
on
making stuff up.
I think it's just my processor. I think my computer sucks.
Well, I'm gonna have to jump off, man. But
You're
dick.
not going anywhere, sir.
yeah, I got stuff to do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I really do. I gotta take my pants off.
Go off screen, take care of business, come right
I
back.
have my timing right, but
You want
I
me to
have-
do it on
we have
screen, you
additional
said?
videos.
No, I don't care.
Turn your camera on.
Is ketamine an injectable drug?
Hey, this is pretty close to where we were. I'm gonna call that a
And what
win.
did you do when you heard that ketamine was going to
Success.
Yeah, they have timestamps on these.
Well, what do you want from me? All right, I'm doing the best I
And
can.
at this point,
I'm trying, Your Honor.
you and your team all been on the scene for about
need
8
that up.
minutes.
I don't think I need
I'm not
that
sure the
up.
exact time.
I don't
but
think I need that up.
Could be right.
Okay.
But I do need this.
And other than that brief moment when we saw Defendant Cooper kind of pull up Elijah's
Bam!
shirt to
And we're
expose
back, baby.
his arm,
Good as new.
Has anyone other than law enforcement touched Elijah McClain?
believe so. No.
Did he have a creepy uncle?
Has
That's a
anyone
bad
other
joke.
than law enforcement
That's a bad
asked
joke.
Elijah any questions?
No.
It's a bad joke.
Where's the trauma bag that was brought to the scene?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
At this point in time,
he
where
watched
was the
the
trauma
death
bag that,
trial.
that had been brought to the scene?
That hasn't been asked and answered. so-
Asked and answered. Well, I want him to answer it again.
Yes.
That's what I would say.
Because it's a different question. But I will ask counsel to carefully read Rule 611A.
What's 611?
My idea of reasonable might not be yours.
At this point in time, where is the trauma bag that was brought to the scene?
Yes.
I imagine it's still
What's happening?
on the sidewalk, just I guess east of where the patient was.
And what about all of the other medical kits?
I'm not sure where they are.
Object. Speculation based on his prior
Yeah,
testimony.
sure.
And it's asked and answered.
I'm expensive though.
Response.
Your Honor, I have not asked this question at this point in time. I'm asking where are the other medical kits at this point
You know,
in time?
I'd love to
You can
ask
ask
you
if he
guys. Don't tell us that, Aaron,
remembers
because
where
we're
they are.
negotiating a job here. But
Mr.
here's the
De
thing:
Jesus,
90% of it is you just
do
turn it
you
off and turn it
remember
back on.
where all the
Yeah,
medical
that's what
kits
my
are
IT team
that were
sells
brought to the scene? at
Yeah,
this
if that
point in
doesn't
time for
work,
the
you
patient?
just
I
you
don't
know you
remember.
say, "Oh, well, this will take a
Where
tech.
should they have
Let me
been?
make an appointment for you."
Let me
They're
escalate.
somewhere around the scene. I'm not sure if we have a protocol of exactly where they need to be in proximity
Brilliant.
to the patient.
Should
Unplug
they at
it,
least
count
be
to
close to the
10.
patient?
That's
They should be close to
the
the
first
scene.
step
Yes.
of every.
And is that to allow you to
problem.
access the tools
I
that
hate
you
that when
might
they tell
need
me
in
that.
order to treat your
You
patient?
don't think I did that already?
Yes.
You know,
And then they say,
thrown-
"I have to make sure you do it again."
Who communicated with
I'm like,
Val
"Okay, I'm doing
regarding
it right now."
ketamine?
trust me, I did it.
Again, I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
If it goes to another ad, I'm going to be so mad. I've got a better timestamp now.
I'm going to come back to that question while my colleagues find something for me.
Okay.
During the time leading up to what was going to be the administration of ketamine, what were you seeing
Hey, is that
your
McKinley
patient,
from
Elijah
before?
McClain, doing?
Of course it is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what her name is. Her avatar is different.
Else for speculation.
I don't know her name.
Overrule the objection if you can remember.
Legally live, I thought.
I mean, I can answer.
You may answer.
Again, with my memory being hazy, I know they were.
What do you think, Jamie?
Constantly telling him to, I believe, stop it. So it appeared
That-
he was
much better
trying
now.
to
Ronnie
have,
from Jersey
control
Shore?
that he was in.
Looks like the expert a little bit.
That's what I remember of the situation.
Oof.
Was he cursing?
No work.
I don't believe I heard any cursing.
Was he spitting?
I don't believe I saw any spitting.
Was he screaming?
I'm much nicer to women.
Yeah, he's
I
kind
don't
of
say, hey, yo.
Hey,
Was he throwing off the officers?
No, he was not throwing off the officers that I saw there.
Oh, actually, this is important testimony.
And you have testified prior to
I've been
today,
listening.
is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you provided a copy of that testimony prior to today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had an opportunity to review that testimony?
I did, ma'am.
What? Get down.
What were you doing while you were waiting next to the patient for
Wow.
the ketamine?
I don't remember what I was doing.
Wow.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
He stabbed 22 times? I was not
Yeah.
reading all that. Sorry.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And he's still alive?
Yeah, barely.
Because yikes.
Yeah, he was in pretty rough shape there for a minute, though.
Hmm.
McKinley says her 4-year-old daughter doesn't think he looked like.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment with counsel or with
Who
my
said you look like
co-counsel.
Ronnie?
McKinley.
Oh.
4-year-old daughter has taste.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't like Ronnie either, so.
She didn't say you were better looking. She said you didn't
You're
look
much
alike.
on that bag.
What?
You Texas Jen knows.
I love Texas Jen.
Pursuant to the kind of what you're allowed to do.
Yeah?
How about
I'm not orange.
Kid Boga?
Just because I have sideburns.
Mm,
I have bigger lips. I have plush.
Plush?
Full lips. Yeah.
Plush?
Plush.
Yes,
Full lips.
and a paramedic.
Plush.
Between the four of you on the scene, who would have been authorized to ask to draw up the ketamine?
I can't do nothing else tonight. We're going to have to get a surrogate in here. Wake up, Baker.
he went to bed so he could be up for your stream, he said, so.
Yeah.
If I could please bring up Exhibit 105 at 23:01:15 and just have you re-identify all of the medics and kind of where they're standing.
Okay.
Just want to check at this point, we've identified everybody. we've seen
Oh,
this,
goodness.
The jurors have been very.
That's one of the speaking objections, I think. What's your real objection?
I gotta take a nap. Lemon
All
energy
right, I
log.
think he got it. Response?
Your Honor, in this particular scene, I'm asking the witness to orient the jury as to who is standing where so that we can understand who does what to treat the patient.
Oh, what?
Because I still object, that's.
All right, the court notes that the individuals were identified earlier in the video. This is quite a bit later, so I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
And actually, it might be more useful if we played the video 23:00:17 through 23:01:15, and then we'll end up stopping it there, and I will ask you to identify who is standing where at that point in time.
Okay.
Thank you.
About the innocence around yourself.
What happened?
I don't. Oh, it's.
God damn it!
It's spinning.
1 gig fiber. 1 gig fiber. Come on now. That's funny. For real? Studio says. Well, I might have messed something up in studio, I guess.
I'm shopping, Aaron.
Just looking for them cookies.
Yeah, and all the cookies and candies on my grocery list.
What the fuck is happening?
I gotta go.
No.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
How dare you?
7:47. Pause. It's paused. Why is it still spinning?
Go take a nap, sir.
I'm about to go take a nap while this is loading.
You don't. I'm out then. Everybody's going to nap. That's not.
What the fuck is happening?
It's gonna be Jamie by herself.
Just like talking to no one.
You talking
look,
to
it's
chat.
legally live. I just came back in my study for a second. It's way easier to talk on here.
He almost did a push-up with all three of us.
I don't know what that means, but hey, legally live's here. She was just up here earlier.
Okay. Yeah, so once he gets out here, I'm going to hit him in the right shoulder.
I know.
You want shoulder or ass? Ass is right here, man.
Baby, get down.
Don't you worry about it, McKinley. We'll take good care of you.
Yeah.
We don't even see it on a fireman.
Yeah, can we forward it to the place where somebody could be identified, please?
I saw that. I saw you got 150 days.
If we can
I didn't do anything. What's 150 days?
23:01:00.
Oh.
Juicy
and
Smolier.
23:01:15.
Did they let him out?
Matt, you guys back away.
They let him out originally.
I'm kicking you, man.
No, we're good.
So weird.
Mm-hmm. How are those turtles doing?
They're good. They're good. I even cleaned part of the top of the glass last night.
Who is standing where at this point in the scene?
What are their names?
And we'll start with who's
I don't
standing
know.
over by the gurney.
Honestly, man, I'm not going to identify two clearly. Myself and Cooper. The other two, it's hard without their faces.
And do we need to back up a little bit so you can, so as the camera goes up?
Yeah, that might help.
Okay, just back up maybe 5 seconds.
Dude, that Chappelle bit is so good.
What is
And that
it?
didn't seem to help. So,
Dave Chappelle, he did a bit
apologies for
on
that.
Juicy
So that is you
Smollett.
standing in the center, and that
Oh,
is
I haven't seen it.
Defendant
It's
Cooper
so good.
On the far
on
left.
the
So
far
good.
left.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's one medic standing right by the pram with a flashlight on.
Or a firefighter. Could be Bradley. It's
I
hard to
can't
tell.
repeat any of it
Okay.
because, you know,
So, but someone from your crew
Yes.
is standing by the pram, and then another person
Dave
from your
Chappelle
crew is
and all.
standing directly to your right.
Yes,
Our
ma'am.
left. So how long had the gurney been on the scene at this point in time?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
And what are these medics, and what were you doing for the patient at this point in time?
why don't I get to
It
the
looks like
window
the patient
pop
was
up
being
anymore?
prepped to be injected with ketamine. His shoulder was exposed, and again, medic Cooper is at the head.
And prior to the injection of ketamine, and we can take this down, thank you.
Silly.
Prior to the injection of ketamine, what did you do to prepare?
What did I personally do to prepare?
Correct.
I'll be right back.
I believe when the gurney got there, I repositioned myself to help get the patient
Now
ready
is when
to
time
be
to go.
lifted onto the gurney.
Did you prep any oxygen bags?
Now you're
No,
gonna
ma'am.
go.
Did you prep the trauma kit?
No, ma'am.
Did you bring
Hi.
anything over to help assist with Elijah McClain's breathing?
I didn't bring anything. No.
Oh, MG Law can't taekwondo tonight.
He
No
can't.
karate for him.
Oh,
Now, I would like to
He has to lay on his
play,
back and do stretches.
Exhibit 105 from 230115 to 230157. And during this scene and this portion of the video, I'd like you to tell the jury what's happening here. Keeping in mind that you were there on the night of August 24th of 2019.
Eris says most
Correct.
people
ma'am.
call her sexy.
And so that is what we would like you to do.
Wow. See that? I've talked to her about I've been driving, like the automobile. You know, driving an automobile is the same thing as milking a Swedish horse.
Swedish horse.
That's what they do there.
What does that even mean?
He's sticking your head in the ambulance to make
I got his arm down.
Wow.
Bechstein?
Drive your knuckles right there. You don't have to put pressure until he moves. All right.
So you got 500 ketamine?
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. Okay.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I had to look it
Right,
up.
right behind his ear if he fights. All right.
Will you guys get out of here right now? You're being obnoxious.
Yeah, I'll leave.
My dogs are scratching me.
Hey, check out that link I just put in the private thing.
Prior to the ketamine injection, was Elijah McClain still in handcuffs?
Yes, ma'am.
And he wasn't really moving around. Is that correct?
It appears they have him pretty well constrained there.
Okay. And we can see in this image that his fingers are kind of pointing upwards, kind of
Yes.
away from his back. Would that be a good place
That's
to
kinda
put
cool.
a pulse oximeter?
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
On his fingers there.
Correct.
With how we're moving and having a needle, I think having a wired pulse oximeter with him moving is not the right call there.
What about after the needle is removed?
Then we're waiting for him or for the drug to take effect. Again, having wires after a needle is injected into a patient, it's common for them to fight. I think having wires near a patient like that is also not the right time.
Okay, well, you just testified that he seemed to be fairly well restrained.
Yes.
So
What happened?
To be able to wriggle out.
And earlier you testified that he was reacting to pain.
I mean, Aaron's now sending me naughty words over here.
Do you recall him
all
reacting to that
capitalized.
injection?
I don't know what that is.
I don't recall if he reacted to it. No.
And can you describe how his body was positioned when he
I mean,
got
she's not the
injection?
first, but you know.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
It's always odd.
From the left shoulder, they rolled over a little bit, so the right shoulder was facing us. They exposed the right shoulder, and that was where we were able to inject him.
At any point, was there a conversation about whether or not ketamine should be given to Elijah McClain?
I was not privy to any conversation of that nature.
Were you told at any point that there was a change in the plan?
No, ma'am.
And if we can please play Exhibit 105 from 23:01:57 to 23:02:52.
You always talk to the armpit. We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works. And once it is, we'll go ahead. If you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff them. We'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just straighten everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed, and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
So you're okay. I got it.
Connor, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
You've had lots of moments. Let's chip, chop, chip.
What would I do? I'm sorry.
No, these people in court. Chip, chop, chip.
Breaking news: Judge rejects Trump's claim of immunity in his federal 2020 election prosecution. Oh, jeez. I bet you they won't let the evidence in that he presents at trial.
Have you been watching that?
No, is it a thing?
I've seen they were putting up some feeds on YouTube, but I don't know what it was.
Oh. Texas Jen, someone who will finally talk to you. Have I not talked to you? I'll talk to you all day. You're my favorite person, just about. Like, I mean, I have to be careful who I say that around. Like, if my wife hears me, that'd be bad.
What'd you just say?
Goats. Somebody was saying something internet related, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, they don't know about this. It's like, you know, like something like just like common, like the baby dance or something. And I was like, oh yeah, it was, you know what it was? Somebody was talking about two females with a 16 ounces of fluid. And I was like, do you guys not know about, like, have you not seen Lemon Party or Goatses? Or, I mean, it's like, people are so protected. I feel bad.
Me?
Have you not seen Lemon Party?
I don't know what that is.
You don't want to. Anybody ever invite you to a lemon party? Say no.
I know.
Oh my gosh, how did that happen? You came on, you were wearing a different shirt for like 1 second, and then you went to this shirt. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, dude. Like, you were wearing like a light colored shirt.
Yeah, that was the one I've been wearing the whole stream.
Yeah, but it was this image of you, and it came on like that, and then it flashed. You were wearing this shirt.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. I get it.
Because of some of the issues we're having today, I'm going to make you a different part
weird.
of some questions that I wanted
You
to
know what
ask you
goats
about what
is,
went
right,
on that
Valhalla?
evening.
Goats is?
If we could please pull up exhibit.
I don't think so.
Previously admitted exhibit 282. This is the patient care report.
I don't think so.
And as a scribe for Aurora Fire, you're familiar with patient care reports?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about them earlier. Okay. And so I'd like to start at the top of this form with the incident time log. And we see there that it gives the name of the unit. Is engine 2,
Turn
is that
safe
the unit
search
that
off.
you were on that evening?
Oh, I don't
Yes,
like
ma'am.
this.
Okay. And it gives a dispatch time and an
You're
on
going to
scene
like
time.
it one bit.
It does.
Okay, and do you see below there it says medic 103? Do you know what that is?
That's our ambulance unit.
Okay, so that'd be Falk.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that the times of dispatch
Hey,
responding
Miami,
on
how are
scene,
you?
are those fairly close in time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those times on this form, are they input or are they auto-populated through CAD?
I believe those are auto-populated.
Okay.
My computer doesn't want to pull that
And
image
if
up.
we could go back to the full document and then go to this encounter portion.
What the hell? Even Reddit
Okay,
won't
so
show
it
it
gives
to
a
me.
time of first patient contact at 22:52:00. And that was approximately 2 minutes after arrival. Does that sound about right?
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay. So what are you
What?
doing
Oh
between
no.
parking the engine and
What's
getting to
wrong?
the patient? What's
Don't
happening
Google
during that
that.
time?
What is
What
it?
is it?
Gathering of the medical kits, my computer that I grab, getting together, walking to the scene. Some police officers met us before we actually entered the scene, as we saw in the videos earlier, and talked to us
That,
briefly.
Miami,
And then we
is
went on
the
scene.
CIB badge, the Combat
And if we can
Infantryman's
now move to
badge.
the treatments and assessments.
That is the
portion.
award given to infantry soldiers that deploy and get into combat. I have one.
And the first treatment and assessment that is listed
wondering
is
what that was,
ketamine.
'cause it's
500
very
milligrams.
small.
Do you see that?
Yeah,
I do.
it doesn't fit well
And what are
in
the
the
sort of things
image,
that are
but I
typically
thought it was
listed in
appropriate.
this treatments and assessment section?
Yeah, it is.
What you
Absolutely.
see here, anything given, so ketamine and oxygen. Were
It's
both
also the
given,
front bumper plate
any
on my,
procedures done. Here
on my
the
truck.
OPA, blood pressure, the vitals were in there. And then when we restrained the patient, that's another procedure.
Oh, did we
Nope.
lose?
Mine disappeared, yes.
Sure have not.
Do you want to go to a lemon party?
Nope. Sure don't.
What is it? Invite me. What is it?
MLS invited me earlier.
Probably
What
did.
was it? He said lemon party. I said I don't like lemons that much at all.
I promise, Jamie, if there's one, you're invited.
No, I don't trust anyone.
Is it back up on
You
your
shouldn't.
screen there?
Yes, ma'am.
You
Yeah.
Okay.
absolutely should not.
And the time column, does that appear to be in chronological order? So it
Oh,
starts
I
with the
forgot
first in
about that
time,
one,
and then it kind of
Obama.
gets later and later as
Holy
the time
cow.
goes down.
It does, yes.
Okay, so the first thing in time is the
Apparently,
ketamine,
we don't want to know
That's
Miami.
correct.
and you mentioned oxygen,
Obama, what about Tub Girl?
Yes.
and that was given approximately, well,
What
exactly
part of the
6 minutes
internet do you
after
hang
the
out
ketamine
on,
was
bro?
I
given.
know. What is
What?
that?
And here it's listed. So
Where was the oxygen administered for Elijah McClain?
Dude, I grew up
through a bag valve mask
on
Where was that
I've
located?
heard of it, but I don't know what it is.
over his mouth and nose.
yeah, you don't want to.
Like,
Was the
I've heard
patient
some
still on
that-
the ground or was he somewhere
Ugh.
else?
Now I want to.
On the gurney.
No,
I
you're
grew
not
up on
Was that
4chan.
gurney in the ambulance?
I believe so.
not searching this stuff. Somebody else
Don't
search.
go to 4chan.
And our bag
Please
valve
don't ever go to
valve masks
4chan.
and capnography things
And
that
if you ever go to
keep
4chan, don't go
in
to B.
your various medical kits.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my god.
Valhalla laughs.
And at 23:07,
Stay away from the Chan. Stay away from the Chan.
Does it note that blood pressure was absent, heart rate is 0?
Kaiser Pineapple tried to say that
Is
two
that
girls,
around
one
this,
cup
and is
wasn't
that
real.
kind
I
of
was
listed?
like,
It's logged at the
he's
same
never seen
time
Tub Girl.
as oxygen being given.
It's sort of real.
Yes, ma'am.
What is Tub Girl? I don't want. Never mind. I'm not.
Google it.
Do you see goats?
Now, if we could please
Yeah,
move
I
to
did.
the narrative section of the report.
Have you never seen that before?
Nope, sure haven't.
December
And how is
1st,
this portion of the report
2023.
entered?
The day you got experted.
This is entered typically when we get
Thanks,
back to the
buddy. I
station.
appreciate you.
On a
Man,
computer
I'm there for you.
through whatever we have on the laptop that I had gets sent over to this program that we use on our computers, and then we can type the report up there
My
from memory
password,
from what
everything
we
is
have listed on scene.
TXJENN.
And during that time that whomever is responsible for it on that call is typing this up, do they have an opportunity to kind of check with their other crew members to see if, like, if they can't remember something or if they need to add anything
All of
in?
our computers, it's built in.
And
That search
we can
term.
see on the left-hand column the letters SOAP kind of starting off each paragraph. Do you know what that stands for?
Yeah, it's a narrative acronym. I believe it's subjective, objective, assessment, and primary. That's correct. Remember correctly.
I'm not Obama. You probably shouldn't admit
Could the
those
TV
things.
plan?
No.
Yes, I don't use soap. Apologize.
When you say you don't use soap, when you're creating a narrative, you don't use soap as your
Hi,
guide?
Stray.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Did he just say he doesn't use
Narratives.
soap?
Okay.
Stray. Oh, hey, you know what Stray is?
Yeah, I do. She's a mod on your channel.
Now,
whose wrench
in
she
the
has?
S
Yeah,
section,
it's mine. She has my
this
wrench.
is the
You know
subjective.
who did that to you?
You said.
You did.
And
You
does this kind of provide
No.
the context for the assessment and the plan that's going to be put in
Hey,
place?
wait a
Is that
second.
the
Isn't
purpose
Rabbit
of
a
the
mod on your
subjective?
channel?
Yeah.
She's
Yes,
the one that
information that we were
gave
given.
Stray
things
the,
like
your
that.
wrench.
Yeah, that's okay though.
Causing trouble.
Somebody was gonna. Somebody
And
was.
here we see it says that there was a man running around with a mask on and not acting right. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. This guy just said he doesn't wear soap. Use soap.
Who?
Dude on stand.
And do you see anything in the subjective about a carotid hole?
I
don't.
Is that something that could be important for deciding what your treatment plan might be?
Oh, I gotta go.
Could be important. Yes.
No, you're
And
good.
why is that?
You're good.
Any information. Is
He
not
just
bad
dipped out.
information. Everything
Expert.
that the police tell you, because they were on scene before us.
We're almost
And
done.
when police
Jamie.
are on scene
We're
before
almost
you
done.
and they give you a rundown, is that all you rely on when you're
20
making
minutes.
decisions
that's
or
the first
assessing a
problem.
situation, or do you do your own assessment upon arrival?
No, man, we do our own assessment.
And why is that?
Because that's where the medical portion of the scene. So as you can see, we're always within close proximity, looking at the patient, doing our own assessment there.
Okay, and for the O, objective, is this supposed to be what you learned by being on scene and encountering the
Later,
patient?
buddy. Appreciate
What we
you.
actually saw, as opposed to
Y'all go
what we
subscribe to the expert if you haven't. He's fun.
And is this where things like vital signs and physical exam findings would be listed?
Again, I don't use soap, but I could probably put that under A or possibly P,
Okay, but it would be included
somewhere in there.
in a narrative.
Or the PCR, sorry, it's cutting out. In the PCR, there's more than a narrative.
Can someone tell if skin is cool through a visual assessment?
I believe you can tell if it's diaphoretic, which would lead to hot. There's certain indicators, but I don't believe you can tell the temperature unless you're looking through a thermometer. No.
And what cooling measures were done for Elijah McClain that evening?
The ambulance, his clothes were cut off.
Prior to being in the ambulance, so from the time you arrived on scene to him being in the ambulance, what
There
was
was
done?
there was none of that. So
And is the purpose of doing assessments and an objective assessment of what's happening at the scene to help determine what is our plan going to be?
Yes.
And for medics within AFR, does that help determine what protocol is going to be used?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as an EMT basic, were there protocols that applied to you?
Yes.
Okay, and were there some that applied only to medics?
Yes.
And how did you know the difference between protocols that you could follow and protocols that only medics were allowed to follow?
Anything out of my scope, obviously, I wasn't allowed to follow. But if there were protocols that had both EMT and paramedic interjections, paramedics were colored, I think, light blue.
And when you say out of scope, what does that mean?
For example, injecting ketamine was out of my scope. That wasn't something I could do, even if they told me to do it.
Okay, and then the P portion of this form, this patient assessment, and this appears to be Lieutenant Chichuniec's kind of method for creating his narrative. And is there a requirement to do it? Oh, I'm sorry. I can still ask my question while this is being brought up. Is there a requirement to do it in that format?
No, ma'am.
So is it up to whomever's writing the narrative to put it in there?
Yes, ma'am.
And in a way that's useful for anyone who might be looking at the record later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for the P portion, this very first line, attempted to check patient's pulse, and we weren't able to due to him fighting and having handcuffs on. Do you recall anyone ever attempting to take Elijah McClain's pulse that evening?
I do recall Medic Cooper a couple times trying to take a step forward, especially when having a conversation about like, let's leave him be. And every time he would kind of step forward, it seems like he might have been cut off from looking at the videos here. And I would, from my opinion, say that was tempting to get in there, but not able to because he was fighting and had handcuffs on.
At any point, was it communicated to law enforcement, hey, can we get in there and do an assessment of our patient?
Not that I heard, no.
That was the first problem.
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't Elijah McClain placed on the pram when it first arrived?
I don't remember.
Foundation calls for speculation.
Response.
If he knows.
All right, if he knows, I'll allow him to answer him.
I'm sorry, say that question one more time.
Do you know why Elijah McClain was not placed on the gurney when it first arrived at his side?
I don't remember exactly when the gurney got placed by his side in relation to when the ketamine was injected. So I'm not sure how to answer that now.
Well, we have it on video.
Was the gurney at his side prior to the injection of ketamine?
As I just stated, I'm not sure when the gurney arrived in relation to the ketamine injection.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Why do you need so many moments?
Ugh. They had the doctor on yesterday, like half the day, almost 3/4
After
of
Elijah
the day,
McClain was
and
injected with
this-
ketamine,
For 2 days, I've
how
listened
did
to
he
one
physically
doctor
change?
Uh,
and this fire medic.
He appeared to have stopped resisting the police. However, the police were still holding him. So it's hard to tell if he was not resisting or couldn't.
Were you hearing him make sounds?
I don't recall if I did or did not hear him make sounds after the injection.
Blood Bynum on point.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. I need to find a specific spot in his testimony. And we can take that down if you'd like. Throughout your encounter or throughout your time on this scene, was Elijah McClain cooperating with law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
So it's your testimony today that he was not apologizing?
I think there's a difference between apologizing and cooperating.
were they using pain compliant
And did you document that
the entire
anywhere
time and
in
not giving
the-
him a chance to
as the scribe?
cooperate?
I don't believe I did, no.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm looking for a particular part, and I don't want to get this incorrect.
Ma'am. Get it together.
Okay.
Guys, get out of here.
Oh, that's a pit bull tail. If I've
So I
ever
want to go
heard
back
one.
to the time about immediately, thinking about immediately before the administration. Of
I know
ketamine
that
and
sound
immediately
well.
After the administration of ketamine.
Thump, 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 thump.
And I believe you testified that immediately before the administration of ketamine, he was still moving around while the officers were holding him on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
And once the ketamine was administered, did he immediately change his kind of presentation as a patient?
I don't recall, especially if it was immediate.
Mr. De Jesus, prior to testifying today, were you provided a copy of your previous testimony
Yes, ma'am.
so that you could review it
Yes, ma'am.
and prepare for testifying today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with opposing counsel?
I have, yes.
He said he doesn't
And have you watched
recall,
videos with him?
especially if it was immediate.
You prepared for your direct examination?
I'm not sure what that answer meant.
Correct.
I know.
I feel prepared, yes.
Did they help you prepare for your
They
direct?
helped me, I'm sorry. No.
Did they help you prepare for what you might be expected to testify to on cross-examination,
No.
which is when they'll be asking you questions?
No. Went over some of the stuff I said.
And so how long did you meet with them?
I want to say a half hour on a Zoom call or the Teams.
Okay, and did you also meet with my office
Yes, ma'am.
and myself
Yes, ma'am.
over a Teams call?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you understand that today you would be called to testify about what you observed and what occurred on August 24th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I guess my question is, we've been watching a lot of this video. You were on scene that whole evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was a patient that cored.
Yes.
That's a pretty big deal, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that a big deal?
I think life is precious. Anytime someone dies, it's a big deal.
And so, is this a call that sticks out in your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it seems like a lot of the time when you've been shown video, you've had to say, I don't recall or I don't remember.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. Counsel
What?
testifying.
Sustained on both counts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
If we could please show exhibit 116. No, excuse me.
If that
105,
question's directed to me, Obama, I do not.
which is Officer
do
Green's
not.
body worn camera from 23:03:34 to 23:03:58.
All right. How's he? Does he seem a little?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him on his side and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first. Okay. If we can.
Okay. You guys look at that?
Careful,
Yeah,
careful.
he's.
All right.
So, what was happening in this scene? If you can tell the jury, what was happening here?
Objection, Your Honor. Video speaks for itself.
Response.
Your Honor, Mr. De Jesus is a recipient witness, and he's here to help explain to the jury what he recalls from that point in time. Not everything is captured on the video.
Well, that's not what you asked.
Yeah.
Sustained.
I like this judge a lot.
Mr. De Jesus, Did you assist in lifting Elijah McClain onto the gurney?
Yes, I did.
What part of his body did you hold?
I held his either shirt or pants there. It looked like.
Was anyone supporting his head?
I don't remember at the time. It looks like there are two people on the shoulders and the neck there.
When you're transporting or moving a patient from the ground to a gurney, is supporting a patient's head important?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because oftentimes they can't support their own head.
Who was supporting Elijah McClain's head when he was being moved to the gurney?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Response.
I had asked him if he was holding Elijah McClain's head
He said no.
previously. So this has not been asked and answered.
The question, 2 questions ago, she asked who was supporting his head, and he indicated there were 2 people at the shoulders and the neck. That's the asked and answered question, Your Honor.
Response to that.
Which person was doing which position? Different
That
question.
didn't answer that was non-responsive because it didn't answer who was supporting his head.
All right, I'll overrule the objection on this one.
Good call, Judge.
Who was supporting Elijah McClain's head?
It didn't appear anyone was supporting the head, just the neck.
And just prior to lifting Elijah McClain onto the gurney, we could see you lean in on this frame. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
What were you doing?
I honestly don't remember. If we could replay that, that would help.
Well, actually, we don't need to replay it because
What, you don't want to play it for the 196th time today?
All right. How's he?
There it goes. Okay.
Seem a little. Yep. Okay. We'll go ahead and get him on his side, and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first. Okay, if we can.
Okay. You go. Careful.
Yeah,
Careful.
he's definitely. All right.
did that help refresh your recollection?
It did, ma'am. Thank you.
So what were you doing when you leaned in closer to Elijah McClain?
First, I undid one of the soft restraints on the pram there, and then I was leaning in to see.
Just a couple minutes left, Dave.
Ketamine had kicked in.
Just a couple minutes left.
And did you hear that kind of slapping
Working
sound?
on it.
And was that what was done to
Working on
check and see if the ketamine had kicked in?
I don't remember that being done. I heard it on the video, but I don't remember who did it or why.
Okay, so you weren't outraged that someone had just slapped the face of Elijah McClain?
I don't believe they slapped the face, ma'am.
Did they pat his face?
Again, I don't believe they pat the face either. It sounds like they patted him on the back.
This is the gurney that came with the Falk ambulance, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a gurney, oh, excuse me, let me pass that. What equipment did you use that evening? And I'm talking about you in particular. What equipment, if any, did you use on Elijah McClain?
Is he in the ambulance relevant as well, or only before the ambulance?
We'll separate that. So before he gets into the ambulance, what equipment did you use on Elijah McClain?
I personally use no equipment.
Did you see anybody use any equipment on Elijah McClain?
The soft restraints on the pram is something we used on the patient, and the bed rest keeping his head in an upright position. Other than that, no equipment.
Okay, so the gurney?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, the poopies.
Ow. Okay.
If we could please play exhibit 105.
Ooh, the puppies.
No.
All right. We're going to break for the weekend.
They wanna go
One
outside.
thing I've been made aware of is we're going to get the
We got 5 minutes of this
for a
left,
new projector,
max.
so we don't have to pause so many times.
You don't have to stay.
But
You can do whatever you want. You're not obligated to
please,
do anything.
don't former express any opinions or discuss the case even among yourselves.
Oh, thank God we're done.
Research, avoid any press coverage.
Thank God we're
Let me know
done.
if somebody tries to speak with you about the case. One thing I will note is, as we can see, this is a long trial, and it's very important that the jurors pay
A long
extra
trial?
careful attention. Next, I
Supposed to be a
appreciate
couple
if any
days.
juror raised his hand and let me know.
What the hell, Dave?
He needed a break.
What the hell?
And I would encourage the others to do so as well if that's the situation you get into. Because my experience is one person might raise their hand and then about seven
Yeah, 'cause I
people
don't think
end
that
up
should
using the
that long.
restroom.
You
So
don't need to bring in
if that's something you need to
everybody
do, feel free to
counting.
do so. Other than that, have a good weekend and drive
If they
safely.
didn't ask the same goddamn questions
Oh, yeah, that's
37 times, this would be a 2-3 day trial max.
We're going to be setting up a new projector either up there or perhaps down on the ground. in the morning. We're going to let the folks in, the IT folks in at about 8:15, and we hope by 9:30
got
we'll be
yelled
ready
at.
with the new projector. So 9:30. Thank you for asking.
Is the water sound your little turtle tank?
Yeah, I made it quieter.
No, I like it. It's like relaxing.
I love my peoples.
Mm-hmm.
Jurors have stepped out. The witness, you may step down. You need to be back at 9:30 on Monday. Thank you. Anything before we take our break? All right. Well, the court sees it within its purview of Rule 611A not to allow filibusters. Good night.
Not to allow filibusters.
Good night.
Good night. I like this judge. He's funny. There you have it, folks. There's day 3.
Well,
goodness. It was a rough day.
Hopefully it's not that long of a trial. It doesn't seem. I can't imagine it would be.
There's no reason that it should be. There's
no.
If they call every single one of these fire medics up, it's so unnecessary. Oh.
Absolutely. Because if it's about the paramedics and what they did, then yeah, anybody that was with them maybe. But other than that, you don't need.
They don't need to call all of them. And the defense hasn't even started their case yet. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's the world's most interesting, boring case ever. Or the most boring, interesting case.
Well, maybe you'll start getting some spicier things. I felt like it got a little spicier at the end when she was saying things or objecting. I like when they object because then it makes it spicy.
Yeah, that's where you get the fireworks, I suppose.
Yeah.
McKinley, it's so boring.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you should have been over on the bar fight case with us.
That looked fun. That looks like you guys are having a good stream over there.
Well, it was a quick one for sure.
Thank you, Rabbit. You're amazing. We're gonna go ahead and end. I don't think I have anything else to show you guys tonight. After this, we're gonna pick up tomorrow. Not sure what time yet. It'll be sometime early afternoon when I'll start, just like it has been going, and we'll make up ground and turn a 8.5-hour day into a 6-hour day. Yay.
Well, it is nice you can fast forward through.
Oh no, tomorrow's Saturday. I lied. Yeah. There's no court tomorrow. Monday.
I thought you meant Monday, but you did.
I did mean Monday. I lied. Oh, and actually, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Ms. Valhalla might be starting a new job. I don't know when that's going to be, but we'll work around it. We'll figure it out, y'all. All right. On that note, y'all are amazing. I love and appreciate each and every one of you. And we'll see you next time. Thank you, Jamie. You're amazing.
In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.